Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations presents The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our play today by Norman Rustin is based upon a story entitled I Believe, as told by Yassel Ostrovitzer to Dr. Fischel Snersen. Featured in the cast are Alexander Scourby as the narrator and Roger de Koven as the Rebbe.
How doth the city sit solitary that was full of people? How is she become as a widow? She that was great among the nations and princess among the provinces, how is she become tributary? She weepeth sore in the night, and her tears are on her cheeks. She hath none to comfort her among all her lovers. All her friends have dealt treacherously with her. They are become her enemies. Judah is gone into exile because of affliction and because of great servitude. She dwelleth among the nations. She findeth no rest. All her pursuers overtook her within the straits. Jerusalem remembereth in the days of her affliction and of her anguish all her treasures that she had from the days of old. So it is written in the Lamentations of a city that was once great.
My name does not matter. I'm one who escaped from another city. Out of the valley of anguish and ashes, these feet have walked as over broken glass and nails to come at last to Zion's gate, Palestine. I know not how, but some strange singing of the Spirit that gave me strength. The song. Yes, those words. I believe. I believe. With perfect faith, I believe. It was the song born in the year of slaughter, and I have lived through it to tell you. I have walked over half of Europe with the words in my ears as God's grace. I believe, I believe. The melody was born in the ghetto. No one knows when and how. It appeared on our lips suddenly, as a flower one day springs from the hidden seed and is seen whole and wondrous in the living air. And so it was with this song that lifted our life at the edge of the pit and brought my faltering feet home.
Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in all generations, before the mountains were brought forth, or ever thou hadst formed the earth and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. Thou turnest man to contrition.
It is the time of burial in that city. City within a city. The groaning ghetto, bounded by grief and the guns of a modern pharaoh. Truly her pursuers overtook her within the straits, and all her gates are desolate. She is Warsaw before the massacre, while there was still time for ritual.
For all our days are passed away in thy wrath. We bring our years to an end as a tale that is told. The days of our years are 80 years and 10.
Into the earth,
Yet it is their pride.
and it seemed the dead did far outnumber the living. And some did say the earth groaned at night with the lamentations. There follows the Kriya, the tearing of the garment in bereavement, as once David for the death of Saul and Jonathan, as related in the book of Samuel.
Blessed art thou, O Lord, our God, King of the universe, the true judge.
Truly, all the treasures that she had from the days of old, Jerusalem remembereth. And there follows the week of mourning called Shiva, 7 for the 7 days. And a lamp burns in the house of the deceased. For it is said in the Proverbs, the spirit of man is the lamp of God, searching all the inward parts. And at a year, a marking is set upon the grave called Matsevo, and the observance of the Yahrzeit, the year, in the prayer of the Kaddish spoken by the sun.
Ose shalom bimromov, uyase shalom, olenu vial kol Yisrael, bimru amin.
What is the light for, Rebbe?
It is the light for the dead.
How many candles are there burning for us?
Millions. For the Jews, not enough tallow to make the candles.
And God sees the candles?
Yes, he sees. Each light he sees. Everywhere he sees our little candle, which tells of our faith.
And it came to pass that even the faith dimmed as a star before the overwhelming day, their oppression 1,000 times greater than the 10 tests of Abraham endured before God. The year of the great slaughter was at hand, and over the ghetto hung the foreboding air.
Not here yet. Why isn't he here? Oh, where is he? Where is my son?
Be not frightened, dear wife. He will be home soon.
Oh, he was going outside. He said outside. Why did he go?
Why? He knows. He is old enough to know of sorrow.
Oh, listen. It is the curfew. If he is on the street after curfew, you know what happens to those who are caught.
Come away from the window.
Oh, wait, I see him now, coming down the street, running. Hurry, open the door for him. Open the door.
Yes.
Open the door!
Mama. I brought it, Mama.
In his hand, bread. Half a loaf of bread.
And once again, the Kriya and the Shiva. Yea, all the treasures that she had from the days of old, Jerusalem remembereth. And had I 7 tongues, I could not tell you the whole story of the afflictions. Had I 7 millennia of peace, I could not rest with the weight of those calamities upon my soul. And through it all we lived, or seemed to. Inside those walls our spirit rose and fell, and the days of waiting were as teeth that tore at our flesh.
Friends, we meet again in this little room to discuss steps to be taken.
Again? Again to discuss, I ask you, Rebbe, will we go to our graves discussing? We die as locusts in this accursed place, and you ask us to discuss.
We are prisoners, remember. We cannot do as we please.
But, Rebbe, what does he propose? Let him tell us. Speak.
We are prisoners, it has been said. And truly we are. But prisoners have been known to break out of prisoners.
And how, if we may discuss, do you propose to do this? With what?
With our hands, with stones.
Against the Nazi guns? You've seen them waiting high on the walls?
Yes, and I still say
and you
that...
ask us to die?
Do we not die now? Each day we grow weaker. Each day the strong ones lose strength. How long shall we have our faith?
What does it mean, such talk? You doubt your God?
Honored Rebbe, I say only that we are men. And a man is flesh and blood as well as a soul. And he dies simply by waiting. I speak the truth. Who in this room has not lost a dear one?
Alas.
Whose eyes have not the look of hunger? Only our prayers keep us alive, and for what?
I know. We know well their slaughter. They're coming with their carts to carry away the dead. They're coming with the wagons to take our dear ones away, God knows where, to exile, to labor. I say the time is not yet here to rise up against them.
I will not be patient any longer.
Then, if you please, you can discuss it yourself with the jailers, yes? I am not a coward. When the hour comes to fight, even with our hands, these hands will fight. Now I ask to be alone with my prayers.
Good night, Rebbe.
Good night.
We will meet again.
You do not go? No more crying. No more.
I want to ask you alone, Rebbe.
Yes, you may ask.
I'm frightened. In my heart, I do not understand. I cannot go on day after day. My baby is dying. I want to die.
No, that you must not say.
I've lost everything. In my heart, I cannot believe any longer. I don't know.
You should know, all of us, that the meaning of the commandment to relate the story of the Exodus from Egypt is to extol the wonders of redemption, not to tell us of the suffering and oppression which preceded liberation. During Passover, we recite the great Hallel which our forefathers said in the days of redemption. But we do not repeat the weeping of our forefathers in the days of darkness which came before.
Yes, it is true. Yes.
And this is the meaning of Izdabha Rucha Barucha. The human heart does as the mind wills. Thoughts and words of suffering and persecution are more harmful than the suffering itself.
I see.
That is why we find in the Master of Redemption, whom we praise, the miracle that keeps us from madness, the faith which seems lost but will be found again in some simple thing. Without it, the pulse of the soul fails. Without faith, it is impossible to die honorably. And that we must do. That above all.
And many thought, where was God? Was this the will of God? To visit upon us the same curse that felled the cruel Egyptian with locusts and the death of the firstborn? Was this his test to prepare us for his coming as told in our tradition? Yet how to believe? For the mouth that prays also needs water. The soul is tied to the navel of flesh. For I have lived through those times, and were each man as Job calling for justice, they would have reason before his eyes. And one would think, sitting upon this pestilence, this dunghill of the world, that they would shriek out. And often it would seem they spoke to him, though their eyes were lowered.
If my blood were milk, you would have my blood.
Why were you born? Why did you come? From darkness unto darkness is your life. There's nothing but a little song I sing in my heart all day for your father.
The Shiva and the burning candle. And we said, he will see, he will know. His light, though it flickers in the wind's grief, still burns. The song, listen. I hear it always in the air now that I'm safe. I believe with perfect faith. But still it was not sung. Still this melody waited to be born from the wisdom of Maimonides, waited to be born from the bottomless trial. And it was soon to come. They needed new murder, these people who lived on murder, these eaters of our flesh who will be damned unto the farthest generations. The need to kill consumed them. Their evil howled at their heels like voices driving them on. And we were the easiest to kill. Then they came.
Up! Get up! Open the door! Get Rabo! How many in the family?
3 of us.
You will be ready in an hour. How many under 40 years?
2. Myself and my son.
Be ready to leave in 1 hour. Gestapo. There are 4 children listed in this house.
Where do you take them?
For a ride, Jew. In the wagon. You know the wagon, eh?
Mama, it's dark. Mama, why are we getting dressed?
Hush, my child. Quiet.
Why are you putting on my new dress, Mama?
We're going away.
Where?
To Grandmother.
Grandmother?
Sit still, child. Let me comb your hair. Sit still.
You're crying. I can see, Mama.
No.
I know why you're crying. You're afraid to tell me we're going to die.
Keep away, everybody! Keep away! You will go on the next trip, old woman.
Oh, no.
Away!
Take me with her. Take me, my child, my baby. I won't let go. I won't let go.
And some said, I believe the world will be redeemed with justice and mercy. But see, master of the world, these are little children. See, our body is broken on the rack endlessly. See, our candles now become as many as stars. How long? How long? We are cut down as grass, and the scythe of ours will not rest. Not rest. Then it was that the word came.
Rebbe, I have news.
I see evil tidings upon your face.
Evil, yes. Evil beyond all evils. As if it were not enough this past month, now they come to take another 1,000.
Who?
Men, only men, for the camps. And we know what the camps mean.
Then it is time.
Rebbe, how does a man die best?
With knowledge in the right, with belief in God.
How does this belief show itself then?
In some small miracle. You will see. God will show himself.
When shall it be?
At dawn tomorrow.
How many guns?
20 guns. Also many sticks and knives which will be assembled at the walls.
And the stones?
Stones, yes. We have stones.
The German trucks will come in through the east gate. We will spread our forces in the rear area, according to this map. Ready?
Cannot be too soon. What is the time?
Almost dawn. Our last dawn.
There are lights coming. The trucks. Listen.
Last dawn. I wish there was something, not to pray, because that is a thing for each man alone, but something to bind us all at this last hour, for we will all die.
Did you hear? A song.
Listen. You remember hearing it before?
No. Yet the words are familiar. Listen. From Maimonides, his 13 Principles of Faith. I believe. With perfect faith, I believe.
The melody. Where did it come from? It seems as if the air is singing.
And although he may be delayed in coming, despite all that, I believe.
A new hymn to the martyrs. A hymn to life, though we die. Listen. The whole ghetto sings. All of us, brothers. Our God has given us this song. Here they come now. Fire!
Animamin, bemunashaleimal, bevias HaMashiach, animamin, bevias HaMashiach, bevias HaMashiach animamin.
That is the song. The same song that once burned upon my own lips, the miracle, and now is spread among my people and the living. The city where it came is no more. All is leveled, all that once stood, houses, trees, and men. But this I know. When the path seemed endless and as flaming fire beneath my feet, and I fell, I would hear that song. My own lips were singing it, my own lips, the song of the ghetto, Ani Ma'amin. And my heart took strength, and I rose again. And I knew I must live to reach my brother's land, so I might relate this tale and its wonder.
And now we present a talk by Rabbi Leon S. Lang of the Beth El Congregation. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Rabbi Lang.
There are few men and women who walk this earth for whom some fervent hope has not withered before the tyranny of circumstance. For millions, an inner voice of the soul called out, I believe, I believe. That voice of faith transformed a tragic failure into a glorious triumph of the Spirit. These faithful have ever declared, the breath of the Almighty giveth me life. Human progress without such faith would have been inconceivable. Reaching out for the infinite, man, in his mortal frailty and limitation at his very best, attains only the barest fragment of his objective. Faith and faith alone dispel the blinding fog of confusion and the hysteria of despair with which human frustration so often afflicts us. During the war, We have witnessed the martyr and the hero vanquish pain, torture, and death itself through this invulnerable faith. Without such redeeming faith, Israel should have perished long ago. This fate was implied in the stern logic of historic events, and yet, from Moses the Liberator to the fearless rabbi in the flaming cauldron of Warsaw, a force far more potent than logic enabled the Jew to survive humiliation, hate, and annihilation. Before the ineradicable conviction, the righteous liveth by his faith, every ruthless device of the destroyer was rendered powerless and defeated. Reading today of the wrangling arguments of world statesmen at Paris, we are deeply alarmed. Shall we find greater security in the defeatism of the cynic, the betrayal of the last hope of desperate, misery-laden, homeless Jews at the gates of Palestine, and deplorable violence in the Holy Land are a severe test of our faith? Shall we afford them more speedy relief through the panic of the coward and the doubts of the skeptic? No, indeed. Justice and freedom and enduring peace can be achieved only by stout hearts and resolute spirits. I believe is no death wail in the night. It is a brave and bold challenge to a new and better life. No path is closed, no hurdle too high, no foe too strong before such invincible faith in the ultimate realization of man's noblest ideals. Trust ye in the Lord, trust ye in his prophets, and ye shall prosper.
Thank you, Rabbi Lang.
Today's radio play, written by Norman Rustin, was based on the story I Believe by Yossel Ostrovitzer. It was translated for the May 1946 issue of Land and Life magazine by William Z. Spiegelman. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Cadens. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. The role of the Rebbe was played by Roger de Koven, and the narrator was Alexander Scorby. The entire production was under the direction of Ed Keene. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations presents The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's broadcast is the first in a special series of 4 programs presenting the most popular Eternal Light scripts written by Morton Wishengrad. Today, you will hear a repeat performance of Brandeis. Featured in the cast are Roger de Koven as Justice Brandeis and Barry Kroger as the narrator.
I have a story to tell you. But you cannot understand my story unless you understand this fact. And the fact is this. Every step you take toward the future leaves behind a footprint of the past. And there is no escape from the past. Nor should there be. For a man cannot escape his heritage. If it is good, he may redeem it, but no more. I know this. You must know it. In the year 1910, in the 54th year of his life, Louis Dembitz Brandeis knew it also. What are the things a man may not forget? I say to you that I may not forget that I am pursued by the Middle Ages like a neurotic haunted by a phantom dream. My days are warm with the memory of 3,000 years of civilization. But my sleep is fitful with the cry of 2,000 years of persecution. And both by day and by night, I am a Jew. And this is a fact sealed in my flesh like the covenant of Abraham. Now I shall tell you the story. On a day more than 35 years ago in the city of Boston, I sat in the offices of the firm of Brandeis, Dunbar, and Nutter and listened to a man with blue eyes talk to two visitors.
Mr. Kelly, what is your grievance? Why do the shoe workers threaten this strike against my client, Mr. Williams?
It's pretty simple, Mr. Brandeis. The men can't live on what they get.
Williams, is this true?
You're my lawyer, Brandeis. You know I pay my men $18 a week. For these times, it's not a bad wage.
We aren't denying that, Mr. Williams. It isn't a bad wage.
Oh, you do admit that, don't you?
We admit it, sure.
Then why do you want to strike?
We need more money, that's why.
Brandeis, I told you there was no point in asking him here. The workers are unreasonable, absolutely unreasonable.
Mr. Kelly, let's be clear about this. You admit that Mr. Williams pays a decent wage.
Highest in the business, sure.
Yet you want more. Aren't you being a little unfair?
No, sir. Ask him about the 2 long slack seasons when the men are laid off.
Are there slack seasons, Mr. Williams?
Why, naturally. It's a seasonal industry.
But we don't live seasonal. We live 52 weeks out of the year just the same as you. Average our fancy pay over the year, and what do we get?
Oh. Mr. Williams, I'd like your figures on seasonal layoff.
Look here, Brandeis. I'm a manufacturer, not a settlement house worker.
Well, don't you think Mr. Kelly has a point to what he's saying?
Then you tell him my point. You're my lawyer. I pay you, not him. Don't forget that little thing.
I haven't forgotten it, sir. But wouldn't it be a rather unfortunate thing for a lawyer to advocate something which he can't approve as a citizen?
Listen, I hired a lawyer, not a citizen.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Williams, when you hired me, you hired both.
Did I, though?
Mr. Williams, I think perhaps you did.
All right, Mr. Citizen. You just go right ahead and sit behind this desk. Me? I'm going out to get me a lawyer.
Well, Mr. Brandeis, you talk mighty funny for a conservative.
Funny? I don't think so. There was a time when the working relationship was between a master and servant. Today, it's between employer and employee. All I want is to make both employer and employee partners. Partners to a contract.
That's still pretty radical for Mr. Williams.
So are Isaiah and Amos, Mr. Kelly. That gives me an idea. Excuse me, Mr. Kelly.
Oh, go right ahead.
Yes, Mr. Brandeis.
Have you finished my holiday list?
Oh, yes, I have, sir.
Please add another item, will you? A book.
Of course, sir. For the children?
No, for Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Inscribe my compliments, and please send him a copy of the Bible.
Mr. Brandeis, we'll come right to the point. Whitman, suppose you do the talking.
All right, Abbott. Mr. Brandeis, a number of Boston businessmen have organized a committee. A committee that needs legal advice in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
I believe your firm represents the Great American Assurance Society?
Yes, we handle their local matters.
Do you know much about them, Mr. Brandeis?
A good deal. Why?
Abbott and I are policyholders. Pretty big policyholders. Abbott, tell Mr. Brandeis what you found.
Something pretty dirty. A few of the vice presidents have formed a syndicate. They're buying securities with Treasury funds.
Well, if the securities are sound, I don't see what's wrong.
Oh, the securities are sound enough. What's wrong, though, is that they're buying the securities for themselves.
Can you prove that?
Look at this. Sworn affidavits.
They're using other people's money, aren't they?
Brandeis, we know you represent the company. We're asking now if you want to represent us against the company.
Mr. Brandeis, if this embarrasses you as a lawyer, why, tell us.
It's embarrassing, all right. I'm embarrassed to be the company's lawyer.
Then you'll take this case?
I'll be glad to, Mr. Whitman.
Fine. We're prepared to give you a retainer of $10,000.
No, Mr. Whitman.
Well, they told us you were a good businessman. We'll make it $15,000.
You don't understand. I'll take the case, but without fee. This isn't a private matter, and I don't think I have a right to charge the public for my services.
We can afford to pay, Mr. Brandeis.
All right, Whitman, I'll take half of what you're getting from this.
Why, I'm getting nothing.
Good, I'll take half of that.
Mr. Brandeis, I think I know now why your friends call you a liberal.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Abbott, what do my enemies call me?
Why, what do you suppose, Mr. Brandeis?
You tell me.
Mr. Brandeis, they call you a Jew.
Louis Dembitz Brandeis smiled. To be called a Jew, it was amusing. Had not Uncle Louis Dembitz been one of the 3 men in 1860 to nominate Abraham Lincoln for president? Had not he himself, as a young man, sat at the feet of Emerson and Lowell? He was the man consulted by presidents, the friend of Oliver Wendell Holmes and William Allen White, and a college president called Woodrow Wilson. Yes, it was amusing to call this tall, slender, blue-eyed man a Jew. His synagogue was the court of law. His scriptures were legal precedents. His altar was social justice. Louis Brandeis smiled a puzzled smile and then dismissed the incident. But it kept recurring.
Congratulations, Mr. Brandeis. You certainly made them crawl back into the woodwork.
I believe I did, Mr. Whitman. There's a good deal of fun in being a public servant, isn't there?
Maybe. Well, anyhow, you got yourself some free publicity in the Tribune. Listen to this. Brandeis possesses the rare knowledge of knowing when to stop. When he has exasperated his opponents to the limit of their endurance, he grows gentler than a suckling dove. I'm sorry, Mr. Brandeis.
Quite all right, Mr. Whitman. Read on.
No, let's forget it.
Please, read the rest of it.
All right. Gentler than a suckling dove and more persuasive than a second-hand clothes dealer trying to sacrifice himself to give you a bargain. That's pretty low, Mr. Brandeis.
My friends call me a liberal, and apparently those who aren't my friends call me a Jew. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Whitman, I think I'll have to talk to my friend Filene about this. Filene, have you got a ready definition of a Jew?
What?
Yes, I seem to be in need of a definition.
Well, I don't know who the philosopher was, but someone is alleged to have said that a Jew is like everybody else, only more so.
Filene, I think I ought to meet some Jews.
Why, that's a real coincidence, Brandeis. How would you like to go to New York and arbitrate a garment workers' dispute?
I wouldn't. I've got my hands full fighting the railroad trust. What's the coincidence about the New York thing?
You've heard of the ILGWU. That's quite a mouthful. It stands for the International Ladies Garment Workers Union.
What about them?
The New York cloak makers are on strike. It happens that many of the workers and employers are Jewish.
Well,
that's your chance to find out something about the Jews. The situation shrieks for an arbitrator.
Might be interesting at that.
You call, Miss Brandeis?
Yes, please ask Mr. Dunbar if he wouldn't mind taking my notes and dictating the rest of my Ballinger Glavis brief. I'm going to New York.
What are you talking about?
You see, Mr. Brandeis, in the Union, it's a real democracy. Everybody wants to talk. Nobody wants to listen.
Mr. Dietz, if you have no objection, I'd like one of the shop chairmen to present the case.
Moskowitz, tell Mr. Brandeis.
It's very simple, Mr. Brandeis. All we want is a contract and union recognition.
I thought you were striking for higher wages and the elimination of sweatshop conditions.
Naturally. But the union comes first.
But suppose I were able to get an increase for you. Would you turn that down?
Look, Mr. Brandeis, my own boss, he isn't a bad fellow. He came to America on the same boat with me. But that doesn't make him Santa Claus. Today he feels generous, so he gives us a raise. Tomorrow his wife burns the coffee and he gives us a cut. Excuse me, Mr. Brandeis. We don't want favors. We want a union.
That's right. That's the consensus, Mr. Brandeis. You can tell that to the employers.
Mr. Brandeis, what the workers want is absolutely out of the question.
Then you refuse to sign a contract?
We refuse to recognize the union, period.
That's too bad. I'm afraid the strike will continue.
Between me and you, Mr. Brandeis, I don't want the others to hear this. Maybe if I were a worker, I'd continue the strike.
You?
Don't you think I was once a worker? Why do you think I became an employer? Conditions in this industry are terrible.
I'm really amazed. I thought I'd heard all the answers, but this one is absolutely new.
The trouble with you, Mr. Brandeis, is that you were born in Kentucky. I'll go back and tell those idiots they can strike until they're blue in the face. In Yiddish, there's another way to say it, but you tell it to them in English.
No, we'll stay out, Mr. Brandeis.
Look here, you can't. Some of your people are literally starving.
If it was just for hours and wages, we'd go back tomorrow. But this is a principle. When I was a young fellow in Kishinev, I used to study the Talmud. When I came to America, I found the word I studied. They call it democracy.
Is that what the Talmud is about, Mr. Moskowitz?
They call it something else. But that's what it's about. You know, Mr. Brandeis, it's a shame. A smart man like you should learn a little Hebrew.
I think it is a shame. Someday, perhaps someone like you should teach me.
Free of charge. If you want a small lesson, here it is. Look, I'm writing.
Mm-hmm.
That's Hebrew.
It looks like a dentist's chart.
It spells a word. I'll say it for you. Tzedek.
Tzedek. What does it mean?
Justice and righteousness. Now, here's another word. Tzedakah.
Tzedakah.
It comes from the word for justice.
I see.
And it means charity. Now, that's a wonderful thing, Mr. Brandeis. In the Hebrew language, the word for charity comes from the word that means justice and righteousness. Now, please go back to those fine bosses of ours and tell them for us a little less tzedakah and a little more tzedek.
Mr. Brandeis, don't believe anything that Moskowitz says. At night, he's studying to be a lawyer.
What is Mr. Moskowitz during the day?
He thinks he's an operator. Between you and me, he's a butcher. It'll be a fine day for my business when he gets his diploma.
What I can't understand is why your association refuses to negotiate. There's such an extraordinary amount of hostility on both sides, and yet there seems to be much kinship and understanding.
If only those idiots would be sensible.
That's what they want you employers to be, just sensible.
That's the trouble. You know something, Mr. Brandeis? When two people are enemies, it's not such a terrible tragedy. But when they're enemies because they both want the same thing, then it is a tragedy. Please, go back and see if you can talk some sense into those crazy lunatics.
Mr. Moskowitz, a wise man knows when to yield.
With the greatest satisfaction, Mr. Brandeis. Tell him Moskowitz says he can be a wise man. I give him the honor. Let him yield.
This is the most extraordinary strike I've ever known. It's like a passage from the Talmud with both sides trying to write a commentary.
Yes, Mr. Brandeis. You know, I have a little boy. Papa, he says, what's democracy? Sonny, I tell him, democracy is in the classroom, in the store where Mama buys tomatoes, in the Board of Aldermen, in the polling places. But for 10 hours a day, it's not in the shop. The boss doesn't have time for it. Please, Mr. Brandeis, tell the boss the shop is on East Broadway, East Broadway is in New York, and New York is still in America.
And so you see, I'm a little tired of being an intermediary. I've brought you both together.
Like old times, eh, Moskowitz?
The association has approved an increase. Hours will be cut. Shop sanitation will be improved. Mr. Moskowitz, I think these are generous concessions.
They are, Moskowitz. We're willing to do whatever we can.
What's the catch?
See? 1 year in law school, and he wants to know what's the catch. That's what they teach in law school.
Mister, I know you from the old country. What's the catch?
The association will yield on all demands except union recognition.
Well, of course. They want to build us a fine house. The only thing they don't want is that the house should have a foundation.
Moskowitz, don't be a stubborn mule.
Mr. Brandeis, he goes to the synagogue. Let him tell me if the words are only for Saturday or if he's supposed to practice them every day.
But he does see these things. I think he's making substantial concessions.
Of course.
It's a regular merry-go-round. We want a union. We want a contract. That comes first.
Mr. Moskowitz, I think you're right about this. I recognize it as a lawyer and as an American.
You can say also as a Jew.
On whose side are you arguing?
Since it's going to cost me money, I'll argue on both sides.
Then you're willing to come to terms?
Well, maybe. But first I'll have to talk to the other employers.
Good. It's not a pleasure to be on strike.
Listen, you Talmudist, you said enough. Mr. Brandeis, look at him. Do you think he's the only one who can speak a little Hebrew? Maybe I can quote a little, too. Sion b'mishpot tipodeh.
Sion b'mishpot tipodeh.
Don't break your teeth, Mr. Brandeis. Sion b'mishpot tipodeh. Zion will be redeemed through righteousness.
Moskowitz, with a head like yours, couldn't you be a better operator and not such a botcher?
There it is, gentlemen. This is the first collective agreement with enforcement machinery in it.
Yeah, it's a fine day's work.
Mr. Brandeis, it'll do for a start.
Gentlemen, I've learned something from you both. I'm 54 years old. All my life, I've worked for something I call justice, social justice. I came here with curiosity, and I found that beneath all the bickering and controversy and the passion, that there was something that preachers call brotherhood. And I found it expressed. Perhaps you may not accept this, but I found it expressed in terms of Judaism. For someone like myself who hardly considered himself a Jew, that means a good deal.
This was a beginning for Louis Dembitz Brandeis. In the 54th year of his life, an idea burgeoning in a great man's mind. A man thinking, applying the scientific method, mixing, compounding, testing the idea, formulating a concept in the crucible of his conscience. Truly, is not this the spark of divinity that makes man only slightly less than the angels? And because he was not a closet speculator, because he was a man of action, he made his decision.
Filene?
Yes?
I seem to have suddenly discovered a heritage.
Yes?
I want to be worthy of the Jewish name. It isn't wealth, it isn't station. No, nor honor, nor ambition, none of those things. It's like seeing a vision. Knowing that what is mean is not for us. Knowing that we must speak again for social justice and for righteousness, like Holmes. I would say that self-respect demands that we live not only honorably, but worthily.
But, Brandeis, this is what you've tried to be all your life.
Yes, as an American. All my life, I've heard people speak of Americanism and Judaism as separate from each other. I know now it's not so. Place the pattern of Americanism over Judaism. Filene, they match. Filene, a Jew is an American in the best, in the truest, in the deepest, richest sense of the word. And Filene, it makes me very proud.
What man alive has never held up a mirror to his own conscience and said to himself, "This is what I truly believe. These are the things I will not compromise. These are the banners I must carry."
Without them, I have no integrity. In the summer of 1910, these ideas came to Louis Dembitz Brandeis. The ideas came. He held them in the pan of his brain. He kneaded them like dough. He placed them in the oven of his heart to bake. And when months later a rabbi came to him and spoke of Palestine, Brandeis answered,
I am an American, Rabbi.
So am I. We are attempting to found a refuge in Palestine for Jews who have no other land. The Jews of Middle Europe and Eastern Europe.
Can I, as an American, support such a project?
Because you are an American, Mr. Brandeis.
Rabbi, I have begun to feel that to be a better American, I must become a better Jew.
Carry it further, Mr. Brandeis. I hold that to be a good Jew, you must help to fulfill the prophetic vision for the Holy Land.
Perhaps you're right, Rabbi. I shall have to consider it carefully. If Palestine is to have any validity, it cannot be just another small state, as a small duchy of Luxembourg or another Montenegro. It must have a purpose greater than nationalism.
Yes, it can have that. With the help of men like yourself, I know it must.
In the 58th year of his life, virtually in the hour when President Woodrow Wilson summoned him to the Supreme Court of the United States to take his place alongside Oliver Wendell Holmes, Louis Dembitz Brandeis, jurist, moralist, liberal, Jew, American, accepted the cause of Zionism and became its leader in America. And he spoke with the words of Ahad Ha'am.
I live for the sake of the perpetuation and happiness of the community of which I am a member. I die to make room for new individuals who will mold the community afresh. When the individual thus values the community as he values his own life and strives after its happiness as though it were his individual well-being, he finds satisfaction and no longer feels so keenly the bitterness of his individual existence, because he sees the end for which he lives and suffers. I am an American, and I have come to Zionism through Americanism. Let it be for what the prophets spoke. Let it be only that. Zion b'mishpat tipodeh. Zion will be redeemed through righteousness.
And now we take pleasure in presenting Dr. Judah Golden, Professor of Religion at the State University of Iowa. Rabbi Golden.
To do full justice to the life of Louis Brandeis, one ought to have at least legal training, because it was through the law that this man made his principal contribution. Yet laymen may also contemplate the meaning of Brandeis's life, for the elements which he adopted in his conception of law affect the life of every citizen. It would be silly to suggest that Brandeis considered the terms of the law unimportant. Nevertheless, the fact remains that to him law was an instrument and opportunity to serve mankind. When he was once asked for his services and told that he could fix his own salary, and it would have been considerable, Brandeis accepted the assignment but added, "I must decline to accept any salary for the reason that the burden of increased rates will ultimately be borne by the consumer through the increased cost of living, mainly of those least able to bear added burdens. Any aid I can render in preventing added burdens shall be unpaid service." Brandeis is remembered in this spirit. Here in Massachusetts, Governor Tobin recently wrote to President Louis Finkelstein of the Jewish Theological Seminary, "We have a very deep appreciation of the sterling character, the extraordinary ability, and the substantial achievements of the late Justice Brandeis. It was here that he first gained recognition for his knowledge of the law. Here he first manifested his zeal for public service. Here he pioneered in the establishment of a system of savings bank life insurance that has proved a blessing to tens of thousands of men, women, and children. Through contact with Jewish working men, Brandeis rediscovered sources of Jewish tradition, the passion for justice, defiance of brutality, love of learning, and hatred of cant. Inevitably for Brandeis, this rediscovery led to Zion, to his love for it, labor for it. For from Zion had come the prophets, from Zion had come sages, and into Zion his people were now prepared to pour all their strength and their dreams. No wonder that as Brandeis rose to speak for Zionism, his face shone, Mrs. Evans reports, with an inner light that transformed his whole being.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. You have just heard Brandeis, the first in a special series of 4 programs featuring the most popular Eternal Light scripts written by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Cadens. Cantor Robert H. Siegel was heard in the liturgical music. Barry Kroger was the narrator, and Roger De Koven appeared as Justice Brandeis. The entire production was under the direction of Ed King. This program has been a public service of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's story, written by Morton Wishengrad, deals with the struggle to remove civil and political disabilities in the state of Maryland during the second decade of the last century. Horace Braham is featured in the role of Thomas Kennedy.
Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast kept us in life and sustained us unto this day. A prayer of thanksgiving. Offer thanksgiving on this day for the uniqueness of America. Offer thanksgiving for the nameless heroes who took the words of the fine declarations and believed them and fought to make the word a deed. Offer thanksgiving to the memory of men who were not ashamed to be good, who sought no refuge in cynicism, who did not fear to stand alone. Listen, this is your story. 1818, the House of Delegates, Annapolis, Maryland, the clerk of the House.
Mr. Speaker,
I have the credentials of the elected member from Washington County.
Are they in order, Mr. Clerk?
They are, Mr. Speaker.
His name, if you please.
The Honorable Thomas Kennedy.
Come forward, Mr. Kennedy, and take the oath.
Do you, Thomas Kennedy, solemnly swear or affirm that you will protect and defend the Constitution of the state of Maryland?
I do.
Upon the true faith of a Christian?
Complete the oath, Mr. Kennedy.
I should like to, Mr. Speaker, but I'm rather troubled by the form of the oath.
I was not aware that there's anything in the oath to cause difficulty. Mr. Clerk, are you troubled?
Not at all, Mr. Speaker.
Well, proceed, then. Unless Mr. Kennedy is not a Christian.
Mr. Speaker, I was born in Scotland. The sect in which I was bred is the Presbyterian Church. I have no doubt a person may get to heaven that way.
We are gratified to hear you say that, Mr. Kennedy. But let us get on with the oath, shall we?
Mr. Speaker, Article 6 of the Constitution declares no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any public office or public trust under the United States.
You are asked to uphold the Constitution of the state of Maryland. I might inform the gentleman from Washington County that the Constitution of Maryland is older than the Constitution of the United States.
This oath of office makes it impossible for citizens who are not Christians to be seated here.
Mr. Kennedy, I was not aware that Jews and Mohammedans are numerous in your constituency.
Sir, is it the custom of this body to insult new delegates?
Not at all, Mr. Kennedy. I was merely making an observation.
There is not a single Jew resident in Washington County. In fact, I've not met a single Jew in Maryland.
Then in heaven's name, take the oath and be done.
Exactly, Mr. Kennedy. Take the oath and be done.
I cannot, Mr. Speaker.
Why not?
Because I'm an American and a Christian. Article 6, Mr. Speaker, of the United States Constitution, Chapter 25, verse 10 of the third book of the Bible. Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof.
Mr. Kennedy, I ask you again, do you swear to the oath?
You asked me to hold my hand on the Bible that declares the oath to be false and injurious.
Mr. Clerk, you will proceed with the next order of business. Mr. Kennedy does not take the oath. Mr. Kennedy is not a member of this legislature.
Incident in the House of Delegates in the town of Annapolis, Maryland, in the year 1818. But an incident that was not closed. It could not be closed, for a man called Jefferson had said, "We are not to expect to be translated from despotism to liberty in a feather bed." Jefferson said it, and Thomas Kennedy was of the party of Jefferson. The incident was not closed. Now, Thomas Kennedy received a visitor.
The name is Sullivan, Mr. Kennedy. Jeremiah T. Sullivan.
What can I do for you, sir?
Go back to the House of Delegates and take the oath.
Mr. Sullivan, I don't know why you came. I don't know who sent you, and I'll trouble you to mind your own business.
Spoken like a man. A fine temper like that, and you're not Irish. What a pity. You ask me to mind my own business?
I do, Mr. Sullivan.
This is my business. It wasn't so many years ago a Catholic couldn't sit in the House of Delegates. Did you know that now?
Yes, I do. What do you think I'm trying to do?
Kennedy, in Maryland before the Revolution, a Catholic, because he was a Catholic, paid twice the land tax. A Catholic servant from Ireland paid a tax of 20 shillings. If a Catholic man died, the law said that his children could be taken from the widow. You see, Mr. Kennedy, I'm minding my own business now.
It's not altogether clear, Mr. Sullivan.
I'm coming to the point. Why did it take so many years to change the law?
You tell me.
I'll do that. Because laws are written and changed in the legislature. You can't change a law when you don't sit in the legislature.
That's why you want me to take the oath?
That's why.
It's a good reason, Mr. Sullivan.
Think it over.
All right, Mr. Sullivan. I'll think it over.
Shake your hand now. Oh, one more thing.
Yes, Sullivan?
Kennedy. That's a fine name.
Thank you.
You sure now?
Sure? Sure of what?
Was it Scotland you really came from, and not Ireland, Kennedy? Are you sure?
Proceed, Mr. Clerk.
Do you, Thomas Kennedy, solemnly swear or affirm that you'll protect and defend the Constitution of the state of Maryland?
I do.
Upon the true faith of a Christian?
Upon the true faith of a Christian.
I congratulate you, Mr. Kennedy, on your good sense.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
I offer a resolution.
What is your resolution, Mr. Kennedy?
I offer a resolution calling for the appointment of a committee to consider placing all citizens on an equal footing in this state.
The gentleman from Washington County is entirely out of order.
If
Mr. Kennedy is not like Maryland, let him go back to Scotland.
The question is out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask you to put the resolution before the House.
Mr. Speaker, I move we adjourn.
I protest, sir. There is a question before the House. The motion to adjourn is out of order.
Mr. Kennedy, you are new in this body and entitled to your ignorance. I must inform you that a motion to adjourn is never out of order.
I rise and appoint a special privilege.
What is your point, Mr. Breckenridge?
I confess to a sense of shame. Mr. Speaker, gentlemen of the House of Delegates, we may abuse Mr. Kennedy here, but we abuse ourselves more. This is the legislature of the people of Maryland. Mr. Kennedy is entitled to an honorable hearing. He is entitled to our courtesy. He is entitled to every privilege of this legislature. I appeal to your sense of decency.
Mr. Speaker, motion to adjourn.
Now, the motion is to adjourn. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Only 2 for adjournment. Apparently, there's no need to call for the negative. The House of Delegates remains in session. Mr. Clerk, a roll call on the resolution.
The resolution carried. A first small step in a Maryland incident. A committee of 3 was appointed to report. On December 9th, 1818, Thomas Kennedy rose before the House of Delegates.
Your committee introduces a bill entitled An Act to Extend to Those Professing the Jewish Religion the Same Rights and Privileges that are enjoyed by Christians.
Incident in the Maryland legislature. And an incident which was not closed. The bill was defeated. Yes, Jefferson was right. We are not to expect to be translated from despotism to liberty in a feather bed. During the session of the legislature in the following year, once again, the bill was introduced. And once again, it was defeated. Kennedy and Breckenridge continued the work of the committee.
Mr. Kennedy, I believe you've already met Mr. Sullivan.
He's practically married to me, Mr. Breckenridge, and he can't forgive me because I'm not somebody else's wife.
Will you be seated, sir?
That I will.
Sullivan, Mr. Breckenridge tells me you're not happy over the bill that I've introduced.
You're right there. I don't like it.
Oh, you're a hard man to please, Sullivan.
It's the Dublin blood in me, I suppose.
I'm trying to remove the religious test, Sullivan. I thought that was what we both wanted.
Sure. But the bill does not remove the religious test.
Well, what in heaven's name does it do?
It substitutes tolerance for intolerance.
Good Lord. And is there anything wrong with that?
Sure.
How?
Tolerance is no virtue, Mr. Kennedy. A man tolerates the other fellow only when he thinks the other fellow is less than he is. I think tolerance is a rotten word.
Yeah. You have something there, Sullivan.
The Maryland legislature can't give me permission to worship God as a Catholic. That's spit clean in their eye. They can't give Breckenridge here permission to worship as an Episcopalian. And they can't give my good friend Captain Reuben Etting permission to worship as a Jew. Because when did the Maryland legislature last speak to God?
You're absolutely right, Sullivan. Now, what do you propose?
Take out the word Jew from your bill. Put the word all in its place.
Breckenridge, do you agree?
You'd better go slow, Kennedy. You'll be attacked as irreligious.
I won't let them. Religion's in my bones. It's in the Declaration of Independence. It's in the American Constitution. Breckenridge, I'm a religious man. Government without the spirit of religion is like a bird without wings. But by heaven, we're not going to allow the legislature to make a political club out of religion.
Kennedy, now don't be deceiving a believing man. Are you sure it's Scotland you came from? Now don't be deceiving a believing man. Are you sure it's Scotland you came from?
Thomas Kennedy amended his bill. For the third time, the bill came before the House of Delegates, and for the third time, the bill was defeated. Then Thomas Kennedy returned to Washington County to stand for re-election, and now he was a marked man.
I tell you, Tom Kennedy wants to strike from our laws the last protection of true religion. This bill is a spawn of the devil. That's what it is. Where does he come from? Scotland, a country flooded with infidels. And I'll tell you where he's not going. He's not going back to the legislature. Good for you, Galloway. Get them both barrels. I tell the people of Washington County, I tell you, Tom Kennedy is half Jew, and the other half ain't Christian. Shut up, Galloway. Oh, shucks, I don't mind that. He's Kennedy's man. And what do you expect from a pig but a grunt?
He's not my man, Galloway. I don't need anyone to talk for me. Mr. Gabby, you can put down that shotgun. I got no weapons on me. You too, Joe Merrick. Seems to me our state has been advancing backwards for a long time. We seem to get one day older and 2 days worse.
Kennedy, I don't like you, and I don't like your bill.
Mr. Galloway, that's your inalienable right as an American.
Now, get out.
I'll say what I have to first.
I say, get out.
Let him talk, Galloway.
Thank you. I want you to understand that I'm against the religious test because I'm an American. That test reminds me that I'm a Protestant and that another man's a Catholic. That test divides us. That test justifies the Massachusetts Puritans who drove out the Quakers. That test justifies the Virginia bigots who drove out the Catholics.
Are you done, Mr. Kennedy?
No, I'm not done. Galloway, go home and pick up your Bible and show me one word in it that justifies the proscription of any man because of his religious sentiments.
Kennedy, don't tell me to read the Bible.
Galloway, at Christmas time, you say goodwill to men. To what men? Galloway, it's either to all men or to no men.
Kennedy, now we've heard enough.
No, you haven't. You can't take a religion which flames with justice and make it an excuse for bigotry. You can't use it to cover the narrowness of your own hearts. All right, Galloway, it's your meeting.
Washington County voted, and Thomas Kennedy was defeated for re-election. But in the other counties of Maryland, there were also changes. From Frederick County and Montgomery, from Carroll and Prince George counties, from Calvert and St. Mary's and Dorchester counties, there were new faces in the House of Delegates. For 1 year, Thomas Kennedy remained at home and carried the fight to his own constituency.
Kennedy, there's a new speaker in the House. They say he wants you back.
I'll be back. Come on, we've got work. I read to you from the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Kennedy, what's Jefferson got to do with it?
Listen, our civil rights have no dependence on our religious professions any more than our opinions in physics or geometry. People of Washington County, we've got to prove to the whole world that it's wrong for men to have only enough religion to hate.
The citizens of Washington County returned Thomas Kennedy to the Maryland legislature. Once again, he stood before the Speaker's table in the House of Delegates.
I speak as an American citizen. I beg leave only to remind this House that the honors of office in our republic are not assumed, but conferred. Not usurped, but bestowed by popular confidence. I say to you that to disqualify any class of citizens is for the people to disqualify themselves. This same principle of disqualification stains nations, tramples the charities of life, places arms in the hands of men for bloody war.
Mr. Kennedy, it is not expedient to make innovations in the Constitution of Maryland.
Sir, that is the language of prejudice. The American people were an innovation. The sun that shines each day is innovation.
I am not convinced. Mr. Speaker, I say to the gentleman from Washington County that no man has a right to complain of being excluded from office if he does not conform to the prevailing religious sentiment of the state.
Answer that, Kennedy.
I do. What sort of God do you worship? Is the God you worship a fool? Does the smell of your persecution rise up to him as incense? I tell you again, opinion should be answered by opinion. Religion is the opinion of a man's conscience. The interposition of the state in matters of opinion is improper.
All right, Kennedy. Suppose we do exercise a compulsion. It's mild enough. We don't molest anyone.
It's not the degree of compulsion, sir, which renders it improper. The act of interposing your authority is improper. Religion is a matter between man and his God. Gentlemen, this is the right of conscience, which is so badly understood throughout the world, which I regret to say is so little understood here.
Gentlemen, this debate has taken up too much of the legislature's time.
Sir, the only way to close the debate is to vote for the bill.
Call the question, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, the bill before the House of Delegates is to amend the Constitution by extending to all the citizens of Maryland the same civil rights and religious privileges that are enjoyed by all under the Constitution of the United States. Mr. Clerk, you may proceed with a roll call. Gentlemen, the question. Shall we pass the bill?
Harris?
No.
Gant?
No.
Garner?
No.
Grubb?
No.
Dalrymple?
Yes.
Hewlett?
No.
Kilgore?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Banning?
No.
Hawkins?
Yes.
Wells?
Yes.
Estep?
Yes.
Brooke?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Chapman?
Yes.
Sims?
Yes.
Rogerson?
Yes.
February 26, 1826. Thomas Kennedy's bill carried by the Maryland House of Delegates. Incident in the history of the American people. But the incident is not closed. The incident never closes. Every generation must make its own fight for freedom. Every generation in every age.
Lord, who shall dwell in thy tabernacle? Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Even he that hath clean hands and a pure heart, he shall receive the blessing from the Lord.
A prayer of thanksgiving. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast kept us in life and sustained us unto this day. Yes, a prayer of thanksgiving.
And now we present Rabbi Henry A. Shore of Temple Adath Israel, Bronx, New York.
In connection with the program you have just heard, Governor Herbert R. O'Connor of Maryland has written the following. Religious tolerance was the very basis of the Maryland way of life. That there would be many in Maryland, even in colonial times, who felt as deeply on the subject as did Mr. Kennedy was only to be expected. Religious tolerance was the inspiration of the Maryland founding fathers, who first proclaimed to all the world freedom of the individual conscience. Marylanders of every age have taken pride in the fact that the principles laid down by Maryland's colonists first struck that sacred fire of tolerance, which later, in the hallowed American Constitution, was to blaze forth as a beacon light of hope for all the world to see. Governor O'Connor's remarks may be extended beyond the borders of his own state of Maryland. America is more than a great continent with happy homes and inexhaustible resources of riches and power and beauty. America is a radiant hope, an ecstatic vision, a sacrificial will, a valiant way of life. Overleaping the human barriers of race and creed, class and color, America is essentially a challenging faith in the brotherhood of man. Drawing their inspiration from the Holy Bible, the builders of our nation laid enduring foundations for a free and democratic society, which would serve as a pattern for a prejudice-cursed and tyranny-ridden world. Divine providence guided to these shores men and women of every nationality and belief. The Anglo-Saxon, the Teuton, the Celt, the Latin, the Slav, the Hebrew, all seeking in the New World the way to more abundant freedom and happiness, brotherhood and goodwill. The immortal names of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, Wilson, Roosevelt are enshrined in the history and tradition of America. But equally significant has been the courage, the faith, and the sacrifice of the nameless citizens who, like Thomas Kennedy and Jeremiah Sullivan in the story so effectively dramatized on this program, fought unwearyingly against prejudice, ignorance, selfishness, and partisanship. Every one of us, wherever we may be and whatever our station in life, can find daily opportunities lying close at hand in our home, in church, in school, at work and at play, to bear sincere and eager testimony to our American faith in the brotherhood of man, which alone can unite our nation and assure for our people security and contentment. At this very hour, the statesmen of the United Nations are met for the supreme task of hammering out a peace that will, at long last, liberate the children of men from the fear and horror and tragedy of war. Such a peace can be achieved and maintained only as men and nations learn to work together for liberty and justice for all. We pray with all our hearts that God grant our beloved America the wisdom and the will, as she has the supreme opportunity to lead mankind through darkness to the light and through suffering to rejoicing.
Thank you, Rabbi Shore. Eternal Light is written by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Featured as Thomas Kennedy was Horace Braham. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music, and the entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you each week at this time under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's broadcast is the third in a special series of 4 programs presenting the most popular Eternal Light scripts written by Morton Wishengrad. You will hear a repeat performance of Lillian Wald, starring the distinguished actress Jane Cowell as Lillian Wald.
This is the story of a nurse. It is also the story of a word, the Hebrew word, which stands equally with truth and equally with justice. The word, tzedakah, charity. It is a story of how in the month of March, 1893, there came to the Lower East Side of New York City, to the crowded tenements and the swarming immigrants, the tzedakah of Lillian Wald.
Can you tell me...
Hey, Ma! Hey, Ma!
Little boy, can you tell me where I can
Ma,
find...
throw me down a piece of bread and butter right away, Ma!
Oh, little boy, all I want to know...
My name's Vasilevsky.
Oh, how do you do? Mine's Lillian Wald. Can you tell me...
Did you hear me, Ma? Throw me down a piece of bread and butter!
My friend Vasilevsky, will you please direct me to number 13 Essex
Holy
Street?
cat lady, there's a fight down the corner. Hey, Ma, never mind a piece of bread and butter. I'm busy!
But please, little boy, I'm a nurse. Just tell me...
Sock 'em, pony, sock 'em!
But number 13 Essex
Do me a favor, Noise. Hold something for me.
Oh, my friend Vasilevsky, number 13 Essex
Round the
Street.
corner past the saloon. You can't miss it. Hold this for me, Noise.
Well, yeah, what is it? Little boy... Oh, Vasilevsky, what did you give me?
Hold it careful, lady. It's me glass eye.
If there be among you a needy man, one of thy brethren, thou shalt surely open thy hand unto him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wanteth. Introduction to life. On a day in March 1893, Lillian Wald climbed 5 dingy flights of stairs to assist a woman in the delivery of her 9th child. Lillian Wald climbed down those 5 flights and did not know it, but something had touched her forehead.
Okay, Wald. Say it again, but say it slowly.
There's nothing to say, Brewster. Tenements, bedclothing airing in the windows, uncovered garbage cans, children fighting in the streets, push carts, people, millions of people, sick and dying, and so used to darkness they blink in the sunlight.
So that's where you're going?
That's where, Brewster.
And naturally, Lillian Wald knows what she's doing.
No, I don't, Brewster.
That's good. I hate people who are sure. Why don't you stay at the college? You and me, well, we're going to be a couple of the finest lady doctors New York ever saw.
But I've already told the dean that I've quit.
Well, if we can't be lady doctors, we're still a couple of middling fair graduate nurses, aren't we?
Oh, Brewster, you're not.
I am. If you're going to live down in the Lower East Side, so is friend Brewster.
Oh, my dear. Oh, you don't know what you're in for.
Miss Wald, Elder Brewster of the Mayflower was my ancestor. Stubborn people, these Brewsters.
Oh, no, we can't laugh about it. We mustn't. I was there one day, just one day. Brewster, did you ever hear the cry of a hungry child? Did you ever see a father trembling because he was half-starved, because he had to give his food to his children? Well, I saw it. I delivered a baby in a tenement room where 10 people sleep at night. I saw the furniture they were breaking up for firewood.
I didn't know it was as bad as that.
It's bad. Yes, it's bad. And it's wonderful. Oh, my dear, the clothes they wore were thin and patched. There wasn't a chair to sit on, but the rotten wood of the floor was scrubbed clean. The clean, rotten floors of the hungry tenements. Brewster, that's why I'm going.
All day, nurse. Like that, he cries all day.
Well, Mrs. Mendelssohn, his temperature is 105 degrees.
I boiled the water to drink, like you tell me.
I brought some alcohol. Rub him down with that every hour.
Yes, I rub him down. At nighttime, when he sleeps, I bend over my ear to his mouth. He sleeps so still, nurse, so terrible still.
Oh, Mrs. Mendelssohn, Miss Brewster and I are only nurses. Your baby needs a doctor.
Yes, nurse.
What's wrong, Mrs. Mendelssohn?
$10 a month, nurse. That's what my man brings in. $6.50 is for rent. $3.50 is for the table.
Well, but I know a fine doctor. And don't worry about the money.
No, Miss Wald. Not my baby.
Oh, but he's a famous specialist, Mrs. Mendelssohn.
No, Miss Wald. If you say he must be fine doctor. But many babies he sees, yes? So many babies. This one to the fine doctor. This one will be only a number. A nurse, he is my baby.
Well, all right. Give him the medicine I'm leaving. If he spits up the powder, give it to him again.
You will come tomorrow?
Yes, every day.
Oh, God bless you. Miss Wald, the people here, all the people, to you and Miss Brewster, we have the feeling... I'm an ignorant woman. I can't say the words good. But the way we feel to you, Miss Wald, it is not something a person can take away in his pocket.
The children baked in the kitchen, like you say, Miss Wald.
Yeah, that's good, Mr. Brobitsky.
Miss Wald, a fine lady like you should not have to do this thing.
Just hand me her hairbrush, would you please? And I'm afraid I'll need some more warm water in the basin.
Not for you to do, Miss Wald.
Oh, sit with your children, Mr. Brobitsky.
You see, I do not even cry. Who am I that I should cry? Am I the only one? Please, you will let me stay.
All right.
So many times you came. We never thanked you.
Her comb, please.
Yes. You have put curtains up in this room. It's nice. Yes, Miss Wald. It's nice.
And the basin of water, please. Yes, thank you, Mr. Babitsky. Her hair's brushed, and she'll be clean soon.
Meis mitzvah.
Is that Hebrew?
Yes, the words are Hebrew.
When I was a girl, I learned some Hebrew words. I wish I could remember.
Some people remember words, but you do not forget the meaning of the words.
In a few minutes, you can call the children.
They will see their mother clean, her hair combed.
Yes, that's good, isn't it?
Yes, it's good. For the last time, they will see her. And because of you, they will remember her clean. It's very good.
Hey, Ma, throw me down a piece of bread and butter. Hello, nice.
Oh, good morning, Vasilevsky. Hey, don't you have a first name?
Nah.
Oh, of course you have.
Hey, Ma, throw down 2 pieces, one for nice. Hey, Ma, for her with chicken fat.
No, thanks.
Ah, that's all right. Since you came, Ma wraps it 6 times in paper. I'm learning sanitation.
Well, how does your new eye feel?
Oh, better than the old one. I like the color better. Next week I'm getting a job. I'll pay you back.
Oh, Vasilevsky, you're too little to work.
On Hester Street, nobody's too little to work.
It's a very fine day, eh, Miss Wald, eh, Vasilevsky?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Colucci. Vasilevsky, say good morning to the street cleaner. Come on.
Hi, Colucci. How's business? Picking up?
Oh, Vasilevsky.
Hey, sock him, Tony. Sock him again, Tony. Here, Noise, hold me eye. Leave a little for me, Tony. Sock him, kid. Leave a little for me.
Oh, you mustn't mind him, Mr. Colucci.
Him? He gonna fight with my boy. Tony's mine. They fight together. Good boy.
Oh, I wish there was a place where they could play instead of street fighting.
Sure. Here, many things are bad. Terrible. In Italy, nurse, they say, Colucci, where you go? To promised land, I say.
Yes, I know.
Hey, I'm a Colucci, street cleaner. In Italy, me, Colucci, I read Dante. Here I find Dante, l'inferno. Per me si va nella città dolente. Per me si va nell'eterno dolore. Per me si va tra la perduta gente. Sì, signorina, la perduta gente. Lost people. Tenement, signorina. No air, no light. Live like animals. Filthy, dirty bambini, they die. L'inferno. Excuse, signorina. Better, Colucci, stop the talk. Better to take the broom and sweep up.
Better to take the broom and sweep up. The Lower East Side, 1895, and it's Tzedakah of Lillian Wald. The tzedakah, the word charity, derived from the word tzedek, justice and righteousness. And the charity of Lillian Wald, even as the righteousness of Isaiah, is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh. For Lillian Wald, there was only the immediate task, and Miss Brewster laughed.
Definition. Lillian Wald is a state of energy surrounded by street cleaners, children with running noses, pushcart peddlers, street corner loafers, crying babies, and the affection of the East Side.
Oh, you're tired, Brewster, aren't you?
I guess so.
Yes, that's what I thought. Look, Brewster, I've got the constitution of a horse. I wake up at all hours, climb stairs. Why, I'm getting fat on it. But not you.
I know. I hate to quit now.
But you have to. don't you, Brewster?
Lillian, what are you going to do?
Do you know Jacob Schiff?
He's very rich, isn't he?
Oh, I saw a house on Henry Street. 265 Henry Street. Maybe with Mr. Schiff and Mrs. John Crosby Brown and Mrs. Solomon Loeb and some others, maybe I can get that house on Henry Street. And instead of 2 nurses, 10 nurses, maybe more.
Of course. And perhaps a backyard for the children to play in. Why don't you talk to Mr. Schiff?
Brewster, where's my hat? I'm on my way. Mr. Schiff, 1.5 million human beings are crowded in an area no bigger than a Kansas farm. There's tuberculosis, typhoid, diphtheria, and every disease in the book. Fires break out every day because of the overcrowding. The death rate is 26 per 1,000.
You think it's your duty to make it better?
Oh, I don't know what duty means. I haven't time for abstractions. I want to do the next thing that has to be done.
You'll wind up with a settlement house.
I want a nursing service, Mr. Schiff.
The Henry Street nurses?
Yes.
I like that. But one thing, there must be no labels. Everyone must be helped.
Oh, well, there are no labels, Mr. Schiff. There are only people.
Lillian Wald, you speak like a Talmudist. That's fine. I'll talk to Mrs. Brown. I think we can manage that house on Henry Street.
In 1895, the house on Henry Street was opened. And almost from the first day, it was more than a house. Here, Vasilevsky and Tony studied their homework. Here, Mr. Bobritsky brought his children to celebrate the Jewish festival of Sukkot. And here, Frederick, the Negro janitor, opened his folding chairs and made a house of worship for his people.
Oh, Miss Wald, ma'am, is it all right for me to set up a meeting house here?
Well, of course, Frederick. What denomination are you? Not that it makes any difference.
Well, ma'am, I'm ecclesiastical and loose. We just pray to God, that's all. And I got me a sermon, too.
Have you, Frederick?
Yes, ma'am. They'll sit in them chairs, and I'll stand up. And I'll say, brethren, and sisters, this is just a simple church meeting house. But we never would have had it without Miss Wald. But it's ours, and I'm glad to see you all here. Now, I didn't ask the President of the United States to come, for he wouldn't have come. I didn't ask the governor of New York to come, for he wouldn't have come. I didn't ask the mayor to come, for he's busy with other things. But I did ask the Lord to come. And brethren and sisters, he's here.
Well, Miss Wald, there's a little boy outside who tells me we've got a flourishing settlement house.
Yes, that must be Vasilevsky, Mr. Schiff. I asked him to mail a letter for me. He walked 2 miles and delivered the letter himself. Then he licked the stamp off and gave it back to me.
Well, I expected people to see you are just ashamed to be anything else but good, Miss Wald. Now, what's this trouble you have?
The needle workers.
What about them?
Oh, Mr. Schiff, I know what they earn. They can't support their families. Now they're talking work stoppage. Oh, there's going to be starvation here.
That must not happen.
Oh, that's why I called you. You know some of the employers. Bring them here. Let's try to talk it over.
Do you know something, Miss Wald?
What, Mr. Schiff?
I've heard some people say that a settlement house is a place to teach poor people to eat with forks, but you seem to be different. You want to put food on the forks. I'll ask a few gentlemen to come, but I don't know that they'll like it.
Mr. Cooper, don't you see the problem?
Miss Wald, Mr. Schiff asked me to come. I came. Now I'm going.
Cooper, you don't lose anything by staying and talking to Miss Wald.
Schiff, you see this watch? Every hour that passes costs me $10.
That's more than Mr. Brobitsky earns in a week.
Yes, well, I don't know the gentleman, Miss Wald. I dare say it's no more than he deserves.
Mr. Cooper, Look out of that window.
What for?
Look out, Mr. Cooper, and tell me what you see.
Is this a game? I see some people.
Good. Now look in this mirror, the one above the table. What do you see there?
What is this nonsense? Why, I see myself, of course.
Of course. The window is glass, and the mirror is glass. But just because the mirror is covered with a bit of silver, you stop seeing people and see only yourself.
Look here. What can I do about it? Business is business. It's a question of supply and demand.
It's a question of people who haven't enough to live on.
It's supply and demand, Miss Wall. I pay what the industry pays. Still...
Yes?
I know the men get very little. I'll tell you what I'll do.
We're listening, Mr. Cooper.
If what I pay them out of my business pocket isn't enough, well, I'll help with relief out of my charity pocket.
Mr. Cooper, I've been in homes where people pawn their furniture down to the last stick so they can pay us even 5 cents for our service. They insist on paying, even a penny, because they don't want charity. Not ours, and not yours.
Cooper, our whole world falls apart if we forget certain things.
Well, I don't know.
No, of course you know.
Do I, Schiff?
A verse in Amos. You read it in English, I read it in Hebrew. My friend Dolan reads it in Latin. But the labels disappear and words mean the same. Will two walk together except they have agreed? Will a bird fall in a snare upon the earth where there is no lure for it? That's what this house means. Two people who walk together and are agreed. Cooper, please think it over. I know you'll change your mind.
Happy years for Lillian Wald, seeing beyond the charity of almsgiving into the charity of justice. Now she understood the words of the psalmist. Happy is he that considereth the poor. And this consideration led her through the dingy tenements, past the coughing children playing amid the refuse of the slums, past the squalor of lives ground down by poverty, to the halls of the legislatures. And an American nurse sat modestly in her seat and waited to be heard.
Speaking now for the housing measure, Miss Lillian Wald. Miss Wald, have you any additional statistics?
No, sir. I don't understand statistics. For every number, read a human being. For every tenement on your list, read a place where people live. Read toilets in the backyard. Read sickness. Oh, let's not talk of mankind or of society. I don't know what they mean. Talk of a boy called Vasilevsky growing up in the gutter.
Miss Wald, we want facts, not emotion.
You can't squeeze emotion out of facts. Sir, I'm presenting facts.
All you've told us it isn't good to be poor.
Sir, I'm telling you it's dangerous to be poor.
To the poor, yes.
To you, sir. In the tenements, consumptive women manufacture cigarettes. They lick the cigarette papers with consumptive lips. You smoke, sir. It seems to me that I'm presenting a fact. And right now, you're suffering from an emotion. Oh, gentlemen, I haven't come here to scare you. It's our religious duty to build homes for our people, to give work to our people, to give them decent pay for that work, and the leisure to discover a world that isn't just work and eat and sleep. I hope you'll excuse me. I've talked too much. Once a very wise street cleaner I knew said to me, Calucci talked too much. Better to take the broom and sweep the street.
Nice, you've done a good job. I'm going to do something for you.
Are you?
Sure. I'll tell my ma to throw you down a piece of bread and butter. In wax paper.
No, Vasilevsky. But if you want to do something for me, just tell me your first name.
Nah.
Please?
Me mother was a patriot.
Well, that's fine, but what did she call you, Vasilevsky?
Vasilevsky.
No. Your first name.
Don't laugh, Noise, or I'll murder you. She called me Washington.
Well, that's a wonderful name.
Yeah? Go ahead, say it. I dare you.
Washington. I'm so sorry.
See what I mean? Goodbye, Miss Wald.
Goodbye, Vasilevsky.
I get close. Reservation. Get close. Reservation. I get close.
The slums of Lillian Wald are nearly vanished, but the house on Henry Street still stands, and the nurses still go among the remaining tenements of New York and carry to the sick and to the needy the tzedakah of Lillian Wald. Tzedakah, the Hebrew word for charity, and the word that is greater than charity, the word righteousness.
We now present Mr. Louis M. Loeb of New York City, chairman of the current campaign of the Federation of Jewish Philanthropies. Mr. Loeb.
Rarely in these post-war days can one speak of progress without some misgivings. Yet I shall talk of progress, of a true progress which has developed since the days when Lillian Wald dreamed her dreams in the New York slums. The extremes of human misery have been rolled back. In our community, few people starve and none freeze. But the progress I see does not lie in this alone. We have moved forward from the practice of personal charity to the concept of community goodwill. Today, philanthropy is the organized expression of a community. It is not content to stay its hand after bare survival has been had. It presses onward instead to ensure so far as possible the well-being and the dignity of those it serves. To support her work, Lillian Wald appealed to Jacob Schiff and Mrs. Solomon Loeb. In those days, philanthropy was the prerogative of the millionaire. Today, philanthropy is no longer the privilege of the few. Rather, it is the duty of the many. Today, that same call to social responsibility, which Jews hear ringing in the voices of the Old Testament prophets, is answered by Jews throughout the nation by the creation and the support of innumerable community-serving institutions. Those institutions are known to you. You have encountered them in your daily lives. They include hospitals, community centers, child care and guidance agencies, homes for the aged, a great and penetrating network of organizations designed to aid men in the pursuit of happiness and of decent living. We have heard how Lillian Wald struggled for the people of the East Side without the aid of such institutions, of how difficult and often hopeless her task was, of how she was led to perceive the absolute need of that organized kindliness which today I have referred to for the proof of progress. Remembering her story, I wonder what Lillian Wald's reaction would be if she could be with us today to see the evidences of the new philanthropy. I can imagine the inspired and wonderful delight which would lighten the face of that noble woman. Certainly she would tell us that we, the Jews of America, have chosen the right way and urge us at all cost to continue in that way.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb. Today's story was entitled Lillian Wald, the third in a special series of 4 programs featuring the most popular Eternal Light scripts written by Morton Wishingrad. Miss Jane Cowell was starred as Lillian Wald. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Katins. Cantor Robert H. Siegel was heard in the liturgical music. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The eternal life. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our play today, entitled Chronicle of the Dead, was written for radio by Milton Wayne and is based on the book Experiment E by Leon Chalet. Featured in the cast is Juano Hernandez, is prisoner number 9335.
The greatest and strangest criminal trial in history is ended. The 284 long days of prosecution and defense are over. On Monday next, in the International Palace of Justice in Nuremberg, Germany, 21 Nazi leaders will stand to receive the verdict of the world. The charge is murder.
Chronicle of the Dead was one item in the massed, blood-drenched pages of accusation.
The prisoner, Jew, number 9335, Block 38, Wing A, Sachsenhausen concentration camp, reports himself present.
Your name, sir?
My name? Yes, I had a name, and it was taken from me. And now I have it again. Chalet, Your Honor. Chaim Leib Chalet.
Come forward and be seated, Herr Chalet.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have testimony to present before this world court.
This is the fulfillment of a vow. From the moment of my arrival in Sachsenhausen, I resolved that I would remember everything. If I ever would escape, I would tell what I had seen. I lived for this day of reckoning. I ask that what I have to tell be cast into the balance.
You may begin your testimony.
What I have to tell is not only of beatings and tortures and murders, for of these matters you have heard much and often, but I wish to tell also of what men can and cannot do when they must do something or die, of what men can bear when their spirit and faith are strong. I shall begin. It was August 1939. The shadow of war lay over Berlin. In wartime, every man belongs in his home. My home was Poland. On the morning of Saturday, August 26th, I went to the Polish consulate. My daughter Gucia was with me. The waiting room was filled with anxiety. For a long time, no one paid any attention to us. Then a minor official came in. Each word was an effort.
Everyone must act according to his own judgment. The situation is very grave. But that is all I can say.
Silently, we left the consulate.
Father, what do you think?
Think about what, Gucia?
The evening train for Warsaw?
It may not get across the frontier. Goebbels has stirred up the people against the Polish atrocities.
And if we stay here, we'll be interned.
We had too much faith that there would be peace. Our friends who left last week were right.
Father, there's still a way out. We can fly to London.
A dream, my daughter.
Why?
Because we have no English visas. The British consulate has been closed for several days.
But, Father, yesterday Poland and England concluded a defensive alliance. And we do have passports.
For Poland, not for England.
I know, Father, but do you think that England will turn away Poles cut off from their own country?
Yes, there is a frail hope.
A real hope. You have been to England many times. You have done business there. And even if they don't let us stay, we can get to Poland by way of Scandinavia. Father, you must go for airplane tickets at once.
On Sunday, August 27th, at 6 p.m., I flew from Berlin to England. The English immigration officers ordered me sent back to Germany. On Monday, August 28th, at 2:30 p.m., in the same plane, I landed back in Berlin again. For 3 days, I was held in jail and questioned over and over again. On the fourth day, Thursday, August 31st, at 4 p.m., I was released. In the gray dawn that followed, Hitler's armies attacked Poland. My daughter Gucia and I became enemy aliens. And on September 13th at 5:30 a.m., I was arrested. At 7:30, the Poles who had been rounded up were taken from the police station and packed into a truck. The police assisted with truncheons and rifle butts. Around the truck stood a crowd of women and working men and children from a nearby school. In the front row stood Gucia. When she saw me in the truck, she dodged around the policeman and ran up close.
Head high, Papa.
The truck began to move. As we drove down the street, I heard her voice again.
Head high, Papa. Do you hear me? Head high.
At the Oranienburg station, we were clubbed out of the train. The road to the concentration camp was 2 miles long, strewn with our dead and injured. Patrol cars gathered up the victims. Dead or alive, the total number of prisoners had to be delivered. In Germany, order prevailed.
The prisoners are all accounted for?
Ja, Herr Kommandant.
Good. I shall bid them welcome. I must commend you, Friedrich. The corpses are piled most neatly.
Thank you, Herr Kommandant.
Yes, indeed. Ruthless, but neat. Swine, here in Sachsenhausen, you are not in a penitentiary or a prison. You're in a place of instruction. Order and discipline are here the highest law. If you ever want to see freedom again, you must submit to severe training. Here there's no compromise, no mercy. Here we sweep with an iron broom. Dismissed.
We were clubbed to our barracks. 30 graves in a cemetery occupy the same space which, in our barracks, was assigned to 165 living men. That night, the block Führers visited us. They were armed with steel rods and clubs and boards. 7 men died that night, our first in Sachsenhausen.
Stop that crying. Don't be martyrs. Don't let them break your spirit.
If we had any spirit, we'd take our own lives.
No, that's what they want. Not our lives, because then they could have shot us against the wall.
There are dead men in this room. You saw them die.
The Nazis want the pleasure of torturing us, of gloating over our pain, of watching our spirits break.
I can't see in this darkness, comrade, but you're right. Although we are victims every day, we must not offer ourselves as victims. We must not give up our hope. Hope is the greatest treasure a man possesses. Faith in God is the key to it. Enough of tears, comrades, enough.
At evening roll call the next day, the Blockführers and the ranking SS officers came to look over the Polish assassins. They commented with pleasure on our bloody faces. Then began the torture that drew no blood.
Which of you is a rabbi? What? Is there no rabbi among you? Room senior, which of these swine is a rabbi?
I don't know, Herr Blockführer.
All right, then. There's no rabbi here. But if I find out that you've lied, we'll make short work of you. Which of you has ever been in prison? Now speak up and tell the reason.
Embezzlement, Herr Blockführer. An automobile accident, Herr Blockführer.
Of course you know that all Poles are criminals, don't you?
We held our breath. Our throats went dry with fear. The stillness was uncanny. The Blockführer waited motionless. Suddenly he raised both fists.
What? You won't answer, you swine, you dog, scum?
In each of us, pride struggled with the instinct of self-preservation. In a few moments, they would leap and trample us beneath their boots.
Answer me! Jawohl! All of you answer!
Jawohl! All the shame and torture that had been inflicted on us, all our misery, all our anguish, found release in that cry.
Now all of you repeat 3 times. All Poles are criminals. Together and loud!
The law of the concentration camp was all for one. If we did not answer, the punishment would fall on all 3 Polish blocks, on some 800 human beings. As if each of us had arrived at the same conclusion, the cry rang through the camp.
All Poles are criminals. All Poles are criminals. All Poles are criminals.
Finally, we were hounded back into the barrack. It was pitch dark. We found our straw sacks and laid them out on the floor. It was too late for bread and soup. Each groped his way to his own place. The day had been hot, and now the air in the barrack was close and oppressive. The room was so crowded that we had to lie on our sides, our bodies pressed against each other. Sweat, breath, and body smells mixed together, but all the windows and doors remained tightly shut. We were too tired to moan or weep. There was a blessed stillness in that death room.
Block 38 present for roll call. 223 men. 7 dead.
7 dead? That's too few. A little hot today, eh, Poles? But that's nothing. In the winter, you'll make up for it by freezing.
9 dead, Herr Blockführer.
Only 9? The dogs are croaking too slow. Move 2 of the Polish wings in together. Perhaps we can speed up the smothering of the vermin.
23 dead, Herr Blockführer.
That's better. We must help nature along. Much better.
The evening of our 9th day in Sachsenhausen was the beginning of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. Holiest day in the year, the day for which we prepare in prayer and penance. But in the camp, praying was strictly forbidden and cruelly punished. Of course, a man can carry God in his heart and pray silently, alone. But our souls hungered for comfort of the spoken words of the prayer with which we had grown up. Grief and depression held us with a force we had not felt before. Only our gasping for breath showed there was any life left in us.
Achtung! Block 38, all present, Herr Blockführer.
Swine! What holiday do you keep today? You there, you with the closed eye, step forward. Tell me, dog, what does this Day of Atonement mean?
On the Day of Atonement, a Jew must earn the forgiveness of his fellow men against whom he may have sinned. A Jew must fast, do penance, and pray for forgiveness of all the sins he has knowingly or unknowingly committed.
So the hogs must fast. Good. Tomorrow you'll get no food so you can celebrate properly. And now we shall help you do penance. Not a sound out of you or you'll be shot. We'll be back later.
No, you must not cry. We must show them how much men can bear when their spirit and their faith are strong. It has always been the way of our fathers to put spirit above matter. We must do the same. This is our duty. But hope is ours, too. Are we not in God's hands even here? Cast away doubt, for doubt destroys you. Build not on your own reason, for it must fail here. Only hold fast to your truth in God and believe, for faith makes men strong.
The room was heavy with pain and silence. The moon shone through the window. In that white, dead light, we lay like corpses. All at once, the oppressive silence was broken by the mournful, ancient Kol Nidre, prayer for the Day of Atonement. I raised myself up, and I saw there, close to the wall, the uplifted face of an old man. Softly, to himself, he sang the familiar, deeply moving words. The corpses came to life. Quietly, they sat up. All eyes turned to the moonlit face. Suddenly, I heard again the voice of my daughter.
Head high, Papa. Do you hear me? Head high. Head high.
Now there was a silent, soaring exultation among us, which men can experience only when they have fallen as low as we had fallen, and then, through the power of a deathless prayer, have awakened once more to the world of the spirit. At midnight, as they had promised, the Blockführers came again. They left 5 dead. 16 days of bestial cruelties, of agonized deaths. And then, on the 17th day...
Achtung! My name is Carl. I'm the new room senior of Block 38. I know what it's like. Keep calm and try to maintain discipline. Have eyes in the back of your heads, for here danger is everywhere. I'll be back later.
A human being. They sent us a human being.
From thankfulness and wretchedness, we began to cry like children. There was no shame.
But how can it be? What has happened?
There must be a reason. Perhaps the death list of the Polish prisoners has made some foreign journalist ask questions in Berlin. Perhaps that is the reason.
Then the change won't last long. What will happen now?
Yes, now. What will happen now?
I think I know what you've been asking. You will remain isolated. You will not be sent to work, and you must spend the whole day inside the barrack. From today on, you're to sit cross-legged instead of lying on your faces. Appoint a foreman to keep order. It'll save you from unnecessary punishment. Seat yourself so that when you jump up at Achtung, straight rows will be formed at once. The more military your behavior, the better you'll get on.
But we're civilian prisoners.
Of course, so am I. My education period has lasted since 1935. I was a worker who hated the Nazis. I'm still being educated. I'm no hero, but I shall do what I can.
The Blockführers paid us only casual visits. Then they resumed operations. At first only beatings. Then it became murder in the old style. It reached a climax on October 6, 1939, when the Allies ignored Hitler's peace offer. Most of us were already asleep when Carl suddenly opened the door.
Achtung!
Rushed into the room and assembled in the middle. They carried implements of murder.
The whole Polish pack. Form a circle and run.
Quickly, we formed a circle. There was not room enough to run, so we pushed, shoved, and struck each other as we went around. And in the middle of the circle, our tormentors set the pace with their weapons. When enough men lay trampled or beaten to death on the floor, the horde disappeared. The circus act was repeated in the other 2 Polish blocks. Then Karl came in.
Always remember this. In the struggle between man and beast, man, in spite of torture and death, man in the long run is victorious.
Have you finished your speech, Karl?
I have finished, Herr Blockführer.
Good. I dislike to think I interrupted. But since you say you have finished, let us make sure you'll have nothing more to say.
And when I passed by thee, and saw thee polluted in thine own blood, I said unto thee, by thy blood thou wilt live. Yea, I said unto thee, by thy blood thou wilt live.
Days and weeks and months of torture, starvation, and death. Days of miracle that some still lived. Days of miracle in which 3 men were released from death to leave Germany for a neutral country. And the hope of this miracle became the staff on which I leaned. Perhaps through my daughter, this true miracle of release would one day come to me. And the days of darkness and death bore down on us. 219 days.
Survey! Number 9335.
Here.
Quick, to the political division. Follow me.
The prisoner, Jew, number 9335, block 38, wing A, reports himself present.
Go in there.
I went up to the door and opened it. One thought kept going through my mind. The report. Make a correct report. I stepped over the threshold. I opened my mouth. An hallucination rose before me, and I couldn't speak. In the middle of the room, I saw my daughter. I must pull myself together. This is the office of the Gestapo political director. I must make my report. The prisoner, Jew. I knew exactly how it went, but I couldn't bring it out. The apparition was moving toward me.
Good morning, Papa. I've come to bring you good news.
After the First World War, a stricken world built a monument to the unknown soldier. Now the world must build a monument to the unknown martyr. Within the hearts of men, a light must burn eternally for the nameless millions who suffered and perished in the cities, villages, ghettos, and concentration camps of this tormented world.
And now, we present a talk by Rabbi Irving Miller of the Congregation Sons of Israel of Woodmere, Long Island. Rabbi Miller.
That fateful Day of Atonement, about which you have just heard, and every day, were a matter of life and death to the prisoners of the Nazis. So do the high holy days speak to Jews everywhere of life and death. Indeed, the most poignant prayer of the New Year's Day and of the Day of Atonement reads, "On the New Year's Day it is inscribed, and on the Day of Atonement the decree is sealed. Who shall live and who shall die?" On these days of judgment, man acknowledges God himself to be the supreme judge. And yet from the beginning of time, man has assumed this aspect of divinity and has undertaken to pass the judgment of life and death on his fellow men. In recent years, this judgment has been bestial. Happily, those cruel judges who knew neither justice nor mercy have been destroyed. At this very moment, in the city of Nuremberg, civilization is about to render its final verdict upon them. Yet our task is far from finished. To my fellow Jews, may I say, you will be judged by God and man in accordance with the measure in which you labor zealously to bring life and the blessings of life to your people here, abroad, and in Palestine. To all men of goodwill everywhere, may I say, all men are judged, not on one day of the year, but on all days, by the manner in which we earn the forgiveness of those of our fellow men against whom we may have sinned. All of us have sinned against men and women throughout the world whom we have allowed to suffer the ravages of war, of racial discrimination, of poverty, and of ignorance, against people whom we have permitted to remain homeless, against people whom we have denied the opportunity to begin life anew, against people who more than a year after victory we permit to languish in the concentration camps of Europe. Humbly do I pray for a truly happy and peaceful new year, not only for my people, but for all people. May we all, as free people, enjoy the blessings of freedom in a free world.
Thank you, Rabbi Miller. Today's script was written by Milton Wayne and was based on Leon Chalet's book, Experiment E. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catums. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured as prisoner number 9335 was Juano Hernandez. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Beginning the week of September 29th, this program will be heard at a new hour. Please consult your local station's program schedule for the new time. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever. the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our play today, adapted for radio by Joseph Mindell, is based on the story, The Miracle of Hoshana Rabo, from the book The Old Country by Sholem Aleichem. Featured in the cast are Edgar Staley as Beryl and Alexander Scorby as the narrator.
I'm not talking now about the ordinary variety of miracle. No, this was a different kind of thing. It happened more than 50 years ago in the little town of Sobolivka. And when you have heard the story, you will agree with me. It was a most subtle miracle. The miracle occurred on a day propitious for miracles. It was Hoshana Rabo, the 7th day of Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, when accounts are cast up in heaven and the fate of every individual is decided. But aside from that, everything was as always in Sobolivka. The rich prospered, the poor grew poorer, and the train from Teplik was late as usual. From Teplik to Sobolivka was not far, but the locomotive was small and weary with age. It puffed and groaned and finally came to rest in the station with a sigh.
Station Sobolivka. There will be a short wait at Sobolivka.
Conductor, how short? Will there be time, for example, to have a bite at the counter over there?
If you'd read the timetable, which the company provides at great expense, you'd know.
The fact is, I have no timetable.
No timetable? Every passenger is given a timetable.
That may be so, but I'm not a passenger.
Then why do you care how long the train stops here?
Who said I cared? I'm only asking. How long does
1 hour and 32 minutes, not a second more.
What? Why so long?
Because it says so in the timetable.
Excuse me. What are you doing there?
Can't you see? I'm uncoupling the locomotive from the train.
Why?
To take on more fuel and water, of course.
Tell me something. Does it take 1 hour and 32 minutes?
Listen, there's no use being impatient. The train will get you there on schedule.
Get me where?
Wherever you're going.
But I'm not going anyplace.
Then what business is it of yours?
Who said it was my business? I'm only asking.
And the little man with the questions clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the uncoupled locomotive, all unknowing of his part in the miracle of Hoshana Rabo. He was called Beryl Essigmacher. Essig means vinegar, and his business was making vinegar, the best in the province. He inherited the business from his father, but he himself invented a machine, so he said, that gave the vinegar its distinctive and superior quality.
I'll tell you something else. If I only had the time, I could make enough vinegar to supply 3 counties. But why should I? I don't have to. I'm not that greedy.
That's the kind of man this Beryl Essigmacher was. Modest, without false notions, and with only one point of pride.
He had studied nowhere, and yet he understood the workings of all kinds of machines and engines. Beryl himself explained how this came about.
It's a perfectly natural thing.
Well, why is it natural for a vinegar maker to understand about engines?
It's simple. You understand that the manufacture of vinegar is very much like the manufacture of whiskey.
Of course. They're both made in a distillery with a still.
That's right. And a still has almost the same machinery as, well, let's say, a locomotive. Is that a fact? Just consider for a minute. A still whistles, so does a locomotive. Where's the difference?
Oh, when you put it that way.
It's as plain as the nose on your face.
And so on that special day, Hoshana Rabo, when the fate of all of us is finally and irrevocably sealed in heaven, Vera Lessigmacher stood on the platform of the Soboljevka station and looked at the uncoupled locomotive. A restless passenger, a peasant traveling to the market at Chessin, stopped to look too. Seeing nothing unusual about the locomotive, he said to Beryl,
"Tell me, Yudko, what is there to stare at?"
What do you mean, Yudko? My name is Berko.
Let it be Berko. Tell me then, Berko. What are you looking at so seriously?
I am standing here, beholding the wonders of God. Think, a simple thing like that. You turn one handle this way, another handle that way, and this huge machine moves off.
How do you know that? How do you know that if you turn one handle this way, another the other way, the machine will start?
If I didn't know, would I have said so?
What do you know? How to eat potato pudding? But this is not a pudding.
Maybe you'd like to climb up into the locomotive with me, Mr. Passenger. I'll teach you about engines.
How can you teach me what you don't know?
I'll show you what makes these things move and what makes them stop. Only climb into the locomotive. If you're not afraid.
All right. All right, go, Hershko. Climb up.
My name is not Hershko. My name is Berko.
Let it be Berko. So climb up, Berko.
What do you mean, climb up? Why should I climb up? You can go first, Mr. Passenger.
You are the teacher, not I. Lead the way.
No, you must be the one to...
They argued, they bickered, and finally they both climbed into the locomotive together. Beryl looked at the dozens of wheels and handles. Then he chose one and turned it slowly.
The steam in a tea kettle makes the same noise, my fine teacher. We are still in the station.
I must have turned the handle the wrong way. Wait. You'll see.
Oh, we are moving. Turn the other handle.
What other handle?
The one that stops the locomotive, you fool.
But which one is it? Maybe this one.
We are going faster. Do something, Itzko.
My name is Berko. What is there to do? Pull the cord hanging near your shoulder. Go on, pull that cord.
What would you think if before your eyes a cow spread wings and rose over the treetops into the sky? Certainly. And that's how they felt at Soboljevka when the locomotive of its own accord, for no one had seen Beryl and the passenger climb into it, dashed madly out of the station. In great excitement, the station master shouted,
"Engineer, your locomotive is running away."
Not mine, station master. I bring the train to your station. From then on, it's your responsibility.
What are you talking about? I have enough to do to watch the platform of the ticket office and the gates without worrying about your locomotive.
Will the platform run away? You might better spend your time taking care of the engines you invite to your station.
Listen, engineer, I have an idea. It's entirely possible that the fault is neither yours nor mine.
They sat down together and drew up a detailed report proving conclusively that the blame rested with the maintenance crew at Teplik, which placed in the hands of innocent engineers locomotives that ran away. Having thus disposed of first things first, they proceeded to do what had to be done.
Telegraph operator. A message to the station of Zatkovitz. To the station master of Zatkovitz.
It's from Sobolovka. To the station master of Zatkovitz.
I'm listening.
Beware runaway locomotive.
What crazy nonsense is that? How does a locomotive run away?
Don't ask questions. Take action. What action can we take?
Our course is clear. We must take action, and we will. Telegraph operator, send messages to the station masters of Hasin, Golovanevsko, Sobolovka.
Sobolovka? The locomotive came from there.
Don't quibble. This is an emergency. To all stations, beware runaway locomotive. Take action.
Telegrams flew back and forth. Every station wired every other station, and the news traveled quickly to every town and every hamlet. But it traveled the way a snowball travels down a hill, growing larger and more frightening in shape.
50 passengers left behind at Sobolovka. And the locomotive? Almost certainly wrecked. Have you heard about the train wreck at Sobolovka? How many victims? I won't exaggerate. The truth is horrible enough. Only 50 passengers left alive. Overturned carriages, shattered wheels, broken bodies, and blood everywhere. Such innocent victims. And how did it happen? How? All because of a runaway locomotive.
Fed by ignorance and curiosity, the gory rumors spread and flourished. But why should we believe them? We know the facts. And the fact is, the locomotive was still speeding down the tracks as if pushed by 10,000 evil spirits. The telegraph poles shimmered and flickered before Beryl's eyes like the spots you see when you're dizzy. Suddenly, he smote his forehead and said,
Ah, what a fool I am. The brake.
Stop! What are you trying to do?
Nothing, Mr. Passenger. I'm just trying to stop the engine.
May God help you if you ever touch anything on that machine again.
The brake.
If you do, I'll pick you up and throw you out of here so fast that you'll forget your name was ever Moscow.
Not Moscow. My name is Berko. Listen, this wheel is the brake. You give it a good turn, it comes pressing down on the other wheels, and they stop turning.
You've turned enough things here already. And look where your turning got us. If you touch that wheel, I'll touch you.
But, Mr. Passenger, don't you think that my life means as much to me as yours does to you?
Ah, your life. What good is your life? A dog like you.
In the first place, even if I were a dog, you ought to feel sorry for me.
I'm not in the least sorry for you.
And in the second place, in the eyes of the Almighty, in what way is my life any less important than any other life? Are we not alike? Do we not have the same pedigree? Are not all of us going to the same identical place, the rich black earth?
But who wants to go ahead of his time?
And thirdly, look at the difference between you and me. I am doing everything I can to make the locomotive stop. That is, I have the welfare of both of us in mind. But you are ready to throw me out of here. That is to murder a human being.
There in the flying locomotive, Beryl delivered a sermon, complete with quotations and examples. In the midst of the lofty discourse, the station of Zatkovitz suddenly came into view. Beryl and the passenger waved their hands wildly. The station master waved back. Then the locomotive flew past on its way to Hasin. The telegraph instruments began to click and clatter as if they were possessed.
This instant locomotive flew past Zatkovitz with blinding speed. Stop. 2 passengers. Stop. Both waved their hands. Stop. What does it mean?
The old rumors vanished like snowflakes on a hot stove. Here was a new mystery. What were 2 men doing on a runaway locomotive? And who were they? Did anyone know?
What a question. Of course I know. One is Beryl Essigmacher of Sobolovka.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, how does one know anything? I know.
Did you hear that Beryl Essigmacher jumped on a runaway locomotive?
What for?
Who knows? He must be crazy.
So Beryl fought with the crazy lunatic to try to stop the locomotive. He's a real hero. A hero beyond doubt. But the question is,
A living hero or a dead one?
The talking and the shouting went on so long that soon the story reached Sobolyevka. All Sobolyevka came pouring into the railroad station, and all Sobolyevka talked at once. There was so much noise and disorder, you would have thought a legislature was in session. Finally, the station master could stand it no longer. He shouted,
"Guard, clear the station." Yes, sir. Go about your business, all you people. Scatter! Disperse! You're obstructing the platform!
It's so noisy, a man can't think. The train from Hasin to Sobolyevka. Where is it? Telegraph operator, where is the train?
It's coming. It's coming here on schedule, station master. Right now, let's see, between Hasin and Zatkovitz.
Oh, may heaven help us.
What do you mean?
The runaway locomotive is on the same single track between Zatkovitz and Hasin.
Be reasonable. Just a few turns of this wheel.
Take your hand away from that wheel. Tell me, Lepko.
My name is not Lepko, it's Berko.
All right, let it be Berko. Tell me, Berko, would you be willing to jump off this locomotive with me?
What? We could get killed.
We are going to get killed anyway.
Where was that decided? What proof do you have? If God wants to, what he can do.
What do you think he'll do?
Well, that depends on him. Listen, I'll tell you something. Today we Jews have a sort of holiday, Hoshana Rabo.
What kind of holiday?
Today, up in heaven, every human being, every little thing gets a certificate signed and sealed. A certificate of life and death.
Where is that cherub with the Sobolyevka certificates?
Here they are. I had to bring them from the main office.
Oh, you'd think an angel had forever to do this job. Only 1 day is allowed, you know. Here, help me put the seals on the certificates.
Excuse me. Here are 2 incomplete certificates.
Incomplete?
Yes. The fate is not marked down, whether life or death.
Take them back to the main office. Whose certificates are they?
One belongs to a passenger on a train.
And the other?
The other belongs to a certain Essigmacher. Beryl Essigmacher.
If I'm marked down for death, nothing I can do. What difference does it make to me if I'm killed jumping off the locomotive or standing in the locomotive?
Then jump and end it quickly.
But if it was written that I should go on living, then why should I jump? It's logic.
Logic. Your logic is bringing us both to an untimely end.
Beryl was silent, and the locomotive sped past Zatkovitz to Hasin. Far away on the same track, the train from Hasin came toward Zatkovitz, unaware of what lay before it. The conductor punched tickets, the engineer blew the whistle to frighten the cow from the tracks, and the poor innocent passengers dozed peacefully, unaware of the obstacle in their path. But at Sobolyevka, everyone knew what was in store.
Oh, what a collision it'll be. Engineer, do something.
What do you want me to do, station master? Put on wings and fly after the locomotive?
Don't ask me. It's a technical matter for engineers.
Then I'll explain in technical language. When a locomotive runs away, an engineer is of no use. You need an angel.
But where do you find an angel? Among mortal beings, only one man could do anything. At least he thought he could. That was Beryl, and he was not permitted. He stood in the locomotive and looked at the fields rushing by.
Mr. Passenger, tell me, what happens when 2 trains on the same track speed toward each other?
Any fool can tell you that. There will be a collision. May God have mercy on us. The train from Hasin.
That's good logic.
Oh, the devil take your logic. That's too gloomy.
Then here's a piece of cheerful logic. this locomotive of ours will stop.
The locomotive will stop? Blessings on your logic, a wonderful logic. When will it stop? Before the collision or after?
That I can't tell. If before, then you have nothing to worry about.
But if not...
Well, then it's clear there will be an explosion. Your bones will be shattered, your body scalded by hot steam, and you yourself... But if you'd let me turn the brakes...
No, I see it all now. This logic is a scheme to confuse me. If you so much as put a finger on the wheel, Yoshko...
My name is Berko.
Let it be Berko, but I think... A problem in logic. The telegraph poles are not so close together now. The locomotive is slowing down. It's stopping.
Of course.
It's a miracle.
It's nothing of the kind. It's a perfectly natural thing.
You and your logic. I tell you, Berko, it's a miracle. A real miracle.
And that's what the people of Sobolivka said when they heard the story. But Beryl was stubborn.
It was a perfectly natural thing.
What do you mean natural?
I mean natural. The fire went out.
And if the fire went out?
When the fire in the locomotive goes out, the water stops boiling. And when the water stops boiling, well, you don't have to be a vinegar maker to understand that the wheels stop turning. And that's all there is to it.
Listen, Beryl, that you should ride in a runaway locomotive, that you should still be alive to walk on your own two legs and tell the story with your own lips, that, Beryl, is a miracle.
Now, Sobolivka was not wrong, yet Beryl was undeniably right. Then where is the miracle I promised? I will explain it. The fire went out. The locomotive stopped. True. But why did the fire go out when it did? There's the wonder. For what is a miracle if not a revelation of heaven's intentions? And Beryl's adventure was just such a revelation. It was as if on that Hoshana Rabo a voice said clear and loud,
Beryl Essigmacher? He is to stay on Earth a while longer to manufacture vinegar.
And that, dear listener, that was the miracle. That day was Hoshana Rabo, and soon came Simchas Torah, a day of rejoicing. The congregation of Sobolivka sang joyfully and danced on the floor of the synagogue. And a portion of their joy was for the miracle they had witnessed. For it was a pleasing and most subtle miracle that happened in Sobolivka on Hoshana Rabo.
If you would like a copy of the script you have just heard, you may obtain one without cost by writing to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present a brief talk by Rabbi Samuel M. Siegel of Mount Nebo Congregation, New York City. Rabbi Siegel.
Little did the people of Sobolivka suspect that the barrel-driven locomotive, speeding through time and space, would be responsible for the miracle of Hoshana Rabo. In the heavenly court, it was decided long ago that only a simple good man can ever be eligible to play a role in the making of miracles on earth. The records stored in the celestial files indicate and prove that in each generation, an inquisitive beryl appears who delights in asking, who makes time fly? What causes engines to run? Why should the pulling of a lever change motion into locomotion? According to the calculations of the wise men of Sobolivka, it is time for Beryl to appear again. In in various railroad stations of the post-war world, displaced persons are already waiting for a runaway engine to stop and rest. The Jewish wanderers from the pogrom-ridden countries of Europe yearn for an old locomotive to start again and only rest in Palestine. They remember what wonders and miracles God wrought for the Israelites in days gone by. They hallow the names of saints, prophets, and the pious who performed miracles which saved them from destruction. They hear people above exclaiming, the survival of the Jew is one of the greatest miracles. Just as the Holy Ark, according to Jewish tradition, stood miraculously in the temple, so this remnant of Israel miraculously keeps its rendezvous with life. O Lord, they cry, give us a miracle for this Hoshana Rabbah. Only a spark appears in every lonely station. The spark releases spiritual energy. It builds a community of love. It restores ruined hospitals and damaged schools. It clears shambled roads. It banishes silence. It talks of peace. It demands protection for minorities. It prophesies the parliament of man. It is the mysterious voice at the table of the United Nations, insisting upon all human rights. It banishes evil from the hearts of men. It binds people and nations together. It is miraculously released from the human heart through love and fear of God. It is the atomic bond. It is the miracle of miracles that will bind the peace, keep the peace in the Sukkoth Shalom, the tent of peace. It will be the miracle of Hoshana Rabbah.
Thank you, Rabbi Siegel. The Eternal Light program you have just heard was adapted for radio by Joseph Mindell and was based on the story The Miracle of Hoshana Rabo from the book The Old Country by Sholem Aleichem. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Liturgical music was sung by Cantor Robert H. Siegel. Featured in the cast were Edgar Sadie as Beryl and Alexander Scorby as the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. If you would like a free copy of the script, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light.
National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our play today is a legend by Stanley Silverman entitled Isaiah and the United Nations. Featured in the cast are Raymond Edward Johnson as Isaiah and Alan Hewitt as Adam Martin.
My name's Martin, Adam Martin, but that's not important. I'm in the security section of the United Nations Secretariat. But that's no great matter either. What is important is the dream I had last night. Oh, ordinarily I pay no attention to dreams, but this one was different. About the General Assembly of the United Nations, of all things. The Assembly, you know, holds its first meeting Wednesday in a place they call Flushing. Now, in this dream, Isaiah... But I'd better start from the beginning. Last night, while reading the book of Isaiah, a prophet who flourished about 2,700 years ago, I fell asleep.
In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord sitting upon a throne high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. Above him stood the seraphim, and one called unto another and said, I heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send? And who will go for us? Then I said, Here am I. Send me. And he said, Go and tell this people, Behold my servant, whom I uphold. He shall make the right to go forth to the nations. He shall make the right to go forth according to the truth. He shall not fail, nor be crushed, till he has set the right in the earth.
The next thing I knew, it was Wednesday, October the 23rd, opening day of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and we had our hands full. Seemed as if the whole world wanted to attend the meeting. I tell you, I'm very sorry, but there simply isn't any room.
But I've been waiting for 3 hours.
I'm sorry, madam. There's nothing I can do for you.
Now, wait a minute, mister. I promised my boy here.
Sorry, sir,
Mr.
but
Martin. Oh, Mr. Martin.
What is it, Jackson?
Can you step this way a minute, sir?
Very well. Be right over. Excuse me, please. Pardon me. Excuse me, I just got to get through here, dear. Thank you. Pardon me. I hurried to the end of the hall where Jackson, one of the guards, was talking with a tall, foreign-looking personage in a dusty linen robe. A Greek or Arabian, I thought. Perhaps an Egyptian.
Ah, here's Mr. Martin now, sir. He'll explain to you.
What's the trouble, Jackson?
The gentleman hasn't any card, but he says he has to be admitted.
It is the order of my king.
I see. I wonder, sir, may I check your credentials?
Have I not been sent by my king?
Of course. But His Majesty...
The Holy One, blessed be he.
I beg your pardon? Now, sir, if you'd be good enough to tell me your delegation, where you are from.
Hashem Shomo.
Hashem... what?
Hashem Shomo. The Lord is there.
Listen to him. The Lord...
Jackson.
Yes, sir?
Come here a moment. Let's see your membership list.
Here you are, sir.
France, Greece, Haiti, Honduras, India. Huh? No Hashem Shomo.
Say, Mr. Martin, maybe that was one of those countries they voted down.
Oh, no, Jackson. We received no application from Hashem Shomo.
Oh, well. Anyway, it's no dice for the old guy?
I'm afraid so. We'll have to explain it. He's disappeared.
Well, what do you know? So long, Mr. Martin.
Jackson, where are you going?
I gotta find him. You can't have a guy from Chameau sitting in the General Assembly of the United Nations.
The chair recognizes the senior delegate from Edom.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is that of raising the nutritional standards of the so-called backward areas. Now, my government believes that our plan offers the only sensible and practical solution to this very complicated...
Woe unto them that are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight.
The galleries will be quiet or they will be cleared. Will the gentleman from Edom continue?
Thank you. It has been suggested that to adopt this plan will work certain hardships on a few 100,000 persons. Now, even were that charge true, and I beg leave to doubt it, still there can be little question of the kindliness and generosity of our plan as a whole. We need only consider...
Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that change darkness into light and light into darkness, that change bitter into sweet and sweet into bitter.
The chairman had no choice, of course, except to clear the galleries. Jackson and I stood by the door and scanned each spectator carefully. But somehow we missed the troublesome gentleman from Hashem Shomo. I'm sure, however, that he left with the others. In any event, there was no further disturbance. That day, the chairman saw to that. The question of nutritional standards was promptly referred to an appropriate commission. 2 days later, the commission announced itself as ready to report. Needless to say, I had made my own preparations.
Don't you worry, Mr. Martin. The old guy hasn't even come near the place.
So I sat back with an easy mind to listen to the commission report.
As rapporteur of Commission 2, Section 3, I may summarize our findings as follows. First, the nutritional standards of the so-called backward areas, while properly the concern of all the United Nations, must in the last analysis be handled by the individual nations directly concerned on an autonomous...
Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and to the writers that write iniquity.
What?
To turn aside the needy from judgment.
Jackson, stop that man.
And to take away the right of the poor of the people, that widows may be their spoil, and that they may make the fatherless their prey.
We removed the gentleman from Hashem Shomo. Jackson brought him to my office for questioning and for a warning. It was my hope that a good talking to would show the old gentleman the error of his ways.
Okay, Mr. Martin. Call me if you need me.
Very well, Jackson. Now, sir, there seems to have been a little misunderstanding. Apparently you aren't used to our ways of doing things.
No ways are hidden from the Lord, my king. His discernment is past searching out.
I see, yes, of course. I see what you mean, but...
Seeing many things thou observest not.
Well, look, sir, you're an educated man. I'm sure you can appreciate the situation. After all, we can't have people walking into the General Assembly of the United Nations just like that and saying...
Thus saith the Lord, my king, behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket, and are counted as the small dust of the balance.
That's all very well.
All the nations are as nothing before him. They are accounted as things of naught and vanity.
Yes, but that may be the way you look at it in Hashem Shalmo.
The Lord is there.
To be sure, but I think you can understand, sir, that here in Flushing...
Know ye not? Hear ye not? Hath it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood the foundations of the earth?
Of course, but surely your king doesn't hold himself superior to...
It is he that sitteth above the circle of the earth, that bringeth princes to nothing. He maketh the judges of the earth as a thing of naught.
Well, to make a long story short, I got exactly nowhere with the old gentleman. He kept uttering one preposterous statement after another, until finally I showed him to the door.
Everything all right, Mr. Martin?
Yes, Jackson. Please escort this gentleman to the outer gate.
Okay, Mr. Martin. But it's not going to be easy.
What's that?
Look out the window.
Huh?
Go on, raise it. Reporters, Mr. Martin. Reporters from every newspaper and wire service in the whole country. Maybe in the whole world.
Shut them down! Give us a chance!
Well, Mr. Martin?
Take him down, Jackson. Let the press talk to him. UN believes in freedom of speech, you know. It wasn't until Jackson was halfway down the stairs that I realized the enormity of my mistake. The gentleman from Hashem Shamor was obviously unbalanced. The Lord is there indeed, and would fill the reporters with the same outrageous nonsense he had told me. And the papers would picture the General Assembly as the haunt of madmen. I rushed to the window, raised it to call out. But it was too late. The old gentleman was surrounded by reporters, feverishly copying down his every word. And such words.
The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to bring good tidings unto the humble. He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the eyes to them that are bound.
You can imagine what happened after that. The old gentleman, his name, he said, was Isaiah, son of Amos, became a greater source of news on the General Assembly than the Assembly itself. The reporters provided him with a tent, set it up for him, as a matter of fact, smack in the center of the court of the flags of the United Nations. Naturally, we tried to remove him, But we tried that only once.
I don't care if it is United Nations territory. The old man ain't doing no harm.
Sure, and where else in New York could he find a place to stay? Let him stay.
Yeah, anybody wants to move him, he'll have to settle with me. Come on.
So Mr. Isaiah stayed at the door of his tent facing the hall of the General Assembly. And as the official cars drew up to the door, the reporters would identify them and ask Mr. Isaiah for comment.
That's the delegation from Moab, sir. Got anything on them?
We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very proud, even of his haughtiness and his pride and his arrogancy, his ill-founded boasting.
Boy, oh boy, wait till they hear that.
Therefore shall Moab wail for Moab. Everyone shall wail, and the glory of Moab shall wax contemptible for all his great multitude.
Thank you, Mr. Isaiah.
And more of the same, much, much more of the same. Prophecy after prophecy from Mr. Isaiah outside the hall of the General Assembly. And inside...
As chairman, I must insist upon common courtesy among the speakers.
But, Mr. Chairman...
Mr. Chairman, I have the floor.
You've had the floor on the same point of procedure for 3 hours.
Gentlemen, the delegate from Tarshish does have the floor.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, if we correctly interpret Article 27 of the Charter in terms not only of the Potsdam Conference, but also of the decisions reached at the first or London meeting of the
And more of the same. Much, much more of the same. Argument after argument about details. Now, I have as much respect as the next man for order and parliamentary procedure, but, oh, well, really, after all. So I did a strange thing. Strange for me, that is, because I acted solely on impulse. On Wednesday, October the 30th, 1 week after the General Assembly had opened, I got up from my desk, and the next thing I knew...
Good morning, my son.
Mr. Isaiah,
Yes?
Mr. Isaiah, what's the matter in there?
The uproar of the kingdoms of the nations gathered together?
That's what I mean, Mr. Isaiah. They talk and they talk, but they don't seem to get any place. What's the matter?
There is no peace for the wicked.
What?
Proclaim the word, there is no peace for the wicked.
I'm not quite clear in my own mind whether I did right or wrong, but when the reporters gathered around me...
Come on, Martin. What did he tell you? What about this freedom of information stuff, huh?
I told them. It made headlines in every newspaper in the country, and it made tall talk in the hall of the General Assembly.
The government of Edom categorically denies the allegation that it is wicked, or that its sister nations are wicked.
The government of Tarshish associates itself with the views of the government of Edom.
My government instructs me to assert that there is no wickedness in Moab.
And so through 50 nations, each one, they said, without taint or blemish, except for the delegation from Ur.
The government of Ur, without prejudice to its own merits or those of its sister nation, moves that the charge made by the observer from Hashem Shemor be brought before the General Assembly and there be discussed.
In accordance with Article 10 of the Charter of the United Nations, Mr. Isaiah, the General Assembly asks you to discuss your allegation that our deliberations have been unproductive, primarily because...
There is no peace for the wicked.
Exactly.
The government of Moab enters the following reservation. In view of the contribution made by the armed forces of Moab toward overthrowing the enemy...
So spoke also the king of Assyria.
Assyria?
Down from the north he came, saying, by the strength of my hand have I done it, and by my wisdom, for I am prudent.
That is neither here nor there. The armed forces of Moab broke the back of the enemy when...
Should the axe boast itself against him that heweth therewith? Should the saw magnify itself against him that moveth it?
Please, there will be no further expressions from the gallery. Now, Mr. Isaiah, perhaps some among us, with the best will in the world, have laid too much stress on individual interest. But certainly as a whole, we have all been acting in good faith.
So spoke they in Jerusalem in Hezekiah's time when they fasted and cried aloud to the Lord, and he heeded not their prayers. And the Lord God spoke through me to the people, saying, Behold, ye fast for strife and contention, and to smite with the fist of wickedness. Ye fast not this day so as to make your voices to be heard on high. Is such the fast that I have chosen?
Mr. Chairman!
The chair recognizes the delegate from Ur.
Mr. Chairman, Ur asks Mr. Isaiah this question. What kind of a fast, in his opinion, would be acceptable to the Lord?
Is not this the fast that I have chosen? To loose the fetters of wickedness, to undo the bonds of the yoke, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke? Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? Then shalt thou call, and the Lord will answer. Thou shalt cry, and he will say, Here I am.
That's all I remember of the dream I had last night. Except one thing, a fragment of a dream, you might say, just before the alarm clock went off.
And he shall judge between the nations, and shall decide for many peoples, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. God
Today's radio play was written by Stanley Silverman. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Liturgical music was sung by cantor Robert Siegel. The role of Isaiah was played by Raymond Edward Johnson and Adam Martin by Alan Hewitt. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. For a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Children of Israel, that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our play today, The Pocketknife, was adapted for radio by Joseph Mindell and is based on the story The Mesrel by Sholem Aleichem. Featured in the cast are Ronnie Liss as the boy Sholem and Alexander Scorby as the narrator.
Sholem Aleichem wrote of a certain time and a certain place, and both have vanished. His world was the world of the Russian Jews of the last century. They are gone. Their children and their grandchildren are scattered throughout the countries of Europe and the Americas. But their common heritage is found in the writings of Sholem Aleichem. In a real sense, his work is autobiographical, for everything that happened to the Jews of his time happened to Sholem Aleichem. And their stories are his stories.
I want to tell you a story.
It's a true story, for in a manner of speaking, it happened to me. That is to say, it happened to a boy.
Sholem is my name.
And Sholem is my name. I am the man who was the boy, Sholem. The story happened to him. You may say that I'm only playing with words, that man and boy are, after all, the same person. Then I ask, teach me the arithmetic by which you add the infant, the child, the boy, to reach the total you call the man. Teach it to me. I do not know it. I know only that my world today is not the same as was the long-ago world of the boy, Sholem.
Sholem!
Yes, Papa?
Where are you running, you? Even?
No place, Papa. I was just running.
Are you a wild animal? Sit still for a minute. Sholem,
Here I am, Papa.
what are you doing there?
Nothing, Papa. I'm only sitting.
Empty-headed idler. Why can't you take a book in your hand?
Sholem, what are you doing in the kitchen? I'm looking for my book, Mama. A black book with a torn cover.
What should your school books be doing in my kitchen? Sholem, take your hand away from the cookie plate.
I only thought...
Oh, Sholem, out of the kitchen at once. Go to school.
But it's early, Mama.
Then go early. Let us have a little peace.
Sholem means peace, and Sholem was my name. But there was no peace for me at home. Nor was there peace in school where I was studying the Talmud.
Naim she'ochlim betalis. It is written in the Talmud, if two men find the cloak, you hear, children? If two men find the cloak, what then? Tell us, Sholem, to whom does it belong? Sholem.
I wasn't listening, teacher.
No?
I was thinking.
Ah, you were thinking. Is this a place for thinking?
I'm sorry.
I'm happy to hear that, Sholem. But I think you are going to be sorrier still. Lie down on the bench. Oishelech, my little strap.
This was no ordinary teacher. He was neither more learned than the others nor less, but he had a system of teaching, and the system was founded on whippings. Why whippings?
I'll explain it to you. Consider the case of the horse. Why does a horse go? Because it is afraid. What is it afraid of? Whippings. It is the same with a child. A child must be afraid.
He never laughed, and that was a good thing. For if he had laughed, he would surely have looked more terrible than another man crying. We called him Malach HaMovis, Angel of Death. If the Talmud said two men found a cloak, then I was beaten.
If two men lose a cloak, I am beaten. Sometimes even when there is no cloak, I eat my supper standing. And always my father scolds and coughs and scolds. There isn't a single little smile for me anywhere. Not anywhere.
That was my long-ago world. A lonely world without a friend, without a comfort. It could have brightened so easily. I wanted only one thing. It was a small thing, but I wanted it more than anything else.
A pocket knife. In the whole world, there is nothing so wonderful as a pocket knife. It lies in your pocket. It waits to be taken out. You take it out whenever you like. You cut whatever you like. You put it back in your pocket. It's a friend, a real friend.
What have you got there, Sholem?
It's a pocket knife, Beryl. My new pocket knife.
Your knife? Marcia, Benny, Slimy, come here. Look at Sholem's new pocket knife. Why, it's nothing but a goose feather.
Now, how long could I pretend a feather was a knife? I looked around for another knife, and soon I had one.
A real knife. For 10 groschen, 7 cash, and 3 I owe. It has a thick, round wooden handle, but the blade is dull. I must find a stone and go to work sharpening my little knife. Sharpening.
Yeah? What's that scratching?
It's me, Papa.
What are you doing, you heathen? Why can't I have a minute of peace?
I was only sharpening my pocket knife, Papa.
What do you need a knife for? Are you a butcher or a shoemaker?
Oh, Shaw, not so much noise. What's the matter?
That son of yours, when he should be studying, he plays with a knife like a child.
Let him play. He is a child.
What do you mean, a child? When I was his age, I had 2 tractates of the Talmud master.
Don't worry, Papa. He'll catch up to you.
In the middle of everything, a pocket knife. Shalom, give me the knife.
What are you going to do with it, Papa?
Give it to me, I say.
Papa, don't throw it in the fire. Please, Papa, please.
There,
please.
there, that's an end to it. An end to pocket knives.
It was an end to my knife, and I mourned for it. I cried at night, and no one saw my tears. Tears for a foolish little knife with a wooden handle and a dull blade. Can you understand it?
There isn't a single little smile for me anywhere. Not anywhere.
Then one day there was another knife. A beautiful knife with 2 fine steel blades, sharp as razors, and a white bone handle and brass ends and copper rivets. What had such a knife to do with me? Well, listen, this is how it was.
Shalom Aleichem, Reb Herzenherz. Mama, this is Reb Herzenherz, our new boarder.
Shalom Aleichem, Reb Herzenherz. Peace be with you.
Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. Stop snickering like a halfwit. Excuse me, Reb Herzenherz, this is my son, Shalom. Behave yourself, you're good for nothing.
Oh, a fine-looking lad. He is preparing for confirmation. For bar mitzvah?
Not for a few years yet. He's tall for his age.
A fine lad. Well, dear boy, which portion of the Torah is to be read this week?
Reb Herzenherz said Sholom Aleichem instead of Sholom Aleichem. He had no beard, and he did not wear a skull cap. But when I knew him better, I liked him. It was pleasant to sit of an evening in a dark corner of the room and listen to him talk to my father and to the neighbors who came in.
Shalom Aleichem, Reb Herzenherz.
Peace be with you, Reb Herzenherz.
Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. Please be seated, gentlemen.
You sit here, Reb Herzenherz. It's the softest chair.
A pillow, Reb Herzenherz. A light for your cigar, Reb Herzenherz?
Ah, thank you, thank you. I am reminded of the time I was traveling through the Ukraine.
Are you here again, you idler? What will become of you? Why can't you take a book in your hand?
But, Papa, I want to hear what they're saying.
It's not your business. Go away, do you hear? Go away.
Where could I go? I wandered through the house from room to room until I came to the nicest of all, the room belonging to Reb Herzenherz. The lamps were lit, the mirror shone, the table was covered with his possessions. A pen, a silver inkstand, some books, and
a pocket knife. A knife with a white bone handle and 2 blades. I wonder, is it sharp? I'll try it. It cuts a hair. It slices up a hair. Oh, what a knife. How wonderful it must be to carry such a knife in your pocket. If only I dared. Why not? What harm if I put it in my pocket for a few seconds, just to see how it feels? Oh, it's a friendly knife.
Don't disturb yourself, please. It's in my room. I'll get it myself.
Reb Herzenherz came closer. I ran, and the knife in the pocket seemed to burn where it touched my body.
How am I going to put it back? I must put the knife back.
Come here, my little ornament. Did you see the little pocket knife anywhere?
The pocket knife?
The pocket knife?
Our guest pocket knife, you good for nothing.
What do you want of the child? He knows nothing about it.
Mama,
How can he not know about it? All morning he hears me shouting, the knife, the knife. The house is turned upside down for the knife, and he asks, where? What knife? Go and wash yourself for breakfast. You... Why are you eating so quickly?
I'm hurrying to get to school.
A scholar all of a sudden. What do you say to such a little saint? Where are you? Why aren't you off to school, my saint?
I'm outside, Papa, in the yard. I'm looking for something.
Something? What sort of a thing is something?
A book. An old Gomorrah.
What? A Gomorrah in the yard? You scamp, you street boy. Go to school and what?
I went to school, but first I hid the pocket knife. Oh, what else could I do? Could I return it now? It had to be hidden. I buried it in the ground outside the house. No one knew, and everything was the same.
Sholem.
I know, teacher. 2 men find a cloak.
Sholem, lie down on the bench.
Sholem, where are you?
Here I am, Papa.
Loafer, why can't you take a book in your hand?
Everything was the same. But one thing was different. In the yard, buried under the earth, was a little knife with a bone handle. And therefore, miraculously, everything was different. The teacher's whippings caused no pain. Scolding brought no tears. All because of a little knife.
The blade is rusted. But I will clean it, my friend. I will make it bright and shiny, my friend.
On summer nights, when everyone sat outside on the cool grass, I thought to myself,
oh, Papa, if you only knew.
Yeah? What are you mumbling about, you heathen? May the devil not take you.
Ah, Papa's in a good humor tonight.
If I am, why shouldn't I be? It's summer. It's a fine, peaceful night.
Oh, so it's late. Time to go to sleep.
All right. Come, Sholem. We'll say the night's prayer.
Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe. May it be thy will to suffer me to lie down in peace, and to let me rise up again in peace. Let not my thoughts trouble me, nor evil dreams, but let my rest be perfect before thee.
When everyone is asleep, I get up from my bed and go outside. Hello, my little knife. Would you laugh at my pocket knife now, Beryl? Look, it splits a hair in two. Would you laugh, Beryl? Would you laugh?
The full moon looked down at my little knife. I turned around, but the moon followed. I hid the knife behind my back, but the moon saw it. The moon was jealous.
Moon, what do you want with my knife?
Your knife, Sholem? Where did you get it?
I got it.
Yes, Sholem?
Lost it not. Thou shalt not steal. I stole it. I stole the knife.
Did you, Sholem?
I didn't mean to steal it. You must understand that. Please, you must understand.
But you stole, Sholem. You are a thief. You are a thief.
Do you know what fear is? Fear that covers the sky and hides the sun and fills the soul utterly. Do you know the weight of guilt and the consciousness of sin? I knew them all. I lay in a black emptiness where there was no hope and dreamt of the knife that I could not keep and could not return. In the morning, the shadow of my dream arose with me and followed.
Well, Sholem, late to school again.
I'm sorry, teacher.
Never mind. Do you see him over there?
Beryl, the redhead?
No more Beryl, the redhead. Starting today, he has a fine new name. His name is now Beryl the Thief. Come, say it, children. Beryl the Thief. Beryl the Thief.
Beryl the thief. Beryl the thief.
Why are you silent, Sholem? Don't you hear the others singing? Help them. Beryl the Thief.
Beryl the thief.
Beryl the Thief.
Beryl the thief.
Louder, heathen. Louder.
Beryl the thief. Beryl the thief.
Shut! Now, we will betake ourselves to pronouncing judgment. Now, Beryl the thief, come over here, my child. Quicker, a little quicker. Tell me, my boy, what is your name?
Beryl.
And what else?
Beryl the thief.
That's right, my dear child. May your strength increase and may you grow stronger in every limb. Ursula, come out from behind the table over here to me. Now, tell us the story from beginning to end. How our Beryl became a thief. Listen, boys, pay attention. Well, Ursula.
The charity box over there.
The charity box that Red Meyer, the wonder worker, nailed to the wall.
It was full of money.
How many groschen, we don't even know. But go on, Ursula, go on.
One day he took out all the money.
You mean he stole? Beryl is a thief. Now, boys, pronounce judgment on him. Let each give his verdict and say what must be done to a boy who steals groschen from a charity box. Ursula, you first.
A thief who steals groschen from a charity box should be whipped until his back is bloody.
Good, good. Ursula, what is to be done to a thief who steals groschen from a charity box?
He should be stretched out on the ground. 2 boys should be at his head and 2 boys at his feet. And 2 should beat him with pickle rods.
Excellent. Now, Reuben Running Nose, you tell us. But first wipe your nose.
I, Reuben Running Nose, say that a boy who steals groschen from the charity box should be punished like this. Every boy should say to him 3 times, "Robber, robber, robber."
And now you, Maria Sholem, what should be done to a thief? Sholem, don't you know how to pronounce judgment on a thief?
How shall the accused pronounce judgment, except upon himself? My tongue was numb, and I was silent in the midst of dark, accusing silence. That night I stood before the well in the yard, and the moon watched. The knife in my hand shone with an evil, repulsive light. I threw the knife in the well.
Yet it was a fine little knife. A beautiful knife.
Sholem, I told you not to play outside in the dark.
I wasn't playing, Mama. I threw something in the well.
Not playing? Throwing stones in the well is not playing? Sholem, your face is burning. You have a fever.
I'm all right, Mama.
Oh, may it please God to keep you well. Get right in bed and go to sleep.
Suffer me to lie down in peace, and let me rise up again in peace. Let not my thoughts trouble me, nor evil dreams.
You are a thief, Sholem. You are a thief.
No, the moon is wrong. I threw it away. I threw the knife in the well.
But you are a thief all the same. Catch him. He's a thief. A thief. Catch him.
No, I'll run away. I'll run. The moon mustn't catch me.
Sholem, it's me, it's Mama.
Go away. Tell the moon the knife is gone. Please.
Sholem, don't be afraid.
Go away. Tell
what
the
is it
moon.
with the boy?
Oh, his body is like fire. Get the doctor quickly.
Tell the moon. Please. Tell the moon, please.
Go for the doctor. Go.
Please.
What is your name?
Beryl.
And what else?
Beryl the thief.
Beryl the thief. Beryl the thief.
Beat him.
Beryl
Beat him. He's a thief.
Beryl the
I didn't
thief.
steal it.
Beryl
I took it for only a second. Listen to me. I didn't mean to steal him.
Beat him. Beat him. He's a thief.
the thief.
The moon is watching. Take the moon away. Give the moon the little knife and let Beryl go. He's innocent. I am a thief. I am a thief. It's you. It's you.
Sneezes 7 times, it's a good sign. The boy will recover.
Mama.
I'm here, Sholem.
Mama, yesterday when you said I had a fever.
Yesterday? You've been lying here for 2 weeks, burning like a fire, and croaking like a frog about I don't know what. The moon, a little night.
You frightened us, you heathen, you.
I'm sorry, Papa.
He's sorry. Was it your fault?
It was our fault, Sholem, to send you to such a teacher. He's a tyrant, a murderer.
I won't have to go back?
Of course not. You go to another school. Here, my son, drink this.
What is it, Mama?
What should it be? Chicken soup to make you well.
Sholem, you're ready to go to school again.
To the new school, Papa.
Now remember, no more nonsense about little knives. It's time you began to be a bit of a man. If it please God, you will be bar mitzvah in 3 years. May you live to 120.
Yes, Papa.
And Sholem here. Take them. A few groschen in honor of your first day at school. Huh? What's this? A kiss for a father? Oh. Why not? Why not indeed? Now, off to school with you. Run!
I ran, and the wind was warm. The sun looked down and smiled. The birds flew, but not as fast as I.
Birds, will you be my friends? Thank you, thank you. Listen, my friends, and be witnesses. I will never, never touch what belongs to another. I will always be honest, forever and ever honest.
I ran, leaving behind the black night of evil dreams. The sun smiled, and the birds were glad.
If you would like a copy of the script you just heard, you may obtain one without cost by writing to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we present Mrs. Barnett E. Koppelman, President of the National Women's League of the United Synagogue. Mrs. Koppelman.
Poor little Sholem. He hugged his unhappy secret to his heart until his soul was seared and his body sickened. Many of us recall similar incidents in our own childhood, where only the gentle care of an understanding parent saved us from cruel hurt. Sholem's teacher, like Charles Dickens' schoolmaster, Mr. Squeers, is a character out of the dark past of child pedagogy. Fortunately, methods of teaching in the modern religious as well as secular school have since that day traveled a long way on the road toward progressive education. We have learned to understand the desire for possession of a pocket knife or any toy as a normal and healthy trait in a child, and that play is an essential for his proper development. No longer is the child taught to the accompaniment of rod or ferrule. Rather do we look upon the child's soul as a delicate flower that must be nurtured with love and understanding, so that the inner cravings for knowledge may spring forth of their own accord, like so many roots, to draw at the waters of learning. Strange that Sholem's mother and mothers of that day permitted the awful methods to persist. But no doubt it was the drudgery and poverty that harassed them and kept them from seeing clearly the conditions as they were. The modern mother, rich and poor alike, because of her own better opportunities for adult education, has not been content to accept the Jewish religious school of that day and has fought a continuing battle to bring methods of modern child psychology and pedagogy into use. Like her sister of old, she knows that her child must receive moral and religious training, that the precept of honesty is vitally necessary in the proper upbringing of her child, that thou shalt not steal must be a part, an important part, of her child's creed if he is to be a good and worthy member of his community. But she believes that this creed and all religious and moral values must be inculcated in the child with understanding and gentleness, and not with force and fear.
Thank you, Mrs. Koppelman. Eternal Light program you have just heard was adapted for radio by Joseph Mindell and was based on the story The Meserel by Sholem Aleichem. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katams. Liturgical music was sung by Cantor Robert H. Siegel. Featured in the cast were Ronnie Liss as the boy Sholem and Alexander Scorby as the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. If you would like a free copy of the script, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. That address again, The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations and comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This program is heard in Canada through the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is NBC, the national broadcast.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is the second in a series of original parables, fantasies, and folk tales by Morton Wishenbrad, and is entitled The Third Attribute. Featured are Ronnie Liss as Enoch, Carl Swenson as Reuben, and Alexander Scorby as the narrator.
There is no living man who is good. There is no living man who is evil. He is both good and evil. And this is his nobility. The year was 1824, but it could have been any year. The place was a small city on the Ruthenian border, but it could have been any place. In a parable, time and place are of little significance. What matters only is the parable itself. And the parable began with Enoch, who was the son of the rabbi of Lamed, and 11 years old, and no longer a child. He was different. He was different in many respects.
When he awoke this morning, Doctor, he said his neck was stiff.
You were right to call me, Rabbi.
He suffered from nausea. His head felt like fire to the touch. Doctor, what's wrong with the boy?
I'm not certain.
Tell me, Doctor.
Enoch, do you hear me? I want you to move your leg. Enoch.
Doctor, is he going to live? Nothing else matters.
Infantile paralysis.
That was the midsummer, 1824. 3 weeks later, a prematurely old rabbi brought a new servant into the room of his son.
Reuben, this is my son Enoch. His mother is dead. Be whatever you can to him. But whatever you can be to him, first be his friend and his crutch. I give him over in your care, Reuben.
Reuben, fetch my books.
If you said please, I'd do it with better grace.
Do it with bad grace. Just fetch my books because I say fetch them.
You'll never let me forget that I'm your servant.
I dislike you, Reuben. You know that, don't you?
Shall we begin the lesson?
Don't dismiss me. I said I dislike you.
Very well, Enoch, I dislike you.
You hate me. Because my grandfathers were rabbis, because my father's a rabbi now, because I'll be a rabbi when I grow up.
Why should I hate you for that?
Because your father was a beggar and you were born a servant and you will die a servant.
Let's begin the lesson.
Reuben, you're a coward. Why don't you slap my face?
The lesson, please.
As you wish. Where do we resume?
Midrash Tehillim 119.
I am the vessel, thou art the maker. Fashion me in beauty that thou mayest receive praise for thy workmanship. You deliberately chose that passage. Your revenge, Reuben?
It was an accident, Enoch. Please forgive me.
Don't be absurd. You were paying me back. I can understand that. You were entitled to pay me back. That's justice.
We'll turn to another page.
No, I like this one. I will praise God who fashioned me in beauty. O Lord, look down upon thy creature. Here I am, Enoch thy child, well-fashioned and beautiful of limb. Let me render praise for beauty, O Lord.
Boy, stop that. That's blasphemy.
Give me my crutches.
No, I'll carry you wherever you want to go.
No one carries me. I'll go by myself.
Here, Enoch. Enoch, I have to say this. No one is persecuting you. No one is any better because of your affliction. Enoch, you're not going to become a man until you stop hating every human being who has two sound legs.
What a pretty speech. Thank you, Reuben. Thank you very much.
The boy smiled, but there was no laughter in the curve of his lips. Reuben came to understand that smile. It was like a curl of bitterness and a torment. Why did he stay with the boy? Why did he suffer the taunt and the scorn, the perverse anger and the conceit? It was a question Reuben asked himself. Why did he abide the boy?
It's quite simple. You're paid.
Enoch, be careful. I can stand just so much.
You'll never leave me.
Just try me a little more and you'll see.
You'll never leave me, and I'll tell you why you won't. You're capable of no deception. I am capable of any deception. The moment you turn your back to leave me, I'll throw my crutches away. I'll try to walk, and I'll deliberately fall to the ground. And, Reuben, because you're sentimental, you'll pick me up and pity me. And you'll stay. What you won't do for love, you'll do for pity.
You're not 11 years old. You can't be.
You're right. I was old before I was born. Reuben, you won't ever leave me. And you're a fool.
Enoch and Reuben. And which of the two was the prisoner and which was the jailer? Did Reuben stay on for love or for hate? It was a question that was hard to answer. All that the man could feel was his enmity for the boy, and this was a bond that grew between them and held them each to the other like some morbid lesion. But there were other bonds, stranger, unexpected bonds.
For heaven's sake, get rid of that foul thing.
It's a living creature, Reuben, even if it's only a mangy cat sick with the worms. Where's your sense of pity?
I can't stand cats. Give him to me. I'll get rid of him.
Take your hands away. Reuben, let the cat alone or I'll kill you.
You really would, wouldn't you?
Oh, he's hurt, you fool. Can't you see it? His ear is half bitten off. Ask Father for some ointment.
Here, Enoch, look at me.
Do what I tell you.
First, look at me. Well, they won't believe me. There are tears in your eyes.
Get the ointment.
I'm glad.
He's worse than I am, Reuben. I can feel for him. Now fetch the ointment.
Yes, I'll do it right away. Enoch, do you know something? It isn't enough to show mercy to those who are weaker and worse off than you. The strong and the mighty, and men and women with 2 whole legs, even they deserve mercy.
The bond between them was sewn with invisible thread.
Reuben, you're my crutch. And what good is a crutch without a cripple?
He was not an ordinary boy, and he spoke an extraordinary truth. For even more than the calf needs to suckle, so does the cow need to nourish.
I'm a poor father to him. I wish I could be with him more. My only consolation, Reuben, is that he's learning under you.
And the thread that was sewn was doubled in strength. For the boy himself, clumsily, self-consciously, almost fearfully, the boy himself casually opened a page in the Talmud and read a line aloud as if to no one at all.
One who teaches a child is like unto him who begot him. It's time for Abdallah, Reuben. I seem to have mislaid my crutches. Do you think you could carry me into the living room?
Reuben lifted him, and the boy placed his child's arm around the man's shoulder. And then they both knew what was true. If you wish to be loved, first you must love. The man carried the boy into the room where the Havdalah candle was already lit and the song of the Sabbath departure already begun. The words were, Hamavdil ben Kodesh lechol, Hafusenu hu yimchol. He who distinguishes between the holy and the profane, he will forgive our sins. It was a symbol. The cup brimmed with wine for the Havdalah, the smell of the spice box, the singing of the words. The prayer was finished and the Havdalah candle extinguished, but the symbol remained for them. The rabbi stood silently, as if to memorize the place where the light had been, and to touch the air where the song had risen. He smiled, and then the smile left his face.
Another Sabbath is gone. It always makes me sad. I have the feeling that I shall never have a better time to speak to you both. Reuben, you've been a good servant and a friend.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Will you humor an old man? Don't answer too quickly.
What is it, Rabbi?
I ask a promise of you, Reuben. Only my own selfishness gives me the right to ask it. Promise that you will never leave this house while Enoch lives.
I promise.
God bless you.
And what do you ask of me, Father?
Something you can't give.
I'm sorry.
I wish you had it, Enoch. You have everything else, but not that. My son, tonight when you go to sleep, don't curse God for the pain you've known, because suffering has quickened your intellect and refined your perceptions.
Do you want me to bless God because my legs are limp and useless?
Oh, I've hurt you. I apologize. My son, you are swollen with your own suffering. Why should it make you larger and more meritorious in your own eyes?
Well, he's a boy. It'll pass.
No, it won't pass. It's the thing I want from him and the thing he can't give me. Enoch, the verse is in the book of Micah. It hath been told thee, O man, what is good and what the Lord doth require of thee, only to do justice and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Enoch, 3 attributes: justice and mercy and humility.
Father, whatever it is you want to tell me, please tell me.
Find the 3rd attribute. Justice and mercy disappear without it. Find it quickly, Enoch, before you destroy your own soul.
In the 14th year of Enoch's life, his father died, and the boy was alone with his servant Reuben. And then a strange thing happened, a thing almost without precedent or parallel. Imperceptibly, the boy began to sit in his father's place. Even when his judgment was childish, his eyes saw things that no child should be permitted to see. He spoke words which astonished his listeners. And when he read the astonishment in their faces, he was pleased with himself, and he stroked the wasted muscles of his legs as though pride and flattery could make them supple.
Enoch, where are you going? I want to talk to you.
Talk away.
Stand still, please. I can't talk unless you listen.
Say what you have to say. Come to the point.
You're easily impatient with me.
Spit it out, Reuben. Don't present the commentary before the argument. We'll have all day.
Never mind, Enoch. We'll discuss it some other time.
We'll discuss whatever it is right now.
You're proud.
I have a right to pride. If God has given me wisdom, shall I pretend that God has made me stupid?
You're very wise in your own eyes.
Not my eyes alone. Other men's eyes, too.
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou...
Be still, Reuben. I don't want any more of that.
And though thou set thy nest among the stars...
Not another word. This is my house.
This was your father's house. It is a good house to speak a line of scripture in. And though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. You have become insufferable. Your arrogance is an affront to every person.
Reuben, if you don't like it here, then go away from this house.
I would go 100 times, but I gave your father my pledge.
I lift the pledge. You're free.
You're even more arrogant than I thought.
You heard what I said. I lift the pledge.
The pledge was to your father.
Then remember that you were my father's servant and that you are now my servant. When I speak to you, you may speak, not otherwise.
I shall speak when I wish to speak.
I never struck you, Reuben. Don't make me strike you now.
Would you lift your hand against me? You, Enoch? You struck me, Enoch.
Yes.
You struck me twice.
Yes. Yes, I struck you. Oh, Reuben. Reuben, forgive me. In the name of Almighty God, say you forgive me.
I forgive you, Enoch. But do you forgive yourself?
It was a question. And when he should have been asleep, Enoch tried to solve the riddle of the question and to answer it. But all he found was a night without sleep and no answer to the riddle. Can a man acquire forgiveness, or does he make his own forgiveness within himself? The soul delights to do mercy, but what soul delights to receive it? It had begun to rain when Enoch lit a candle and gathered his clothes together. The beginning of humility is in repentance, and Enoch repented of his sin. He put on his clothes and gathered his phylacteries, his prayer shawl, and a few books together. And then he took his crutches and left his father's house. And he hobbled into the night and the rain.
boy, wake up, wake up. You think the sun shines and the rain falls and the men cut the hay for the cattle and stack it in the barns so the little tramps like you can come and sleep in it? Get up and be on your way.
Old man, what day is this?
You don't look like a tramp. The day is Thursday.
Been gone since Monday.
You've run away?
Yes.
Running away is no good.
How do you know that, old man?
A man runs away from himself. But who runs away with him? Himself. You can't run away because the thing you try to escape is always you. You've got to face it out.
Thank you, old man.
Are these your crutches?
I wonder.
Well, aren't they?
Only in a way. I have many crutches. Thousands of them. Millions. Every man alive is my crutch. And I am his. I've just realized that.
He hobbled from village to village among the learned and the unlearned. And he began to realize and to understand the delicacy of the third attribute.
You can make up your mind to be just or to be merciful, but you can't make up your mind to be humble. Humility can't be self-conscious, because then it becomes conspicuous humility, and that's hypocrisy.
This was another beginning, but he still had more to learn. And he did not learn it in a book or a synagogue or from the lips of a saint. He learned it in a ditch beside a road. He learned it from the lips of...
A murderer. That's right, boy. I killed a man. Why don't you draw away?
You've done me no injury. It means you have no reason to hate me.
Then you know that. It's a good thing to know. The people you hate are the people you hurt. I hate the man I killed because I can never undo what I've done to him. Well, why don't you tell me that I'm going to hell?
I don't want you to judge my sins. Why do you ask me to judge yours?
Listen, boy, I've never stolen. I've tried never to lie. A woman gave me birth just as a woman gave you birth. And once a little girl called me Papa. It's mixed up, boy, I and you and the whole human race. Mixed up because if it weren't mixed up, I'd go back and admit I was rotten to the bone. And I'd take my punishment. If you ever sin, go back, boy. Go back and take what's coming to you.
I think I understand.
Do you? It isn't easy. It's like this coin. Heads. We'll try it again. Tails. The same coin, boy. There can't be pleasure without pain. Or goodness without rottenness.
They're really the same thing, aren't they?
It took me 47 years to find that out. You know it now. Is it going to help you?
On a Sabbath evening, after the congregation had left the synagogue, a boy in ragged clothing hobbled into a house in a village on the Ruthenian border. And in the gathering darkness, his groping hand found a spice box and a Havdalah candle, and a cup to hold the wine for the Havdalah, the prayer which divides holy from profane, darkness from light.
Thief! Put down the cup! Come into the light where I can see you. Put down the cup and the spice box, you thief. I warn you. Put them down before I take them by force. I've warned you. You going to put them down?
Don't strike me again, Reuben. I struck you twice. You struck me twice. Let the blows cancel each other.
Enoch, you're safe.
Home with you, Reuben.
I was crazy with worry, boy. Why did you go?
To find the third attribute. To look for the thing my father wanted from me.
Enoch, listen. The Sabbath is departing. It's the hour of the Havdalah.
Take up the cup, Reuben. But leave the candle for me. I want to hold the candle.
This is the entire story and the meaning of the story. If there is ignorance, there is also learning. If there is bitter, there is also sweet. If there is pain, there is also pleasure. There is no coin that does not have two sides, and there is no man living who does not have two impulses. And a man or a boy will break his heart many times before he learns what Enoch learned and what I have learned. That without the impulse to evil, man can do no evil, but neither can he do good. Cantor David Putterman will sing a section from the 6th chapter of the prophetic book of Micah, which was quoted in our dramatization. The first 2 verses will be chanted in the traditional cantillation of the synagogue. The last verse, in the translation from the Hebrew original, "It hath been told thee, O man, what is good, and what the Lord doth require of thee, only to do justice, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God," will be sung in a liturgic adaptation.
Akadei Madoshem Ikaf Leloekei Morom Akademenu Veolos Bagolim Bnei Shono Hayretze Adoshem Bealefei Elim Berivevos Nachlei Shomen Haetein Vechori Pishi Peri Vitni Chatas Nafshi Igid lecha
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. The parable, The Third Attribute, was written for The Eternal Light by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Featured as Enoch was Ronnie Liss, and Reuben was played by Carl Swenson. Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations and comes to you each week at the same time under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you would like a free copy of today's script, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Continuing our cycle of original fantasies, parables, and folk tales by Morton Wishengrad, we present now The Four Spinsters of Gimel. Featured as the narrator is Alexander Scorby, and Will Geer as the stranger.
The terrible wailing of the Spinsters of Gimel. A sound to freeze the lids to the eyes. A sound to suck the marrow from the bone. A sound to set witches laughing and unnerve the strongest-minded widow. Who were they? We told you. The Spinsters of Gimel. There was Leah.
I'm 18 and unmarried.
Unfortunate girl. There was Rachel.
I'm 20 and unmarried.
Why, the lines were practically showing on her face. There was Rebecca.
I'm 21.
A daughter of Israel unmarried at 21. A public scandal. And finally, there was Sarah.
And I'm 25.
26 and a half would be closer to the truth. A catastrophe.
Four unmarried daughters of Israel. True, they were orphans, but how could the town of Gimel permit such a thing? But first, where was Gimel?
10 miles from the border.
But where was the border?
7.5 miles on this side of the city of David.
Everything is clear, except when all this took place.
Now, let's see. Uncle Lazer was born 2 weeks before Simchas Torah, and the year he was born, there was a premature frost which killed all the apple trees in Tanta Zlata's cousin's orchard.
Now, be patient. The method of calculation is somewhat less scientific than a table of logarithms and a slide rule, but the results are equally infallible. And so the time of our story was...
the year my little brother first put on long pants.
Listen to me. Stop shouting and listen to me.
All right, listen. I'm listening.
As true as my name is Abraham, as true as joy opens up the heart, and the Bible says be fruitful and multiply, it's a disgrace to the people of Gimel.
I don't budge. Not a penny, Abraham. Not even half of half a penny.
But, Reb Wolf, how can these girls be married if they have no dowries to bring their husbands?
I'm a wine merchant. I'm not in the dowry business.
Reb Lion, will you help?
Why does everyone pick on me? What I want to know is who comes to people and says, Reb Lion of Gimel. Last year he made $63. Start running. Not a solitary copper penny.
Reb Bear, will you contribute?
Your word is no. And you'll favor me by not bringing up the subject at any future time.
Reb Fox, you're the last hope of these poor daughters of Israel.
Are they my daughters? God forbid.
Reb Fox, you're the president of the synagogue of Gimel.
I can assure you the honor never would have come to me if people had gone around saying, Reb Fox is a spendthrift, a squanderer. Personally, Abraham, these girls are nothing to you. Worry your head about something more profitable.
It is a very good deed to see young people married, especially poor young spinsters. Besides, remember the commandment to give charity.
Exactly, Abraham. Gentlemen, you see this box?
Yes.
It is the new collection box established for the repair and replacement of old and damaged synagogue books. Gentlemen, my coin. And mine.
2 coins for me.
Charity is of great use on the Judgment Day. Very foresighted, Reb Lion, but pay your fare now.
Oh, did I forget to drop a coin in?
You didn't forget, but drop it in anyway.
5 coins for the repair of worn-out and damaged books, but not 1 penny for the dowries of 4 virtuous daughters of Israel.
Seek in the Lord, Abraham, seek in the Lord. Come, gentlemen. It's time for the weekly meeting of the Board of Trustees.
Have you ever been 18 or 20 or 21 or, heaven forbid, 26 and a half, and orphaned, undowried, and consequently unmarried? Well, then you cannot understand the constriction of the heart, the congealing of the blood, the monumental goose-pimpling of the skin, and... the wailing. Oh, the terrible wailing, 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 wailing of the 4 desolate spinsters of Gimel. The dreadful wailing for the husband who would never say,
Now, my own mother, may she rest in peace, she knew how to cook chicken soup. That was chicken soup.
It looked very bad.
O Lord, God of Israel, King of the universe, give me a worthy husband. Give me a scholar to praise thy name.
In my case, O Lord, he doesn't have to be too good a scholar. Let him have a good disposition instead.
A tall man, O Lord. That is all your daughter Rebecca asks for. A man up to here. No, an inch taller. Lord, can you see the measurement?
God of Israel, it's me, Sarah. I'm not particular.
You're such foolish children. Pray for the dowries. Don't pray for husbands. When the dowries are there, the husbands will flock to you. From Gimel, from Lamed,
from Dalet, from Aleph.
That means, then, that we have to pray that the 4 trustees of the synagogue will relent. That's what Abraham means.
They are the only 4 in the town of Gimel with any money. The rest of us are poverty-stricken. Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, Leah, pray. Pray as you've never prayed before, that the trustees will put away the evil impulse and respond to the good impulse. Pray for the coming of the good impulse. But meanwhile, I think I'll go into the synagogue and examine the collection box for the repair and replacement of damaged and worn-out prayer books.
It was exactly at this time, while the 4 spinsters of Gimel were praying for the ascendancy of the good impulse,
Be compassionate, O Lord. Have mercy on us.
that a mysterious stranger approached the guard stationed at the border. Almost at once, the guard suspected that this was no ordinary person. For in defiance of all the natural laws of perspective, the stranger appeared to be rather tall and imposing from a distance, but when he was close, the guard was astonished to see that he was somewhat below average height and hardly prepossessing. Moreover, his papers were in a rather disgraceful condition.
There's no age indicated. How old are you?
I don't know.
Well, the exact date isn't important. Just tell me approximately when you were born.
Like all men, I was born with Adam.
What is your business in the town of Gimel?
What is anyone's business there? The Holy One, blessed be his name, sends one man to Gimel, and a second man to Dalet, and a third to Lamed, and it's all the same.
You'll have to have a better reason.
It was a prayer which I overheard.
That puts a new face on matters. You may proceed.
Thank you very much.
Don't mention it. It's all irregular. But a man has to act on an impulse occasionally, doesn't he?
Of course. Where would people be without the good impulse? Why, I'd be nothing without the good impulse. Imagine that.
The stranger entered the town of Gimel just in time to hear a hue and cry.
Stop him! Stop, Abraham! He has emptied the collection box for the repair and replacement of damaged and worn-out prayer books!
Seize him! Don't let him get away! Forgive me, girls, but it was filled with money. I thought... It's too late now. No dowry.
What a time for the stranger to make his entrance. Don't think for a moment it was a coincidence.
Quiet, quiet! Let's take care of this in an orderly manner. If you please, everyone, a little order. Oh. The first order of business before we pass sentence on Abraham for stealing the contents of the collection box for the repair and replacement of damaged and worn-out prayer books is to hold a trial.
What is the purpose of a trial if you've already convicted him?
Huh? I beg your pardon. I don't seem to recall your face.
I'm a stranger here.
If you're a stranger, why is your voice so familiar?
I'm relieved to hear that.
Reb Fox, do you know something? What is it? His voice sounds familiar to the rest of us.
Who are you?
Right now, that is for Abraham to say. Abraham, are you represented by counsel?
He's beyond counsel. He's guilty. He was caught red-handed.
Abraham, would you let me serve as your counsel?
But I never saw you before.
Does that matter? I believe in you. Do you believe in me?
Yes. Your voice, it's like a familiar friend. Whatever your name is, whoever you are, thank you. I'll appreciate it very much if you'll serve as counsel for me and for these poor spinsters whom I was trying to help.
Was it an illusion? Or had the wailing of the spinsters of Gimel changed to a less minor key, a key more of optimism than despair? The four spinsters were actually seen to smile. The four trustees, led by Reb Fox, actually seemed concerned, which of course was preposterous. But then why the new look on Abraham's face? Was this too an illusion? No. No, the stranger had already effected a subtle change in the atmosphere of Gimel.
I ask the four trustees, who apparently also constitute themselves prosecution, jury, and judges, in behalf of my client Abraham and four unmarried daughters of Israel, I ask for an adjournment.
And the most surprising thing of all was that the request was granted. And immediately the stranger announced his strategy to Abraham.
I'm generally found that I am more effective with individuals than I am with a large group. I shall see the four trustees separately. Don't lose hope now. I'm going to try Reb Bear first. I think I'll spend the afternoon with him.
Absolutely out of the question. The money was public money. He took it for his own selfish purpose. He stole. He has to accept justice. That's all there is to it. Get up.
You're a hard man, Reb Bear.
I'm a just man. I believe it. Whoa. Whoa!
Why are we stopping?
Be a good fellow and hold these reins for a minute. I'm getting down.
Is something wrong?
Oh, windfall. Look what's there. At least a cord and a half of firewood. Cut, split, neatly stacked in a pile. Whoever left it here was a fool. Do me a favor, stranger. Keep a weather eye open. And if anyone sees me, yell. Yell good and loud. Now, don't forget to yell if anyone sees me.
Take it easy, Reb Bear. You can't carry more than you can hold. Easy does it. Reb Bear!
Reb Bear, top of the wood. You're seen! You're seen!
Get up! Get up! Faster! 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 My friend, something has just occurred to me. Whoa!
What has occurred to you, Reb Bear?
A thought. A rather nasty thought. I didn't see a single soul on the road. Not one, and not only was there no one there, but there was no one in the fields or the woods.
I did what you told me to do.
That's a lie. I told you to yell if I was seen. I wasn't seen.
Weren't you, Reb Bear?
No, I wasn't.
Reb Bear, when you took up the wood that was not yours, you were seen. You were seen by the Lord your God.
Who are you? What's your name?
I'm a stranger to you, Reb Bear.
No, your voice is familiar. Who are you? And from where do I know you?
It doesn't matter, Reb Bear. You attempted to steal some wood, and God saw your misdeed. But you have already forgotten it. Reb Bear, tell me, have you forgotten Abraham's misdeed?
Tell me your name. Tell me who you are.
Not yet. You find excuses for your own misdeeds. When you find excuses for the misdeeds of your fellow men, then, Reb Bear, I shall tell you my name.
There was silence. And having tested Reb Bear, the stranger proceeded to test Reb Lion.
Well, since you insisted on inviting yourself to supper, go on, enjoy yourself.
Bread and salt?
That's my supper, that's my supper. Bread and salt and a sip of water. I'm a simple man.
Reb Lion, you're a rich man.
What about it?
And you're the man who sits in judgment over Abraham. You're a humbug, Reb Lion. From now on, let your supper consist of meat and wine.
What difference is it to you what I eat and drink?
A great deal of difference. If you eat meat and drink wine, when the poor man comes to you for help, you will know that he must at least have bread and salt. But if all you eat is bread and salt, when he comes to you for help, you will dismiss him and say, let him eat stones.
I demand to know your name. I insist on it.
When Abraham is freed and the four maidens are provided with a dowry, then I shall tell you, Reb Lion, not before.
The stranger was not done. He came to Reb Fox and said,
You make a pretense of piety and you are proud. But the worst pride is pride in piety.
And for once, Reb Fox had no ready answer, but tried instead to recall where he had heard this voice before.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Reb Bear, Reb Lion, and Reb Fox were troubled. But not Reb Wolf. Reb Wolf was quite another breed.
Tell me who you are and why you were sent here. Tell me or I'll strangle you with my own two hands.
Would you kill a man, Reb Wolf?
I could do anything in anger.
And you also sit in judgment on Abraham.
Are you going to tell me?
Not yet, Reb Wolf.
I swear I'll kill you.
Better men than you have tried to root me out. The fact that they have to try means there is hope for them.
Stop playing with me. You're someone, you're something. Who are you? Why were you sent here?
Ask the same question of yourself, Reb Wolf. Say to yourself, who am I and why have I been sent here? And by whom? And for what? When you answer that question, when you are satisfied with the answer you give yourself, then, Reb Wolf, I shall tell you who I am.
The four trustees came together for the trial, and they were bruised and uneasy. The name for the stranger was so familiar and so elusive. They searched their tongues for it, and not finding it, they were exasperated. And it was simple for exasperation and frustration to find a scapegoat in Abraham.
We have reached a decision, Abraham. Is there anything you want to say to us before we announce our decision and our sentence?
I admit I took the money. However, I intended the money for the girls and not for myself. Besides, you know I plan to return it. You've got to believe that.
Is that all?
Yes, Reb Fox.
The trustees have reached a decision.
Wait.
What do you want?
I ask the indulgence of the trustees of the synagogue for a few minutes.
What for?
To tell a story.
Does it have any bearing on this case?
Listen, Reb Fox, and you also, Reb Bear, and you, Reb Wolf, and you, Reb Lion. Once in the great forest of the Lord, there was a time of sickness among the animals, and many animals were dead and dying. And so the fox, the wolf, the bear, and the lion came together and held a consultation. And the fox spoke first.
The sickness of the animals is due to only one thing. One of us has committed a sin, a great sin. Let us each confess our transgressions in order that we may know who is responsible.
And so each in turn made full confession. The bear said,
Last month I killed a colony of bees and stole all their honey. But I was hungry and the bees were stinging me. They had no right to sting me.
The explanation of the bear is accepted.
Then it was the turn of the wolf to confess.
I make no bones about it. I killed a man. It was him or me. I plead self-defense.
The plea is accepted.
The sin of the lion and of the fox also were made known, and the explanations accepted. Finally, the sheep was brought to trial.
Your name, please?
Sheep.
First name?
Abraham Sheep.
State your transgression. Don't be nervous. We're friends of yours.
Well,
the very nice shepherd who owns me had collected some hay for a mattress. But my 4 little lambs had nothing to eat. And so I took some hay and fed them.
Scoundrel! Sinner! You contemptible villain! You're the animal who is responsible for the epidemic in the forest. Death for the sheep!
The stranger's fable was finished. The faces of the 4 trustees had gone pale. Reb Lion coughed, Reb Fox shut his eyes, Reb Bear twisted a paper in his hand, and Reb Wolf began to perspire. Abraham and the 4 spinsters of Gimel leaned forward in their seats. The congregation of Gimel held its breath. They knew that the stranger had won.
Reb Fox, confess your sins to Abraham. Reb Wolf, tell the young ladies how you threatened to murder me. Reb Bear, whose was the wood you wished to steal from the road? Reb Lion, does the poor man eat stones in order to justify your pretense of piety? You are humbugs. How dare you try a fellow man? To try Abraham, you yourselves must come into court with clean hands. And your hands are soiled. Your hands are worse than soiled. Your hands are stained. Your hearts are stained. Stand up. Stand up. You who dare to sit in judgment on a kind-hearted man who borrowed money for a deed of great charity and love. Stand up.
Forgive us. We have sinned, all 4 of us. We have sinned.
Does he speak for you, Reb Bear?
Yes.
And for you, Reb Wolf?
Yes. And for me also.
May the God who created you bless you for your repentance. You wanted to know who I was? Look at me once again. Listen to my voice. Reb Bear, whose voice do you hear?
Yes, of course. It's my voice. And it's every man's voice. You are the voice of every man who has not yielded entirely to the evil impulse.
That's why your voice was so familiar to us. You are the good impulse that is in all of us.
The stranger had vanished. But he had not vanished. He remained with them, the good impulse that lies in the heart of all mankind. In the town of Gimel, they provided a dowry for 4 daughters of Israel. And so it happened in the town of Gimel that a quadruple wedding was celebrated long, long ago.
The year my little brother first put on long pants.
That a stranger came and vanished and yet never left. And a guard remained stationed at the border.
Well, I suppose there's just as much corruption and goodness in Gimel as anywhere else. It's a rotten world, God bless it.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our script today was Morton Wishenbrad's fantasy, The 4 Spinsters of Gimel. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman was the soloist. The narrator was Alexander Scorby, and Will Gere was featured as the stranger. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is presented each week at this same time by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. For a free copy of today's program, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today continues the series of original radio fantasies, parables, and folk tales written by Morton Wishengrad and is entitled How They Knocked the Devil Out of Uncle Ezra. The narrator is Alexander Scorby. Uncle Ezra is played by Michael Artist, and Roger de Coven appears as Isaac Aaron.
In the town of Dalit, which lies adjacent to the town of Gimel in the province of Aleph Beis, there was born many years ago a rather unusual child. His facial features were quite ordinary, his body structure was average, and his family was altogether commonplace. And so, wherein, you will ask, was he unusual? He was a seventh son. But you smile. There have been millions of seventh sons. Very true. But none like this boy Ezra. For each of his 6 older brothers, and for that matter, each of his 7 sisters, was at least 20 years his senior. In short, Ezra was a rather remarkable product of old age.
Father, do you think your grandchildren can see the baby?
I see no objection. Let them all come in on tiptoe and take a look at their Uncle Ezra.
This was Ezra's chief distinction. At birth, he was already 21 times an uncle. And some years later, visitors to the town of Dalit would rub their eyes when a grown man passing a small boy would stop for a moment and say,
Good morning, Uncle Ezra. Here are some marbles for you. Oh, by the way, my wedding is this Sunday. It would be a personal favor, Uncle Ezra, if you washed your face for the occasion.
Not long after, Uncle Ezra acquired 2 other distinctions. The first of these was an accumulation of superstitions, amulets, and incantations incredible in a boy so young.
Ni hori, ni hori, ni buri, ni kori. Say it twice and spit 3 times. It drives out bad luck.
The second of these latter distinctions was a slyness that had something demonic in it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rabbi Isaac Aaron.
Uncle Ezra didn't come for his lesson yesterday, so I thought I'd stop by.
The boy says he's sick.
Boys are occasionally sick when they have to go to school. Do you think I could see him?
It won't do any good, but you'll find him in there.
It never hurts to try.
Oh, my stomach. Oh.
Try a little more tremolo, like this. Oh.
For a teacher, Rabbi Isaac Aaron, you have very little faith in human beings.
I have a good deal of faith in human beings, but very little faith in your stomachache.
It's a terrible stomachache.
You mind if I sit on your bed?
Oh, make yourself at home.
Thank you. Uncle Ezra, just man to man, how do you manage to get away with it?
Man to man.
You have my word.
Hmm? At the beginning, I used to say I had a headache.
It worked, didn't it?
Only the first 10 times. Then they began to get suspicious. My sisters insisted on feeling my head to see if it was hot.
I follow your line of reasoning.
Yes, I thought you'd get around to it, Rabbi Zakarin.
When your head isn't hot, they send you to school, don't they? But if you complain of a stomachache...
They've got to believe me because they can't prove it. Oh.
Very nice, but that'll do. Uncle Ezra, doesn't your conscience trouble you?
Oh, it did at first. I waited for God to punish me, but he didn't. He probably didn't even care. And, Rabbi Zakarin, if God doesn't care if I don't go to school, why should you?
Because you'll grow up to be an ignoramus. In a world like ours, it's a sin to be ignorant.
I like to be ignorant. There's more fun that way.
Oh, no. Uncle Ezra, you and I are going to have that out. Uncle Ezra, I'm going to fight you. In a friendly way, of course.
You can't win, Rabbi Zakarin.
I'm very glad you were able to stay to supper, Zakarin.
So am I. I notice we're to have cake for dessert. Looks rather rich, perhaps a bit too rich for a boy just over a stomachache.
That's a sensible suggestion. Ezra, you'll have a dish of prunes for dessert.
Father, I want cake.
It isn't good for you. You'll have prunes.
Reb Isaac?
Yes, Uncle Ezra?
A very good try, but you can't win. Listen. Blessed art thou, O Lord, our God, King of the universe, who provides cakes and sweetmeats. Amen.
Ezra, I never heard that prayer.
Well, it's a blessing for cake. I just made it up. And if you'll be good enough to pass the cake, Rabbi Zakarin, I believe I'll have some.
If I don't pass the cake, Uncle Ezra?
You will have suffered me to recite a blessing in vain, which is an offense.
I see. Ignorance has its own logic and its own ritual. We'll let you in, Uncle Ezra. Eat your cake.
And so, without anyone being aware of it, there was a conflict in the town of Dalet between Uncle Ezra and Reb Isaac Aaron. It was the boy versus the man, and the issue went far beyond the town of Dalet in the province of Aleph Beis. And what was the issue? Very simple. In me, in you, in every human being, there is a little of Uncle Ezra and a little of Reb Isaac Aaron, and much depends on which becomes the victor. You understand me? I know it. It's a riddle and it's a paradox. Let's be patient and see what happened when Uncle Ezra went his carefree way.
Now, don't forget, Uncle Ezra, the wedding's on Sunday.
Oh, I'll be there, nephew. I'll be there if for no other reason than to see you assert the supremacy of all males.
You feel well, Uncle Ezra?
Oh, yes, I feel fine, nephew.
Well, you talk crazy. What's this business about male supremacy?
Don't you know?
What am I supposed to know?
When you and the bride are standing under the canopy and the cantor sings and the rabbi is about to pronounce the benediction, she's going to try to step on your foot.
You're really crazy. Why should my future wife try to step on my foot just before the benediction?
Because if she does, it will mean that she will rule you. But if you step on her foot first, it means that you will rule her.
How do you know all this?
Never mind how I know.
Oh, it's superstitious nonsense. I'll have no part of it. I'm not that gullible.
Suit yourself, nephew. Blood is thicker than water. And I thought I'd warn you. If she steps on your foot first, I'm not the one who's going to be dominated. Well, you're probably right anyhow. Just a lot of nonsense.
Uncle Ezra, he wouldn't do a thing like that.
How do you know?
Because he loves me as much as I love him.
You're very beautiful, Naomi. I'm sorry I spoke. Forget it.
Uncle Ezra, are you sure he plans to step on my foot while we stand under the bridal canopy?
Oh, forget it, Naomi. It isn't really important.
So he really thinks he can dominate me for the rest of my life?
Oh, I shouldn't have brought it up, Naomi. Don't put any stock in those old wives' tales.
You believe in it, Uncle Ezra, don't you?
Oh, I'm just a boy. I'll grow out of it.
You're sweet. Uncle Ezra, I want to give you a kiss.
Oh, I don't deserve it, Naomi.
You do? Yes, you really do. So he thinks he's going to dominate me, does he? Ha!
The bridegroom will place the ring upon the forefinger of the bride's right hand. Am I talking to myself? I said the bridegroom will now place the ring upon the forefinger of the bride.
You missed Naomi. It's my turn now.
What is this, a wedding or a foot race? Children, stop before you cripple one another for life. Somebody stop them.
Rabbi Karen, they're silly, aren't they?
Of course, it's only a foolish superstition.
That's exactly what I told them, Rabbi Karen. In exactly those words.
It is not recorded what Rabbi Aaron replied, but the scholar and teacher of the town of Dalit had lost the second encounter to Uncle Ezra. For truth requires knowledge to nourish it, while ignorance feeds handsomely upon itself. From that moment on, there was neither bride nor bridegroom in the town of Dalit who did not approach the marriage ceremony except with misgiving and trepidation. The first prerequisite for marriage became a limber ankle, a quick instep, and a determination to step first and to step hard. This was the beginning of the ascendancy of Uncle Ezra.
If you've had a bad dream during the night, spit 3 times when you wake up.
People of Dalit, stop spitting. Don't listen to the boy.
Never step across a child or he won't grow.
You're not going to believe that, are you?
I don't exactly believe it, but there's no sense in taking chances, is there?
If your right eye itches, you'll be happy. If your left eye itches, you'll cry before the day is out.
Nonsense. Pay no attention. If either eye itches, wash it with boric acid or go to the doctor.
Knock on wood, 13's unlucky. Never start a journey on a Monday. Spit 3 times. Ni hori, ni hori, ni bori, ni kori.
Boy, you're a pagan.
I believe in the same God as you do, Isaac Aaron.
You believe in many gods, gods of luck and misfortune. Uncle Ezra, you're an idolater.
You've lost, Rabbi Isaac Aaron. If I had lost, I'd not call you names.
Thou shalt be wholehearted with the Lord thy God. That's a commandment. These people have listened to you. They're no longer wholehearted with the Lord.
Yes, they are. They pray for luck.
That's infamous.
What should they pray for?
For kindness, for justice, for peace. Uncle Ezra, do you worship luck or do you worship God?
He didn't answer. Uncle Ezra couldn't answer. He smiled, and his smile said nothing. Isaac Aaron studied him, and there was a look in the scholar's eye that had not been there before.
Uncle Ezra, I wouldn't be surprised if Satan himself is in you.
A rather odd thing for a scholar to say. But the thing seemed to be confirmed by a new commercial enterprise entered into by Uncle Ezra.
I cash sins, I buy sins. Little sins, medium sins, offenses, errors, faults, violations, small transgressions. I cash sins.
It seems a peasant had told Uncle Ezra that it was possible for a boy to acquire another boy's sin without injury to his soul while acquiring a little profit in the transaction.
I built a bonfire on the Sabbath. I didn't really mean to, but it's a sin. How much do you charge, Uncle Ezra?
Well, seeing it's you, 3 apples and that watch your cousin Michael broke on Hanukkah.
You're not afraid to buy my sin?
Well, I'll have the 3 apples, won't I? I'm not afraid.
Here, 1, 2, 3 apples and the watch.
Thank you.
The sin is off my conscience.
And it's on mine.
Uncle Ezra, why don't you shiver?
What for?
Satan made me sin, and I've sold you the sin.
What about it?
Uncle Ezra, how do you know that Satan himself isn't part of the bargain? How do you know that Satan himself is not in you at this moment?
Uncle Ezra pondered the idea and ate the apples. But somehow the commercial venture proceeded badly. The townspeople of Dalit seemed eager enough to sell their sins, but at the same time they seemed badly disposed toward the buyer. And because he began to be troubled by heads that were lowered and eyes that were averted, Uncle Ezra began to reconsider matters.
It was peculiar. Dissatisfaction bred thought, and thought led to reflection, and reflection led him to Reb Isaac Aaron.
I think I'd like to go back to school again.
The only difficulty was that the townspeople of Dalit refused to unlearn the superstitions of Uncle Ezra.
Nihori, nihori, niburi, nikori. Say it twice and spit 3 times. It will keep away the evil eye.
I'll tell you something. Maybe there isn't any evil eye. Not really.
He's a liar. He says that because Satan is in him. He's trying to trap us. Get away, Satan. Get away.
And Reb Isaac Aaron stood nearby and smiled bitterly. And it wasn't long after that things began to happen in the town of Dalit.
May all the matriarchs of Israel blind my eyes.
Naomi, stop cursing yourself. What's wrong?
Taste this fish.
I'll have it for supper. I can wait.
Taste it now.
Don't raise your voice. I'll taste it.
Fish is sour.
Now taste this horseradish I just made. Taste it. Well?
It's impossible. Naomi, the fish is sour and the horseradish is sweet. It's impossible.
No, not impossible when Satan is around. Where is Uncle Ezra?
Benjamin is going to blow the ram's horn and show us how it's going to sound on Rosh Hashanah. Are you ready, Benjamin? All right. Go on, blow it. Benjamin, what's the matter?
I don't know. This never happened before.
Are you the most celebrated virtuoso on the ram's horn or not?
The best in the entire province of Aleph Bays.
Even if you have to say so yourself. Then blow, Benjamin. Sound the chauffeur. Make room, everyone. There he blows. Stop before your eyes pop out. Stop, Benjamin.
It can't happen to me. I'm disgraced.
No, you're not disgraced.
No.
I know why you can't get any sound out of the ram's horn.
You do.
Something's in it.
What?
Satan, Benjamin. Satan is in the ram's horn, holding back the holy sound. Get a broomstick. We're going to find Uncle Ezra.
Blame it on Uncle Ezra, blame it on Satan, I don't care. This festival of Sukkot, I don't sing in the synagogue.
But you can't refuse. You're the cantor of Dalit.
I don't sing.
People will demand an explanation.
I'll tell them. Who am I, I'll ask. The cantor of Dalit, they'll answer. In what do I sing, I'll ask. In the tallest and whitest skull cap in the entire province of Aleph Bays, they'll answer. And what is on the tallest and whitest skull cap in the entire province of Aleph Bays? A beautiful white tassel, they'll say. And where is the white tassel now? Uncle Ezra took it. Satan took it. No white tassel, no singing. I'm not in competition with Satan. No, not a single note.
Reb Isaac Aaron, this is the last straw.
What is, Sarah Lee?
Is this flour?
It looks like it.
Is this an egg?
A respectable egg from a respectable, peace-loving hen.
And is this yeast? Is this oil? Is this salt? And is this sugar?
Without a question, but calm yourself.
I'll have apoplectic before the day is over. I took ingredients just like this. I made this dough, the same dough to make the same twist that I bake each Sabbath and holiday except Passover. My mother baked her twist that way. My mother's mother baked her twist that way. It was a twist. Here's the dough. I twisted it.
Sarah Leah, it's twisted very nicely.
Wait. May 16,000 black plagues never take Uncle Ezra between the eyes. Just wait.
It's still twisted.
May the cholera never loosen his back teeth. Keep looking.
I don't see a thing, Sarah Lee.
Look now. The twist untwisted. Satan has crawled into my dough. Get Uncle Ezra.
With
Pitchforks, broom handles, sticks, kitchen knives, the townspeople of Dalit in the province of Aleph Bays began to march.
Get the sweet horseradish, Naomi.
Naomi marched with the sour fish and the sweet horseradish. The cantor marched without his white tassel. Sarah Leah marched with the twistless twist. Benjamin, the virtuoso on the ram's horn, marched with the useless chauffeur to his lips. They marched with grimness.
We're going to find him.
And when we find him, it's going to be just too bad.
Gentlemen, what do you propose to do?
Nothing. Not a thing. All we're going to do is knock the devil out of Uncle Ezra.
They found Uncle Ezra cowering in a small tree beside a little stream.
Throw him in!
Good. I know the way to get the devil out of him. Immerse him underwater 3 times and take him out only twice.
Quiet, you fool! I said quiet! Pull him out. You want to drown the boy? I said pull him out.
Rabbi, the Karen, Satan is in him.
He made a bargain. I was there.
Fools, superstitious fools. Bring him here.
Here's my coat, Uncle Ezra. Throw it around you.
Thank you, Rabbi Zekalan.
Look at yourselves, all of you. There's hate in your eyes. Your lips are thin and bloodless.
People of Dalit, look what's happened to you. You fools, you've sacrificed your own divinity through ignorance. What kind of a world is this where stupidity and superstition unite men more than knowledge and learning?
Satan is in it.
You're an imbecile.
We've got to find a way to knock it out of him.
You're the chief imbecile. Be still, all of you. I'm a man of faith. You hear? And I've tried to be a man of knowledge. I've tried to teach your children, but you let your children teach you. Listen to me. Religion is not superstition. I deny that true religion can proceed from ignorance, because life will not tolerate ignorance. When faith is born of ignorance, faith is superstition. Now go home and be ashamed of yourselves.
Rabbi Isaac, if what you say is true, then who made my fish sour and my horseradish sweet?
Not Satan, Naomi.
Then who took my tassel?
I did.
Rabbi Zekalan, do you realize what you're saying?
I realize it. Do you? All right, I'll tell you. Naomi, when sugar is put into horseradish becomes sweet. I put the sugar in, and I substituted rotten fish for fresh fish.
Why didn't my chauffeur blow?
Because when a rag is stuffed into a ram's horn, no chauffeur will blow.
But my untwistable twist, that was Satan's work.
My work, Sarah Leah. Feel the dough. There's a fine steel rod in it. I put it there.
Oh. Rabbi Zekalan, you did all this because of me, didn't you?
Yes, Uncle Ezra. Because we're all men and women. Because we have eyes, we have minds. Our eyes are in front of us, not behind us.
Let's go home, Rabbi Zekalan.
All right, Uncle Ezra. Take my hand.
No, Rabbi Zekalan, you lead. I'll try to follow.
Oh, God bless you, Uncle Ezra. See, you sneeze, and that's a sign that everything Rabbi Zekalan said is true.
No, Sarah Lee, that's pure superstition. I sneezed because I think I caught a cold in my head from being thrown in the river.
And of course, that was true. It was true in the town of Dalit, near the city of Gimel, in the province of Aleph Bays. It is true now. It will always be true. The conflict is perpetual. Knowledge or ignorance, man or boy, Reb Isaac Aaron or Uncle Ezra. Turn to the book of Proverbs, the 2nd chapter. Then shalt thou understand righteousness and justice and equity. For wisdom shall enter into thy heart, and knowledge shall be pleasant unto thy soul.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present a talk by Rabbi Albert I. Gordon Executive Director of the United Synagogue of America, speaking from Chicago. Rabbi Gordon.
The dramatic tale to which we have just listened presents an important theme for our consideration. For the conflict represented in the persons of Rabbi Isaac Aaron and Uncle Ezra is truly an ever-present conflict. There have always been large numbers of men and women in all civilizations who have assumed that amulets, incantations, charms, and magical formulas of one kind or another could solve all human problems. There have been others, varying in number at various stages in the history of mankind, who have recognized the folly of such procedures and have placed their faith upon knowledge, learning, and understanding. They, along with Israel's sages, have always believed that ignorant men could not be regarded as truly pious. Let it be said to the glory of Judaism that it has placed its greatest emphasis upon knowledge, upon education as the means toward the attainment of God's will for humankind. So guarded have our Jewish sages been that they have, in biblical and post-biblical literature as well, denounced superstitious practices and the use of magical formulas and slogans as an act of impiety. It seems to me that in this day and age, we may well learn something of value from this tale. For we are ourselves guilty of perpetuating just such errors, both in our thinking and in our actions. Consider for a moment how frequently we have used the phrase one world, or how we have spoken of human freedom as being inviolable. Somehow, far too many of us have fallen into the error of thinking that the use of some such phrase has about it some magical quality, which will actually bring about the one world of which we speak, or really develop that relationship among men of all races, creeds, and colors, which will make for human freedom. We, then, are guilty of the same error in thinking, which in others we would call superstition. In our day, there are far too many men and women who are disillusioned because the one world of which they have spoken, the brotherhood of which they have dreamed, has not yet become a reality. We must, above all else, remember that nothing of great importance to human life and welfare ever happens quickly, and it certainly never happens just because we adopt or use a formula. But study, understanding, and human sympathy, coupled with devotion, sincerity, and faith in human progress, are, in the final analysis, the factors which will help us to attain the goals towards which we aspire. The truly pious man is the man who recognizes himself and other human beings as God's instruments upon this earth. He will avoid the improper use of slogans, formulas, and incantations, and will instead use his God-given mind and the knowledge of God's nature, which is everywhere manifest, to help bring about the kind of world in which he believes.
Thank you, Rabbi Gordon. The fantasy, How They Knocked the Devil Out of Uncle Ezra, was written for The Eternal Light by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Milton Caters. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Featured as Uncle Ezra was Michael Artist, as Reb Isaac Aaron, Roger de Koven, and Alexander Scorbe, the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light,
to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generation. The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is the last in a series of original parables, fantasies, and folk tales by Morton Wishengrad. The play is entitled Jacob's Ladder and features Juano Hernandez as Jacob, Bryna Rayburn as Bessie, and House Jameson as the narrator. If more people understood that a good many modern improvements have been installed in heaven, more people would seem to be more anxious to go there. What would you say if I told you that about 25 years ago, a man called Jacob Schneider was being considered for admission to heaven? What would you say if I told you that Jacob Schneider was a poor farmer who barely eked out a living on 1 cow and 5 hens, 3 of them in different layers? What would you say, finally, if I told you that this same Jacob Schneider lived on the outskirts of Louisville? Aha, that surprised you, didn't it? Well, don't be so surprised. Even people living inside Louisville have a chance to go to heaven, although the odds are better if you live on the outskirts. In any case, my knowledge of the story commenced when the traffic department received a call.
Traffic department. Jacob who? Spell the name. Schneider. Schneider. I've got it. Right.
You sent for me?
I want a full report on an eminent candidate named Jacob Schneider, place outskirts of Louisville.
What's the medical prognosis?
I don't know. Turn on the cardioscope.
What are the directions?
United States of America.
Right.
State of Kentucky.
State of Kentucky.
Jefferson County. That's up towards the Indiana border.
Jefferson County. Right.
Careful now. South of Louisville. Between Louisville and Oakdale. A dirt road for about 3 miles. A barn, 1 cow, hen house, 5 layers, 3 of them very unsatisfactory. A farmhouse. A man stretched out on a sofa. He's reading.
Here it comes. Listen. I'd say it sounds like an Austin Flint murder.
Yeah, might be. My own feeling is that it's nothing more than less than a mitral stenosis.
Rather imminent, don't you think?
No question of it. Well, shut it off. I'll go to the files and bring back a complete report. I don't want a summary of Jacob Schneider. I want details. Well, all right, now, let's not lose any time.
That's when I came in. I was in charge of the files. In a way, it was an unusual case, so I think I'd better begin with the time Jacob Schneider came as an immigrant to America. It was during the administration of President McKinley. May he rest in peace. Jacob Schneider had come off the boat, a small man with bony wrists and a pale scholar's face. He carried a few old clothes, a few old books. For a while, he spent his time studying the books. Then he couldn't bear the hunger. He got a job.
Sorry, Jacob, that's the second garment you've spoiled. Get your wages from the bookkeeper.
He tried another job. This one lasted a week.
Here's $1.50. Don't come back.
Even a scholar must live. So Jacob Schneider tried still another job.
You sweep the saloon twice a day. Then you empty the spittoons and sprinkle the sawdust, wipe the tables. And don't let me catch you hanging around the free lunch counter.
He could bear that for only 2 days. His fourth job was driving a junk wagon for a junk dealer.
I told you, offer him 15 cents for it. I don't care what you thought it was worth. I said offer 15 cents. 15 cents, not 85 cents. Get down off the wagon. You're fired.
After that, he drifted. Sometimes he walked, sometimes he rode. The clothes he wore got shabbier. He put cardboard in the soles of his shoes. And he carried his books. He was always hungry. In a little synagogue in Louisville, he met Bessie's father. They talked for a while. Then Jacob Schneider nodded his head and agreed. Hunger makes a man do many things.
Jacob, this is my daughter, Bessie. Bessie, this is Jacob Schneider.
I hope you'll like me, Bessie.
Bessie, he's talking to you.
It's all right. She doesn't have to answer.
Sure. But she'll talk. Wait until after you're married.
Bessie, I'm not a young man. I'm a widower. I had a wife in Austria. She died. I think you ought to know.
Bessie, aren't you going to say anything?
It's too bad his wife died.
You don't have to talk like that the first time he comes to see you. This is your house, Bessie. You might say something to him. Bessie, say something to him.
I'm 35 years old. I'm homely.
Go ahead. Tell him the rest. Tell him you've got a tongue that can scrape the skin off a man's back.
I don't have to tell him. Are you going to marry me?
Yes, Bessie.
Because you're hungry? Because you can't find work? Because a farm goes with me?
Yes, Bessie. Because I'm hungry. Because the farm goes with you.
Anyhow, you're not a liar. Smile, Father. Looks like you've finally gotten rid of me. It's all in the wrist. Strong fingers and good wrists. Try it again, Jacob.
I'm tired, Bessie. I'll try to milk the cow tomorrow, some other time.
You'll try now.
I'm not used to the fields and the barn, Bessie. I want to rest.
You'll milk the cow first, Jacob.
We won't quarrel about it. I'll try it again.
The wrists, the wrists. These aren't the pages of the Talmud. More wrists, you fool.
Bessie, not knowing how to milk a cow, that isn't everything. That doesn't make me a fool.
No?
No, Bessie.
You married me, didn't you? You're a fool.
Bessie, where shall I put this wood?
In the shed where... No, don't put it in the shed. Take it back. It's no good. Now you can pick it up, Jacob.
Since we were married, you haven't said one civil word to me.
Since we were married, you haven't deserved a civil word. You're an incompetent fumbler. Pick up the wood.
Not until you tell me why.
I asked for kindling, not for logs.
I sawed and split kindling until the blisters burst. What more do you want?
Kindling. This is too big. It won't fit in the stove.
You're glad, aren't you? It pleases you, Bessie, when I make a mistake, doesn't it?
Take it out and bring back proper kindling.
No, I've had enough.
The kindling is needed for the stove.
I told you I've had enough.
All right, Jacob, I'll do it myself.
Bessie, I'm sick of you.
Good enough. A bargain can be made. A bargain can be unmade. You can lie down. I'll take care of the kindling.
Never mind, Bessie. Stay in the kitchen. I'll take care of the wood. A bargain is a bargain. Yes.
nasty wound your husband's got.
Just finish the bandage, Doctor. That's all we want.
And that's still a nasty tongue you've got, Bessie.
Congratulations, Doctor. You're still observant.
Jacob, how'd you get the cut?
He was splitting kindling. He was tired. The axe slipped.
Most accidents happen when people are tired.
That's right. Jacob was tired when he met me.
There are some things you don't say in front of other people, Bessie.
The doctor isn't other people. The doctor is part of the family furniture.
Bessie, some things are only between a husband and his wife.
You're perfectly right. Doctor, turn your back so I can give Jacob the money to pay you.
Bessie, what did they do to you? What terrible thing did they do to you to make you hate yourself so much?
That's the way it was between them. It's all written down in the file. Even a scholar with bony wrists and a pale face, even a man like Jacob Schneider can be stubborn. He remained with Bessie on the farm. He didn't leave. And he began to learn. He even began to learn how to milk a cow without being afraid of the cow.
The rhythm is all wrong. It's 1, 2, 1, 2.
I didn't know you were in the barn.
Don't stop. We need the milk for our customers.
You might say you're glad I came back and tried again.
What for?
I'm not a weakling. If I were a weakling, I wouldn't have come back.
If you were a weakling, I wouldn't have married you.
You had no choice, Bessie.
That's right, Jacob. But I still wouldn't have married you. Even women like me marry a man for something. Finish the milking, Jacob, then carry the pail to the milk shed. I'll show you how the separator works, and don't take too long.
Yes, Bessie.
It is recorded that Jacob smiled. He finished the milking and brought her the pail. He stood in the field under the sun, the scholar whose face was no longer so pale, and he cut down the hay with a scythe. And while he worked, he thought it through. He thought it all the way through. After supper, he said what was on his mind.
You hate me because you are beholden to me.
I'm beholden to no one. Everything I have has been bought and paid for.
That's why, Bessie.
I'm not a scholar. Talk simply. Say what you mean.
Suppose I were a rich man with many servants, and you came to my house. And suppose I prepared your bed with my own hands, because a servant would have done it for my pay. And I wanted to show that I did it for friendship.
I don't understand you.
The good things can't be paid for, Bessie. A hand clasp that's paid for isn't the clasp of a hand. Some things are sold, some things are given. It's the things that are given that you want. That's why you're so bitter.
Is that what you get out of your book?
It's one of the things.
That's why you're a fool.
You haven't denied what I said.
No, I haven't.
Whatever else you do to yourself, you don't lie to yourself.
What do you want to say?
I've said it, Bessie. No one's going to give a thing to you until you yourself start to give.
It's a complicated record. Every man's life is a complicated record. Learning is a cloak to hide ignorance. Laughter is a mask for tears. Hardness is the shield of the frustrated and those like Bessie who are too easily bruised by life. It takes a long time to understand this. It took a long time for Bessie. A cattle dealer drove a herd of cattle on the road past the farm.
Dealer. Oh, dealer.
Oh, good afternoon.
Those cattle, they look worn.
They should be. I've driven them since before daybreak.
They look thirsty. Wait here. I'll get some buckets out, and I'll help you water them.
Well, there's a good deal of work.
Wait here. I'll fetch the buckets.
It's written down. While Bessie stood and watched, Jacob fetched the buckets and pumped the water. Bessie just stood and watched. Jacob watered the cattle. The old cows and the heifers and the calves drank their fill. When the cattle dealer brought a coin from his pocket...
I'm much obliged. Oh, this is for you, mister.
Oh, no thanks.
I won't pay more. That's the regular price.
I didn't do it for you or for your money. They were thirsty.
You talk peculiar.
They're creatures of God.
Huh? Anything you say.
Besides, it was water. Air and water. Those aren't things to pay for. Not yet.
Good afternoon, mister.
Good afternoon.
We're poor people. They offered you money.
It wasn't very much, Bessie.
What difference is that?
It was only 25 cents.
It was that much. You had no right to refuse it.
The labor was mine, Bessie. I did you no injury.
More of your books.
Yes, Bessie. And you're making another mistake. You're bitter because I gave to a stranger. That's a mistake, Bessie. Giving is not for one, nor for a few, nor a few more. Giving is for all.
Is that you, Jacob?
Yes, Mr. Green. Everything all right?
Fine. We'll take only 2 quarts from now on instead of the usual 3.
I'll tell Bessie. She keeps the accounts.
Tell her he must have gone away, or maybe he died or something.
Who, Mr. Green?
That's just it. I really don't know myself, but you tell Bessie.
Well, does she know the man you're talking about?
Don't even know if it was a man. But you just say Mr. Green says 2 quarts will be enough instead of 3 from now on. I see you've left 2 bottles today instead of the 3.
That's what you said, wasn't it?
Sure.
Mr. Green, I haven't been very observant. I've just realized that you've always taken 3 bottles of milk, but you never returned 3 bottles. Only 2. We're always short of bottles.
Didn't Bessie tell you?
No.
Strange woman.
Mr. Green, I'm listening.
I thought you knew. Some time back, 3 or 4 months, Bessie and me, we had us a fight. I ordered 2 quarts of milk. I found only 1 quart each time. She said she left 2, and she wanted me to pay for 2.
That was about the time I was married?
I guess so. Then I found out someone was stealing 1 quart of milk each time. I was going to wait for him with my shotgun. She wouldn't let me.
Bessie?
Sure. She said people don't steal milk unless they're desperate. That's why she's been leaving an extra quart all this time. 2 quarts for me, 1 quart for whoever it is who needs it.
She never said a word.
Strange woman. Never could figure Bessie out.
No. And I thought, I've been preaching to her. Mr. Green, I'm a fool. Here's Mr. Green's money.
Did you count it? People don't mean to cheat you of a penny, but sometimes mistakes happen.
I didn't count it, Bessie.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. A nickel makes 15, 17, 19, 21.
Don't count the money, Bessie.
Why not? It's what we live on.
No, it's not what we live on. I've been speaking to Mr. Green.
You stand and talk while the milk sours in the sun.
Nothing soured. I just talked to Mr. Green.
Fine. 2 men talking in the noonday while the women work.
Don't be embarrassed. Whoever it was, Bessie, you didn't shame him by giving him publicly. It was very considerate. Happy is the one who considereth the poor. It doesn't say give, it says consider.
I can't abide men who stand around talking when there's livestock to be fed and a barn to be cleaned and kindling to be cut.
Bessie, you know something?
Oh, stop behaving like a child. If you have a question to ask, ask it.
I was thinking to myself, if you didn't pull your hair straight back, if you parted it on the side, sure, I think you'd look pretty.
Jacob,
You don't have to say anything. I know.
That was all. But that was the true beginning of the marriage of Jacob and Bessie Schneider. The other things are all set down here in detail. The rest, well, when people are happy together, there's not much to talk about. They never had children. The medical report says they married too late for it. And now the medical report says that Jacob Schneider is an eminent candidate for heaven. One thing about the cardioscope, it never exaggerates.
It could be an Austin Flint murmur.
No, it's out of the question. It's a mitral stenosis. We'd better determine from the record whether or not he comes to heaven or goes to hell.
From the record, I'd say there's no doubt about Bessie. It's heaven for her, no two opinions about her. But, there are some things about Jacob that disturb me.
Such as?
He was trained to goodness and to charity. It was the Torah and the Talmud that he studied. It was what his father taught him. She was good out of her own goodness. The greater virtue is hers.
I don't know. We can't penalize learning and study. I think I'll go down and talk to Jacob Schneider myself.
Is that you, Bessie?
No, Bessie's in the kitchen.
Well, who is it?
A friend. Your doctor asked me to step in as a consultant.
It's that bad?
You can't complain.
Well, I'm not complaining. I just want to know.
Every man has his time, Jacob. This is your time.
All right. Where am I going?
There's heaven, and there's hell.
What do the souls do in heaven?
They draw near to the divine presence, and they study good works.
And in hell?
There, the wicked make retribution for their sins.
Who pities them in hell?
No one, Jacob. Hell is a place where there is no pity. That's why it's hell. Well, where do you wish to go?
I wish to go to hell.
Jacob Schneider, why?
Because I will pity them. Even in hell, there should be at least one being to pity the souls in torment.
Jacob Schneider, come with me.
It was the only answer, and the soul of Jacob Schneider was brought to heaven. If there is pity now in hell, it is because of him and because of his love for Bessie and her redemption from bitterness. I know what this story proves. It means that even if you live in Louisville, you have as good a chance of going to heaven as a man who lives in Des Moines, or Chicago, or Albany, or any other city. Of course, it's only a prejudice on my part, but sometimes I wonder if the odds aren't higher if you live in the suburbs.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we present a talk by Rabbi Julius J. Nodell of the Temple, Cleveland, Ohio. Speaking from Cleveland, Rabbi Nodell.
It was only yesterday that the scriptural lesson read according to tradition in every Jewish house of worship began with chapter 28 in the book of Genesis, verse 10, which tells of Jacob's dream. Jacob had been forced to flee from the house of his father Isaac because Esau, his twin brother, had threatened to kill him. There was Jacob in the desert, alone at night, surrounded by peril, facing an unknown future. The young lad was sorely troubled. What did he do? He took a stone and placed it under his head for a pillow. And that night, with a hard stone for a resting place, a wonderful vision came to him of a ladder that reached to the throne of God, and angels walking to and fro between heaven and earth upon it. A stone, mind you, a hard, rough stone was Jacob's pillow, yet it nurtured one of the grandest dreams ever beheld by man, a ladder to God. Jacob, in other words, converted his fear and sorrow into a thing of supernal beauty. He beheld God in his tears. This is not merely a biblical story written 2,500 years ago on a parchment, for upon the scroll of history, The experiences of the people of Israel have taught the same lesson, that men can transmute suffering into grace and character. Throughout the ages, Israel has been forced to flee the hate of their brethren. Israel has lived through many painful nights, and yet it has always managed to create out of the hard stone of its suffering a Bethel, a house of God, wherever its wandering feet have rested. All men today, like Jacob of ancient days, have borne heavy burdens during the past critical years, and facing the future, are burdened with mental unrest and awesome challenges. Shall we stalk and fret and complain, or shall we too take the hard stone of our problems and build upon it a ladder to God? Evil is not something to accept, but something to work out. Through adversity, man is not trapped, he is tested. And in the end, there is hope. It is faith versus fate. It is the assertion that man is captain of his ship and master of his fate. This is the Jewish idea. It is what we do with the mechanics of life that render it meaning. We add love to a house, and it becomes a home. We add civic righteousness to a city, and it becomes a community. We add truth to a pile of bricks and stone, and it becomes a place of worship. Above all, we add spirit, soul, imagination to our tears, and they become a thing of loveliness and of beauty, a Jacob's ladder linking us with God, with peace. Jacob in ancient times heard the promise, "Fear not, the Lord is with thee." This blessing is for all men today, but only for those who listen.
Thank you, Rabbi Nodell. The fantasy Jacob's Ladder was written for the Eternal Light by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cative. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Featured as Jacob was Juano Hernandez, Bryna Rayburn as Bessie, and House Jameson as the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you each week at the same time under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you would like a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is Morton Wishengrad's The Mark of Cain, a fictionalized radio biography of Sophie Irene Loeb. Miss Aline McMahon, distinguished actress of stage and screen, is starred as Sophie Irene Loeb, and Alexander Scorby is featured as the narrator.
Who is it?
Open the door.
Tell me who it is.
It's the police.
What do you want?
You know what I want, Mrs. Peller. I've got a court order for your son. Will you open the door, or do I have to break it down?
You can't have him.
Oh, don't be foolish. The court order says that the boy goes to an institution. Open the door, Mrs. Peller.
I said you can't have my son. The only way you can have him is when I'm dead.
All right. I'm going to break the door down.
Go ahead, officer. I'll be on a fire escape.
Well, what do you mean?
You break the door down and I jump. I said the only way you get my son is when I'm dead. And that's what I mean. Every word.
The year was 1910. The place was a poverty-stricken tenement building in New York City. In 1910, a policeman blew a whistle. A hand pulled the signal on a firebox. The fire trucks and police riot cars responded.
Spread the net. Get a move on. I want those life nets, Brad.
Cassidy, Anderson, Kaplan.
Yes, Sergeant.
Cover the roof, the backyard, and the areaway.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Costello, get those people back. Get them out of the way.
The sound of the mob, the brute, mindless sound of the morbidly curious who are attracted always by the pain and the shame of the despairing.
Hurry with those life nets. Get a move on, men. Spread those nets.
But, Sergeant, suppose she jumps at an angle. She'll smash herself against the pavement.
Who let you through? Costello, I told you to hold the people back. Now, get back, lady. You don't belong here.
My name is Sophie Irene Lowe.
I wouldn't care if it was William Howard Taft, back of the police line.
I'm a reporter for the New York Evening World. I'm Sophie Irene Lowe.
Drop in when I'm not busy. Now beat it, Miss Lowe.
Sergeant, if that woman kills herself, there's a good chance you won't be sleeping well tonight.
What do you want?
Maybe I can persuade her not to jump.
She's gone crazy. You'll be wasting your time.
Well, it's only my time, and it's her life. Sergeant, let me try to talk to her.
I tell you, she's hysterical. She won't listen.
Well, what do you lose if I try?
Miss Loeb, she may hurt you.
Well, I'll try not to let her. Sergeant, give me a chance.
Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
Take Miss Loeb to the roof. Show her the way to the fire escape.
Thank you, Sergeant. Come on, Cassidy.
In 1910, Sophie Irene Loeb found one hysterical human life to save. This is how you try to save a human life. The heart pounding, the chest bursting for air, the breath torn from the throat. She raced up the filthy tenement stairs to the roof.
This way!
She paused only for a moment to suck her breath back.
Now take it easy, lady. From here, you're on your own. Watch those steps.
Don't come any further. You take one more step and I jump.
Mrs. Peller, I'm your friend.
I haven't any friends. I said don't come nearer. So help me God, don't come nearer.
All right, Mrs. Peller, I'll stay here. Now, please, I'm not from the police. I want to help you.
Nobody takes my boy.
Well, I don't know anything about that, Mrs. Peller. I don't even know what your boy's done.
He didn't go to school. He should have gone to school and he didn't go to
Mrs.
school.
Peller, you're not in any condition to talk. Where's your husband?
Dad, that's where he is. That's buried.
Why didn't the boy go to school?
Because I have to work, that's why. There's no one to watch him. He gets wild. Is that a reason to take him from his own mother? Is that a reason to send him to an orphan asylum? I'm his mother, his own mother. Who do they think they are? What kind of a city is this? What kind of laws do they make?
You're right about the law. Stop crying, Mrs. Peller.
You're not saying that just because...
No, they're trying to do a terrible thing to you. If that's the law, it's a wicked law.
If you're playing with me, if this is a
No, it's no trick, Mrs. Peller. My mother is a widow. My brothers and my sisters, I myself, we were brought up by a widow. I think I know what's in your heart.
What do you want?
Don't jump.
That's no answer to anything.
They'll take my boy.
Probably.
They'll send him to an orphan asylum.
Probably.
Then what's the good?
You'll be alive. You'll both be alive. You'll have a chance to get him back.
Not a chance in the world. I know them. They never give you a chance.
I'll help you.
What for? Who am I to you?
Another woman. Mrs. Peller, I'm going to walk down this fire escape ladder.
Oh, here. Wait a minute. You fall. I'll give you my hand.
What for, Mrs. Peller? Who am I to you?
Yeah. Yes, sure. Oh, lady. Lady. I don't know who you are. But whoever you are, don't let them take my boy. Don't let them.
In 1910, a woman did not leap to her death, and a young boy was taken from his mother and placed in an orphan asylum. It was the law. It was something Sophie Irene Loeb could not prevent. But there is something in an evil law that challenges every free spirit. There is something in social injustice that outrages every free soul and personally affronts every righteous being. And this is our social guilt. The guilt that every honest man and woman carries on his conscience. And this is also the tragedy of every man, to see injustice and to be powerless against it. In 1910, it was the tragedy of Sophie Irene Loeb.
What do you want? I waited out here for you, Mrs. Peller.
Well, you got what you wanted. Leave me alone.
How is the boy? They wouldn't let me see him.
You tried to see him?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I'm tired. I'm awfully tired, Miss Loeb. They say a boy needs his mother. But a mother needs her boy, too. I just ain't human without him.
Are they treating him all right?
I don't know. They give him more to eat than I can give him.
Does he look well?
Oh, that's just it. He's gotten skinny. He's all dressed up in a uniform. Black shoes, black stockings, black pants, black sweater. All the orphan children in black. Like they're going to their own funeral.
Mrs. Peller, it's my problem now. It's my problem as much as yours. We've got to work it out.
Shut the door, Miss Loeb, and sit down. I want to talk to you.
I'm going to be scolded,
That's right.
Mr. Tennant, has my stuff been that bad?
No, your stories have been good.
Well, then what's the matter?
I've been editor of this paper for a long time. I've known a lot of reporters. Some people can write about anything. Murder, suicide, violent death just rolls off their back. They digest their dinners. They sleep well.
It must be wonderful to be like that.
But you're not like that. That makes you unlucky.
I know. I see Mrs. Peller in my dream.
Forget her. That's good advice.
I can't. I've got to help her.
No, you don't. You don't have to help anybody but Sophie Loeb.
I've still got to help her.
It'll never stop. There are 1,000 Mrs. Peller.
I just want to help her.
Don't kid yourself. You'll want to help them all. It's a matter of glands, and you've got the wrong gland.
When I was a girl in McKeesport, Pennsylvania, my mother used to say, Sophie, your blood isn't redder than anybody else's.
Your mother had the wrong glands. She should have given you the kind of glands that let you mind your own business.
Right now, Mrs. Peller is my business.
And how about the 1,000 other Mrs. Pellers? Watch out, Sophie. You'll burst your cocoon and you won't be a butterfly. You'll be a professional do-gooder. A busybody with straight hair and no sense of humor.
I'll take a chance.
What's come over you all of a sudden?
My mother.
Say it in American.
Oh, I can't say it. She'd laugh at me. Couldn't put it into words. The way she used to light the candles on Friday night. Does that make any sense to you?
Not even a nickel's worth.
Well, my mother could have been Mrs. Peller. She could have been the one to stand on a fire escape.
Sure, your mother could have been Mrs. Van Aster, and you could have been buying your diamonds by the pound.
I don't know about diamonds by the pound, Mr. Tennant, but I've got to help Mrs. Peller.
You won't change your mind?
It's not a matter of mind.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, first I'm going to talk to some of the other women, the widows like Mrs. Peller, and then I'm going to try to do whatever can be done for them.
I'm sort of wondering.
Yes, Mr. Tennant?
How does it go? The Lord said to Cain, "Where is Abel, thy brother?" Sophie, the whole world is marked with the sign of Cain. Can you cleanse a whole bloody world?
No, Mr. Tennant, I'm not trying to fix the world. I just want to help one woman. A widow called Mrs. Peller.
You're an ignorant fool, Sophie. You're talking about the whole world.
With every despair, a new hope is born. In 1910, there were many men who were despairing, and for at least some of them, Sophie Irene Loeb was a new hope. She accomplished no miracles. She was merely one woman writing in a New York newspaper. She was merely one woman speaking to other women, visiting orphan asylums, studying them, talking to widowed mothers, writing, calling meetings, talking to whoever would listen.
Sisters and brothers are separated. It isn't enough to use taxpayers' money to build roads and highways. You have to build the children who are going to use those highways. Mr. Superintendent, this orphanage raises misfits. Children just can't grow in an institution.
Madam, what are you trying to do? Abolish orphan asylums?
Well, that is an idea, sir, isn't it? Tell the Assemblyman that Sophie Irene Loeb is waiting.
And your business, madam?
Well, I want Assemblyman McHugh to introduce a bill for widows' pensions.
Sophie, quit it. The world is permanently congealed. It can't be changed.
No, you're wrong, Mr. Tennant. Look in your copybook under Socrates. Nothing is permanent but change.
Don't bother introducing us, Miss Loeb. I know Assemblyman McHugh.
My friends call me, Marty.
Have a cigar, Marty.
No, don't use the stuff. Thanks. Used to be a prize fighter, and I found smoking cut my wind.
Mr. Tennant, Assemblyman McHugh.
Marty?
Marty. Well, it doesn't sound very dignified for an assemblyman.
There isn't anything dignified about an assemblyman.
Marty's going to introduce our bill.
Yes, but don't expect any miracles. Practically a whole career to see a bill through. It has to get 3 readings in the state Senate alone. 1 reading every year.
The paper will support you, Marty.
I think I'll need it.
Well, I'll support you with facts and affidavits. I can prove that apart from being better, it's cheaper to keep Mrs. Peller's boy at home than it is to raise him in an orphanage.
I'd like to see those figures.
Well, I'll ask Hannah Epstein to send them to you. She's one of my co-workers. She'll give you all the facts you need.
Well, it looks like a fight.
That isn't all, Marty. That's a beginning. When the widow's pension bill goes through, we'll see what we can do about foster homes for children born out of wedlock.
Sophie, one thing at a time.
I know, Mr. Tennant, but there's a lot to do.
Oh, private philanthropic agencies may oppose you.
Yes, that's right. In a way, you're taking away their business.
It's everybody's business, because I'm talking about every man's child.
Miss Loeb, I'm standing in your corner. Every man's child, that's it. And what they need and what we've got to give them isn't charity. It's a chance.
Sophie Irene Loeb wasn't alone. She was joined by men like Marty McHugh and Senator George Thompson, by women like Hannah Epstein, by the prayers of thousands of widows. It was a fight for the dignity of human life. Through 1910 and 1911 and 1912, the fight continued to abolish orphan asylums, to provide pensions for widows and allowances for their dependents, to prevent the child of poverty from being regarded as a pauper. And it was Sophie Irene Loeb who focused attention on the plight of the child born out of wedlock.
I am every man's child. I did not ask to come, but I am here. I arrived on this earth like every other child. I have been sent from pillar to post. I have been in many places. I am able-bodied and healthy. If I have the right to be born, I have other rights. I have the right to play. I have the right to have clothes like other children. I have the right to the loving care of people who are interested in me. But I am the ward of the state, society. I am put in a home of 1,000 children, but not the home of one. I am the child of the institution. When I am 16, society will have finished with me. It will send me forth handicapped with the sign of the asylum. Shall all who are born like me suffer the sorrows of no man's child?
With every despair, a new hope is born. Sophie Irene Loeb was a hope for the despairing, for those born into a society which was stained with the mark of Cain. Behind her, the great state of New York swung into action.
We've got another packing case of signatures on the sidewalk. When do we take it to Albany, Miss Loeb?
She had many allies. There was the governor of the state of New York.
Sophie Irene Loeb, I appoint you to the State Commission of 15 to investigate conditions in European countries to the end that we may learn the best way.
There was Assemblyman Marty McHugh, former prizefighter.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce a measure for relief of widows and their dependent children. Said measure to be known as the Widow's Pension Bill.
And finally, in her there was an inner voice that spoke.
Deliver the poor that cry out, the fatherless also that hath none to help him.
It was an irresistible tide. In 1914, the legislature passed a widow's pension bill. On the same day, the governor signed it, and the bill became law.
Congratulations, Miss Loeb.
Well, thank you, Governor.
I'm also congratulating you as the head of our party in New York State.
What do you mean, Governor?
Miss Loeb, you've got a name. You've won it the hard way. In November, that name on our ticket can be an asset to my party.
You want me to run for office?
Here's a list of 5 elective officers. Take your pick, and you're the official party candidate as of now.
Thank you, Governor.
Which one? Just take your pick.
None.
All right, I can understand your point of view. If it's something better you want, let me talk to the party leaders. I think we can add to this list.
No, Governor. I don't want to run for any office.
Why not?
Well, you wouldn't understand, sir.
Try me.
There's a woman called Mrs. Peller.
What about her?
Well, there are thousands like her. Next month, 2 months from now, whenever the new county welfare board will reach her name, she's going to an orphan asylum and get her boy back.
I don't understand you.
Well, it's simple, Governor. She's going to get her boy because of this new law. She'll have a little pension money. She'll be able to look after him. And perhaps I'll come to see them, and I'll bring a geranium for the fire escape.
Yes?
Well, don't you see, Governor? I want to come as just plain Sophie Loeb. I want her to say hello to me as me, not as a public officer. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say, Governor, is that, well, I know I haven't any kids of my own, and, well, I don't want Mrs. Peller to think that I did it for pay.
In 1914, high up in a New York tenement, a geranium rested on a fire escape. And during the years of the First War and the decade that followed, Sophie Irene Loeb continued her work. The things she did not do alone, but with hundreds of men and women like her. And when she died in 1929, it was possible for them to say, she delivered the poor that cried, the fatherless also that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon her, and she caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. She put on righteousness, and it clothed itself with her. She lived in a world that is stained with the mark of Cain, and perhaps because of her and the men and the women like her, there is a hope that one day the stain will be removed.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present a talk by Dr. Jacob Cohn of Temple Sinai, Los Angeles, California. Dr. Cohn.
Sophie Irene Loeb confessed that her social idealism, and especially her interest in the cause of the children of the world, was largely derived from the religious influences radiating from her pious mother. It has been one of the paradoxes of the human spirit in our generation that it has witnessed this great protective upsurge on behalf of the rights of childhood to a home and security, and at the same time has seen in modern warfare that reversion to barbarism, which made the child the most vulnerable victim of the most modern war machine. The lacerated flesh of little children, whether in London or Rotterdam, in Hiroshima or Nagasaki, has shown the child to be the most defenseless victim of a war waged in an age which had just discovered the claims of childhood upon the adults of the world. The cry of the children, once made beautifully articulate in the lines of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, again rings in our ears. There is no doubt in my mind that the status of childhood in society will become one of the touchstones of our civilization. And there is a fragment of biblical prophecy in which this thought is movingly portrayed. I wonder whether even Sophie Irene Loeb was aware of its existence. I refer to the 7th chapter of Zechariah. Here we find no such eloquent rhapsodies of social salvation as are contained in Isaiah's vision of international peace and brotherhood. This prophet contents himself with words such as these: execute true judgment and show mercy and compassion every man to his brother, and oppress not the widow, nor the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor, and let none of you devise evil against his brother in your heart. In an even quieter mood, he gives this community, the new Zion, then in process of erection, a name. He calls it the City of Truth. He goes on to describe the main features of the city of his dreams, the stigmata of this redeemed humanity. It is evidently not a city to be known for its sanctuaries and its altars, its priests and its saints. According to the prophet, the city proclaims its grandeur in other ways. There shall old men and old women sit in the broad places of Jerusalem, every man with a staff in his hand for very age. And the broad places of the city shall be full of boys and girls playing in the broad places thereof. It was as simple as that. One can almost hear the laughter of the children in the streets. Only a city in which old age would be secure and childhood safe and happy could be called the City of Truth. It will require many warm hearts and much wise legislation until society extends its protecting care over old age and childhood. I should hate to think of the City of Truth as St. Augustine somewhere is said to have described his city of God, the city of which we are always the builders and never the inhabitants. God grant that sometime we may all live in the City of Truth. Sophie Irene Loeb was one of its humble builders.
Thank you, Rabbi Cohn. Today's Eternal Light program, The Mark of Cain, was written by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. Miss Aline McMahon was starred as Sophie Irene Loeb. Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations and comes to you each week at the same time under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you would like a free copy of today's script, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's story, American Farmer, is based on the story of Jacob Carlin and was written for radio by Norman Roston. Featured as Jacob Carlin is Edgar Staley.
Give ye ear and hear my voice. Attend and hear my speech. Is the plowman never done with plowing to sow, with the opening and harrowing of his ground? When he hath made plain the face thereof, doth he not cast abroad the black cummin, and scatter the cummin, and put in the wheat in rows, and the barley in the appointed place, and the spelt in the border thereof? For he doth instruct him aright, his God doth teach him. The earth, mother of life, the soil from which the children of the earth are nourished. This is our story today. It tells of one of the many millions of Americans who chose farming as an occupation, who fought and won the long battle against nature, and in his victory enriched America. Our story is based upon the life of a farmer. His name is Jacob Carlin.
I'm Jacob Carlin. You want a story about me? Well, now, there's nothing very fancy to tell about a farmer. Farmer just goes along doing his work, and that's about all. Except maybe he stays in one spot longer than most folks. How old would you take me to be? Just finished 10 hours on the transplanter. Now take a guess. Well, I'm in my 60s. 33 years of work on this place. From 14 acres of clear land to 120. Mostly potato crop. Some cauliflower and strawberries. Easier now with the boys grown. Easy with tractors and machinery. But there seems to be as much work as before. I could sum it all up with that one word. Work. Work. And not to be afraid of the future. To believe in the future of this country. Yes, that's part of it. Like I said, there's nothing very fancy to tell about a farmer. My life, as far back as I can remember, was connected with a farm, beginning at the age of 14 when I worked for my first summer on a place near New York City.
Well, Jacob, here's your pay. Summer's over. I suppose you're glad.
Oh, no. I like farm work.
Going back to school this fall?
I got a job in the city, runner in the stock market. Kind of exciting life, but just temporary, I figure.
What do you plan to do when you grow up, Jacob?
I plan to be a farmer like you. Only a better farmer. Bigger, more modern.
Oh, think you learned it all in one summer, eh?
No, sir. But I'll be coming back next summer. That is, if you'll hire me, sir.
It's a deal. Keep in shape now.
I will. I go in for boxing on the side. Amateur stuff. It ain't such a bad game. You take in $5 or $10 a fight, and you pay out one.
What's that one for?
Well, you see, when you get knocked out like I do pretty often, you need someone. That buck is for the guy who throws a pail of water at me. Be seeing you.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and out. The winner, Mike Pugnacious.
I won a few in my time. Nothing special. Strictly bums, all of us, you know. But I had my eye on the future. I wanted to get out in the country and make a start somewhere. You know the saying, go west, young man? Well, we went east. Place called Rosedale, Long Island. I worked 5 more summers on farms, saving my money, waiting. I figured one more summer would do it. I made my plans for that summer, but my mother had a plan of her own.
Jacob,
Yes, Mama.
when are you leaving?
Tomorrow. Why all the questions?
Well, you're 20 years old, Jacob. It's time you think of settling down. Your father was your age when he married.
Married? Hey, what's the idea? I haven't even got a girl.
I have a girl for you.
Now, look, Mom. This ain't the old country.
Only in the old country people get married.
I mean, here you don't go around arranging things that way.
I didn't arrange. I'm only telling you what Paskov, the peddler, told me. He said in the next town there's a girl works in a candy store, a relative. So beautiful, like a queen. He wants you to meet her.
Okay, it's June. I'll be busy June, July, August. Tell Paskov to make a date for me with this queen for the fall. Maybe I'll have a farm by then. Who knows?
I joked about it. It turned out to be no joke. In the first place, I bought a farm. Me. A farm. A kid, they said. $100 down. In the second place, I met this queen of the candy store. Her name was Rose. It didn't take long to know Rosie was for me.
That's wonderful news about the farm, Jacob. All your own.
Nothing much on it. But it's what you can do that counts. Land is, well, it's dead until you get to work on it.
How much land is there?
14 acres.
Don't you need machinery to clear the land?
Sure. Those things you can buy, but other things, what you can't buy. Someone who wants to be with you, who understands. I mean, someone like you, Rose. Want to?
Want to what?
Don't be dumb. Get married. Come with me. Hey, and don't think I'm asking you because I want to save on health.
I'm not afraid of work, Jacob. I've always worked hard. And I think what you want to do is it's very brave, like pioneering.
Then you do understand?
I understand. I know what you mean.
We got married and left for the farm. Our furniture, you count the pieces on one hand, came out in a freight car.
It was March of 1914 when I stepped off the train with my bride, and I had exactly $14 in my pocket.
Captain! Captain! Next stop, Riverhead!
This the town?
Yeah, pretty, isn't it? I mean, what there is of it. Want to go back?
Oh, no, not yet. Not till I see the place.
I like your spirit, Rosie girl. Let's go.
That's the house, I suppose.
Uh-huh. Kind of a one-room shack, really. I got plans to enlarge it, though. There's enough clear land, place for a vegetable garden right behind the house. We'll get the garden going right away. We won't starve by the time winter comes around.
Jacob, are you still trying to sell me on this?
Yeah. I keep thinking you're scared.
I am. But now that we're here, on the place, well, we're not going to turn around and go back, are we? Let's go into the house.
Nice day, farmer.
Nice day.
You're Jacob Carlin, aren't you?
That's right.
Come out from New York?
Yes.
Look, Carlin, I don't think you'll like it out here much. We like our own kind of people out here.
What kind of people? With two heads?
You know what I'm talking about.
Sure I know. I wasn't born yesterday. I know all about it. You're trying to tell me to git. Well, I ain't, mister. Took me a long time and long planning to make it. There ain't no law that says I can't. I don't scare easy. Just remember that.
Yes, come in.
My name's Jacob Carlin. I'm on the next place.
I noticed you in the field. My name's Dennis, Tom Dennis. You care to step inside?
Thanks.
Come to find out how to sell?
Sell? No, Mr. Dennis, you have some cows here. I came over to borrow some milk.
Well, that's something I didn't expect.
I'll pay you back.
Whenever you can. How are things going?
Slow?
What crop you putting in?
Cauliflower.
Hard crop.
Maybe. Maybe not. You said something about my coming here to sell.
They generally do in about 6 months. More so-called farmers on your place than I can remember.
Bad farming or bad neighbors, Mr. Dennis?
I know what you're thinking about, Carlin. We've got a few crackpots out here trying to stir up trouble. But most of us welcome you and hold out our hand. Here's mine.
Thanks, Tom. It's going to be lots easier now.
Come out the barn. I keep the milk there. You might want to borrow some of my tools to get your own. Putting in cauliflower, eh? Wish you luck.
Luck's a good thing, but you can't eat it. My first small planting of cauliflower was all right, but you can't eat cauliflower all the time. And we didn't. I remember all we ate for one whole week was corn. 3 times a day. I never did like corn after that. But we got by, and when the calendar showed the first year, Rosie and I sat down and took stock.
Interest on the mortgage paid off? Taxes paid off? Got that?
Yes?
Paid off for fertilizer. On hand, 1 ton of coal, 100 pounds of sugar, barrel of flour.
And the canned fruit and vegetables, Jacob.
Well, add that, too. Now, at the end of the page, the last column, profit.
Profit? Did we really, Jacob?
Profit for the year, $35.
$35.
Will you have a new fur coat or one of those Model T Fords with a folding roof, Mrs. Collins?
Oh, Jacob, such a long year. I didn't ever...
And how rich we are. $35. Come, Rose, let's dance. Right here, a celebration. Come, I'll swing you around.
No, Jacob, no. Oh, Jacob, I'm out of breath. Please stop. You're forgetting I'm with child. If only for this the year was a good year. If only for this.
The years go by on a farm, seasons like days, but there's one problem all the time: work. To work the land, because the land doesn't give by itself. Nature's wild, it destroys. You must study it. Now you take lime and sweet clover. You come to the sick ground and you plow it up and say, "Open your mouth, take your medicine." And it don't say yes or no, it waits. It has patience for years, waiting till a man comes to it with love.
She's higher this year, Carlin, 1.5 feet.
Good for rye.
Are we going to seed some new acres to oats like last year?
It worked last year.
Worked fine.
Then we do it again, Jonesy. We sow sweet clover. Next year we add allcyke and red clover, and we rotate. Keep moving.
Huh?
I used to box some years ago. In the ring, it's one man. But out here, this land fights back in 100 ways. While you sleep, while you work, the land never sleeps. You're on your toes or you're on your back, and there's no in between.
It's good land for the right man.
You're working for the right man, Jonesy.
Jacob,
What is it?
you're asleep.
No, I'm not asleep. I just dozed off for a moment.
It's past midnight.
Well, I must finish these crop reports. Oh, there's so much to learn, Rose. I must learn all the time. All the time.
Dying. Whole field dying and no rain.
The only chance is to get water on the field, and the only way is by bucket.
It'll take us all day and next
The
day.
sooner we start, the better. See the moon. She's full tonight, and we can keep those buckets going all night. Let's go, Jonesy. We're not licked yet.
Jacob, is it...
Lost. Yes, the whole potato crop. Every acre of it.
Oh, it wasn't your fault. The bad seed. It was the seed.
Not my fault. Nobody asks whose fault it is. Did you make it or not? That's all they ask. Bad seed, bad weather. Nobody asks. You got a farm and you wait for rain. Well, that's wrong. It ain't scientific. Who's bigger, rain or man? It's wrong, I tell you. There must be a way to beat it.
Oh, there's next year, Jacob. There's always next year to make back what you lost. Be patient.
There's always next year. Yes, the good years and the bad. It's a long, slow, steady pull on a farm. You learn patience. You learn to wait. You clear more land, and the crops get bigger. Kids going to school now. You look ahead. The year behind's plowed under. The year ahead's fallow, and you plant.
Yeah. Evening.
Oh, hello, Tom.
Thought I'd drop by. Kind of late, is it?
Not for you. Sit down. No, that chair. Seat's broken.
Yeah.
Take that box.
I brought you the magazine. Farm Journal, American Agriculturist, Market Growers Journal, even the Country Gentleman.
That's fine. Tell me much obliged.
Kids in bed?
Yep. Pretty big boys now.
Still 2.
Well, if there's more, I don't know anything about it.
You never know what's bound to happen on your place, Jacob. New baby, new heifer, or new wheel plow. When do you sleep?
Oh, I find a little time.
I'll never forget the day you knocked on my door to borrow some milk. Now look at you. Coming up without a doubt.
You jealous, Tom?
Maybe. More than that. I'm proud.
Thanks.
Good to have men around to take their farming seriously. So many leaving, what with the depression and bad prices, rained out or dried out, and it's good to see men stick.
Well, I'm not the only man.
Didn't say you were. You started with mighty little. What's the secret, Jacob?
No secret, Tom. Work and faith. I do believe in God. It helps in many ways. No man's strong enough not to want help. Things aren't always easy for strangers in the community. Some places it's not easy for Catholic, and some places not easy for a Negro, and some places for a Jew. I was a stranger here at first, but I'm winning, Tom, in crops and the respect of the community, and I want both. Out of the farm, I tell time, not by clocks or days. The seasons come and go like a big wheel turning, and the years add up slowly. There's no rest. A machine can rest, not a farmer. A farmer deals with growing, living things. There's no time to rest.
10 acres of potatoes, 2 acres of cauliflower, 2 acres of pickles. I guess the new engine digger and engine sprayer help. What's next, Carlin?
Well, Jonesy, we got 20 acres of cleared land. You see that land across the field there?
They've been going to waste for too long.
Well, I'm going to rent that land and put it to work. What do you think?
Papa,
Huh?
we got a
Yeah?
letter. Here's a
Letter?
letter. The mail just brought it.
Oh, thanks, son. Oh, no stamp. Oh, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C.
Oh, you're in trouble, Carlin.
What?
Letter from the government always means trouble.
Well, let's open it and see. Dear Jacob Carlin, the United States Department of Agriculture has selected you as crop reporter for your area.
What is it, Papa?
What do you know, Jonesy? They heard of me. All the way down to Washington with all the important business going on. They know about me. Send me a letter. Well, now, there you are. The years go by, good years and the bad. I built a barn costing $6,000, all mortgage money. But the fact is, well, it was time for a barn. People ride by and see a barn going up. That means something. Jacob Carlin's up to something. Needed a larger house, too. Never forget the time we got the first tractor.
Hey, Pop, can I ride it?
Huh?
Can I drive the tractor? Can I?
The beginning of something new. Farm needed the machine. It was man's friend. I decided then and there to put my farm on wheels. Get more equipment, more machinery, tool shop, building all the time. The years go by. The children, no longer children, but growing farmers.
Potatoes all in on the north field, Pop.
We can start in on the cauliflower tomorrow, Pop, if it's okay with you.
What do you mean if it's okay with him? Who's running this place anyway? Hey, Pop, why don't you retire? We'll handle it.
Might make some improvements while we're at it. We'll try crossing strawberries with pickles, eh, Phil?
The rewards come slowly. The good years and the bad. But there are always new things. Something bigger than the farm. There's the community, the town, the people.
Hi, Jacob. Just driving by. Want to pick up the water pipes? Well, then I'll have them brought over sometime next week. Sure thing. How's the missus and the boys? Fine. Be seeing you.
Thought I'd stop by for a moment, Jacob. Remind you that we meet at the synagogue a little earlier today for the Passover services. My best to Mrs. Carlin.
But I'm not a teacher. How can I teach other farmers?
They're not farmers yet. They're learning to be farmers.
Well, what does it say again, the letter?
It's from the Jewish Agriculture Society of New York. They have classes for people who are going out to farm. They help people buy farms. Well, they want you to come to New York and advise them.
Nonsense. There's nothing to advise. I won't go. Friends, gentlemen, so you're going to be farmers, eh? And you want advice. Well, then, in general, it won't go easy with you. Everything you learn, you'll have to learn for yourself. Now, look at your hands. For many years, they were hurt with labor. Money? Forget about money for a long time. Except places you have to loan from. And so that's my introduction. Now we turn to cauliflower. Cauliflower needs attention. You have to love each seedling. There's no other way. Each seedling must be placed very carefully into the ground and the root covered with dirt. And I thought later, riding home, that here I was, getting to be an old man and teaching the younger ones. In my 60s. And so soon. What did I learn from life? I thought of it later one afternoon when I was planting some young trees, and my grandchild came over and watched me at work.
Is that going to be a big tree someday, Grandpa?
Well, that's right, Joey.
With apples on it someday?
Uh-huh. Lots of apples.
How many years will that take?
Oh, maybe 10 or 20.
Will you be dead then, Grandpa?
I might be. But you'll have the apples. They'll grow for you, Joey. Now, look over there. See that big tree? We eat the fruit from that tree It was planted by someone as old as my grandpa, just as you one day will eat the fruit I plant now. Yeah, when you're a big boy, you read it written in the Bible. One generation passeth away, and another generation cometh, and the earth abideth forever. You'll know what it means, Joey. And that's what my life means.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present a talk by Dr. Gabriel Davidson, Managing Director of the Jewish Agricultural Society. Dr. Davidson.
Jacob Carlin's life is full of romance, but his is not an isolated instance. There is romance in the lives of other Jewish farmers, but the real romance of Jewish farm life is more embracing. Surely there is romance in the return of American Jews to the primal calling of ancient Israel. Remember that for 2,000 years, agriculture was a proscribed occupation, that for 2 millennia, Jews had become habituated to city life, with their stock and trade carried on their backs to be moved from place to place when oppression became unbearable, that most Jews came to the United States from lands where farming was primitive and where the farmer was the serf, that the majority came here without possessions, fugitives from persecution, that the transmutation of a liftmensch from a confined pale of settlement into a free farmer on American soil entailed a dual orientation, a change from Europe to America, a change from petty tradesmen to skilled craftsmen. Note, too, that the present Jewish farm structure is not much more than 50 years old, that it rose during the very period in American history when the trend was in the opposite direction, from farm to city. Remember all this, and you will agree that the many thousands of Jewish families deriving their sustenance from this nation's fertile acres constitute the real romance of Jewish farm life in the United States. It is fitting that the story of Jacob Carlin should be told on the eve of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, the celebration of the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over tyranny. The Hasmonean heroes fought for freedom and for all that freedom implies. And only in a land of freedom can a romance like that to which you have just listened be unfolded. A land where a Jacob Carlin, boy of city streets, can become possessor of his own acres, farm leader among farm leaders, where he and his family can sit under his vine and under his fig tree, and none to make them afraid.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson. Our script today, American Farmer, which was based on the life of Jacob Carlin, was written for radio by Norman Roston. The music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Milton Caton. Cantor David Futterman was the soloist. Edgar Staley was featured as Jacob Carlin. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is presented each week at the same time by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. For a free copy of today's program, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today is Morton Wishenbrad's adaptation for radio of a story by Alan Marcus entitled The Girl Without a Name. Featured as Anna is Mitzi Gould. Roger DeKoven is the narrator.
There were two people. There was Anna, and there was her friend, the girl without a name. Two people suspended upon the margin of life. They were vulnerable, very vulnerable, because out of the web of their recollection, the memory beyond all memories was the memory of fear. Such little fears as the prosaic sound of footsteps. The girl without a name cowered before the sound of a knock on the door. They held each other by the hand at a whisper outside a window. They were afraid of sounds. They were afraid of silence. They were always afraid. And always it was the simple, the ordinary, the unportentous little things which gave them fright. Like the way a woman laughed. Or the way a man looked at them.
Anna, I'm frightened. I am with you, Sophia. Don't be frightened. Why do you call me Sophia? I have no name. I'm a girl without a name.
But people must have a name. After all, you cannot call a person by the number tattooed on the left forearm. Anna and the girl without a name, they were survivors of the concentration camp of Auschwitz. They were the liberated. They were alike in appearance, bellies equally bloated, eyes equally cavernous, hair equally lusterless, ankles and wrists equally swollen. And yet they were different. For Anna remembered who she was. Anna remembered where she was, what had happened to her, what had happened to her parents, her brothers, her friends. But the girl without a name had been blessed with forgetfulness. She had vomited years of association clearly and bodily out. And she needed Anna. She needed her desperately.
I will call you Sophia. My mother was called Sophia.
It was Anna who had found the little village in Germany.
We will stay here.
You both belong in a displaced persons camp.
Please help us stay here. They will not understand her condition. They will be professionally sympathetic.
And so they found a room on the 3rd floor of a house, a tiny room. An American soldier of the local military government team helped them find it.
Anna, I'm leaving for the States. Before I go, well, you're welcome to this.
Money?
Sure. Use it the best way you can.
I will use it on Sophia. Danke.
Don't mention it. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
It was a tiny room on the top floor, but it was a new beginning.
Anna, I do not know why I cry. It is a bad thing when you cry and you do not even know what for. It's all right. You are better. Today you only cried for 2 hours. Sophia, you are much better. Anna, it is dark. I am afraid of the dark. Anna, why is it dark? I'm here. Here is my hand. Anna, why is it dark? It is night. When it is night, it is always dark. Anna, do you know something? What is it? I have not been afraid today. Not even once.
There was an improvement. Anna could even leave her a little while now, but always at night, Anna was there holding out her hand, warding off the phantoms that came in the night. It should have been a life drabbed to the extreme, but Anna knew a game which helped to pass the time.
There is this money the American soldier left us. What shall we buy with it, Sophia?
It was a good game. What to buy, where to buy it. It was a very good game. Sophia would smile in contentment. She was improving. Anna could see it. The inconsolable fits of sobbing were less frequent now. She had even begun to evince an interest in clothing. And this was the time that Anna conceived the idea of buying the piece of cloth.
Sophia, how would you like a new skirt? Anna, it is still the game. No, this is a real skirt. What color would you like? The same color as your new skirt. Very well. A blue skirt? All right, Anna. You can have another color. Yes, Anna. Red or green. Any color, Sophia. Anna, you are sure you will get a blue skirt? Yes. Then I also wish a blue skirt. I want to get the same as you get, Anna. Sophia. You are crying? No, I'm not. There are tears in your eyes, Anna. It is because of me. Darling, someday. Darling, please, someday, want something for yourself. Not because I want it, but because you want it. Just for yourself. That is why you are crying, Anna? I don't know. Perhaps. Oh, you wait here. There is some bright blue cotton material in Herr Meyer's window. I won't be gone long. Just stay here and watch out the window. Anna, Anna, come back soon? Yes. Yes, I'll come back soon.
In the window of Herr Meyer's shop lay the roll of bright blue cotton. Anna wanted it, yet there was something that had to be conquered before she could enter the shop. Out there on the sidewalk, in the pleasant sun of the warm Bavarian afternoon, out there, for her, there was an undercurrent of terror. Was it the sight of Herr Meyer inside? Yes, it was that. It was the sight of all the faces. It was the nightmare fear that the Americans would leave someday. She had dreamed this in a dream many times. The Americans were gone. She and Sophia were all alone. And then the tramping of many feet and the door of their room broken down in a sea of faces. And among the faces, the Herr Bürgermeister, the man downstairs, the boy who lived across the street, and Herr Meyer.
Ja, bitte?
Herr Meyer, I want...
Yes, Fräulein.
Please, I would like to buy some of the blue material in the window.
The blue material in the window, that is very dear, Fräulein.
I am very satisfied with that material. It is what I've been looking for.
Indeed, Fräulein. Naturally, you have the Marken to purchase the material.
Marken?
Ration stamps. One must have ration stamps before one can buy. My regrets, but that is the system, Fräulein.
From where did her terror of him come? When Herr Meyer pronounced the word Fräulein, a certain inflection came into his voice. It was hardly perceptible unless you were hyper-conditioned to register the smallest fraction. The smallest fraction of what? The feeling of fright broke through, came close to the surface, and drained away. After running 2 blocks in the wrong direction, she thought of Sophia waiting. She wiped the sweat away, and she spoke very reasonably to herself.
Anna, you have a right to get Marken now.
It was a reasonable thing to say to yourself.
You have only to go to the German civil administration and ask in a polite way.
It was very good sense, except for the fact that the idea that she, Anna Berg, might ask the German civil administration for anything.
Anna, don't be such a baby. The war is over. Nobody's going to hurt you.
She was thinking it over, sitting on a bench. Just thinking it over. A young couple passed. There was room for them on the bench, but they passed. Then she got up. If she had looked back, she would have seen them watch her go. She would have seen them circle back. She would have seen them sit down. But then Anna didn't have to look back. It wasn't at all necessary. She had anticipated every posture, every expression accurately, even to the laugh. Anna had known that they would laugh in exactly that way. It was the thought of Sophia, the thought of the girl without a name, that made Anna hurry to the ugly, squat administrative center in the middle of the town.
Sie wollen bitte? I was sent here to get Marken, to get ration stamps for clothes. That is, I want
Have you seen Herr Griebel, Fräulein?
No.
All requests are to go first to Herr Griebel. Please do not forget that in the future you are to go first to Herr Griebel. Your name?
Anna.
Your whole name?
Anna Berg.
Polish?
No. Polish-Jewish.
That is different. For you, it will be necessary to get a written Bescheinigung from the military government.
But my friend is waiting for...
We cannot deal with such cases before we have a written Bescheinigung from the American military government.
Please, I want to buy just a little cotton cloth to make a skirt for a girl.
Fräulein, you must go to the military government for permission. Bestehen Sie eine Erlaubnis. Bestehen Sie eine Erlaubnis. You need permission. Do you understand?
If you had read the words in a newspaper or in a book, what would be amiss? Only the tone of voice, the burst of hysterical passion that seemed so ready to break through at any moment. That is not written down in the newspapers or the books. The American soldiers at military government headquarters did not notice the hesitant figure in the doorway. They were playing cards. She waited for several minutes. Then the tall, angular sergeant looked up. His high school German was slow and grammatically weird.
Ja, bitte? What is it you wanted, please?
They talked slowly.
What's Her Royal Highness want? Let's go on with the game.
Oh, wait, will you? Just see what she's been through.
The sergeant explained he had no authority to grant the erlaubnis. He was terribly sorry, but the lieutenant was away.
I will wait.
I wouldn't do that. Look here, Fraulein, it's Friday afternoon. The lieutenant... Well, why don't you try Monday?
Hey, what did you say to her, you lug? She's crying.
Didn't say anything. Just told her to come back Monday.
Yeah, well, that's nothing to cry about, so what's she crying about?
How should I know? Just try to figure some of these refugees out.
Tell her to stop crying.
I want to tell her yourself. I'm not interested anymore.
The sergeant tried to dismiss her. Something stayed him,
Okay, Fraulein, wait a minute.
What are you going to do, mope or play cards?
Got no right to give her any kind of a note.
Let's play cards.
Probably get eaten out for butting my face into it.
Correct. It's your deal. Hey, Fraulein, take off. We're busy. Scram-a-boo, understand? Rouse.
Cut that out.
Well, do we play cards or do we gas? I wanted to blow.
She's been in a concentration camp. That makes you pretty tough, doesn't it?
I didn't put her there. What do you want me to do, break down and cry?
Get away from that typewriter.
What are you going to do?
Fraulein, what's your name?
On a bed.
Sergeant, you haven't got the authority to do that. Sergeant, you don't know what you're doing. You can't let her go into a store and buy something without ration stamps if Lieutenant Smith ever finds...
I know what I'm doing.
You're nuts.
Okay.
It's your responsibility.
Here, Fraulein.
Sergeant.
Ja, bitte, Fraulein.
Danke, Sergeant. Danke.
Ja, bitte, Fräulein.
The blue cloth that was in the window, Herr Meyer. You said one needed...
Yes, Fräulein.
You said
What did I say?
it's not in the window now.
No, it isn't. Is this the material?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's it. When I didn't see it in the window, I was afraid that... Here is my paper from the American military government.
One moment, Fräulein.
But here is the paper.
Will not be necessary.
I also have money.
Fräulein, all this material was sold while you were gone.
You said it was very expensive.
Still, it was sold.
Oh,
I regret that there's no more at the moment.
if it is sold, why do you keep it on the counter?
Fräulein, there is no more of this cloth at the moment. A half-dozen persons called with orders for it.
She's waiting for it. I must have it. You don't want to sell it to me.
There was a gloating light in his eyes. Suddenly, she forgot where she was. All she could retain was the terrible impact of the look on Herr Meyer's face, a classic look that she had long been trying to forget. The blue cloth lay so near to her on the counter, her fingers could almost touch it. Before she knew how it happened, a hot hysteria, a kind of madness had come over her. The policeman had been waiting for her to do just what she had done. It had all gone according to plan.
Herr Policeman.
Yes, Herr Meyer.
I demand that this Jewess be locked up as an attempted thief.
Naturally, Herr Meyer. In fact, I'm a witness myself. Come along, Fräulein.
The policemen were very correct. They did not handle her roughly. They were doing their duty. The question of whether Herr Meyer had been truthful about the sale of cloth was not their concern, although it had to be acknowledged that he was deserving of some praise for his obvious strength of character in deciding to sell only to those he pleased. Anna was brought to the jailhouse.
Take her to cell number 4.
It was clean enough, but it was a cell. Only when the door had slammed shut did Anna begin to cry. Sophia, the girl without a name, was beginning to feel afraid. While there was daylight, she held herself against the terror, but when the light began to lower and evaporate, the restirrings of the old, nameless, unutterable terror came back. For a while, she made no outcry. The gloom pressed evilly down upon her. The silence became unendurable.
Anna. 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 Anna, where are you? Anna. Anna, I need you. Anna. Anna.
Her breathing became more and more agonized. Anna, her heart begged, Anna, where are you? Over and over again. Then it began. Out of nameless dread, out of horror, out of the memory of unspeakable years, it came. Electrically sped through her limbs, veins, arteries. Hysteria burst through her. And from her lips, there burst suddenly a single, unanswered scream. The first scream was at 7 o'clock. Frau Hofstein, who lived downstairs, was rather irritable about it.
My dear husband, it is your duty to inform the Herr Bürgermeister of a crazy Jewess in this house.
I'll speak to him. Meanwhile, turn the radio up a bit louder.
At 8 o'clock, Fräulein Hefner left her second floor with considerable distaste. She was hardly in a proper state of mind for a meeting with her boyfriend. At 9:05, Frau Fuchs was almost ready to go upstairs and try to help quiet that Jewish Fräulein, if for no other reason than it was making her husband extremely annoyed to listen to her. By 9:25, Herr Heubner, the shoemaker next door, had given up trying to read. Somewhere around 9:30, Sophia gave a sudden start. A terrific pain and spasm had exploded in her heart. A terrible weakness came upon her. Her strength was withered. Pain engulfed her. Her eyes blurred and closed. A fatal, uneven breathing died out through her lips. Some seconds after 9:31, the heart of Sophia, a girl without a name, stopped beating. For the rest of the evening, the occupants of number 31 Dorfstrasse were able to amuse themselves in peace. It was the next morning that an American lieutenant made his routine jail examination.
I want Anna Berg freed at once. Do you understand? Yes, Herr Leutnant. The poor girl was hardly to blame. Yes, Herr Leutnant. See that Anna Berg is released. Make it schnaut. Yes, Herr Leutnant.
The American lieutenant lit a cigarette and thoughtfully forgot to offer one to the jail director. The whole affair worried him.
After all, people like Herr Meyer didn't have much to do with planting the attitude they now possess. You can't even talk to them. It's like bellowing at deaf mutes.
Just about the time the lieutenant reached his office, Anna Berg opened the door to a third-floor room at number 31 Dorfstrasse and started forward with a sudden, knowing shriek. The funeral was not very large or very long. Of the 11 attending Jews who made up a threadbare half circle, all but one were the sole survivors of what once had been large families. All but 3 were between the ages of 16 and 26. Of the 3 who were older, only one gave himself an outside chance for further survival. And that chance hinged on an American relative who so far had left written pleas unanswered, and hinged on august international Palestine commissions who had also left written pleas unanswered. And all 11 helped to carry the coffin. Anna's knees pressed against the earth. She had no strength to stand in her affliction. The small, desecrated Jewish cemetery absorbed and filled with the brilliant late morning sunshine. The sun came down on all. It beat alike on the heads of busy German peasants hurrying past on the street, on American troops playing with fat, healthy babies, on their inviting, approving, husbandless mothers, on the scrubbed sidewalks, the coffered fields, the chickens and vines and plants in prudent German backyards. And the little group of mourners finished their prayer, turned,
and began to file hesitantly out again into the street. Cohesively, keeping close together, the 11 liberated allies moved down the street, threading their way through the populous ranks of the beaten, subjugated enemy.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present Dr. Lawrence W. Schwartz, Rabbi of the Jewish Community Center of White Plains, New York. Dr. Schwartz.
The story we have just heard so dramatically presented is but one of the innumerable tragedies occurring at this very moment among the displaced people of Europe. There are at present approximately 800,000 displaced persons confined in camps in Germany, Austria, and Italy. Many of these people are survivors of concentration camps, victims of all forms of religious and political persecution and of Nazi terror. Were they to return to their former homes, they would in most instances be returning to persecution and possibly death. Of these people, about 500,000 are Roman Catholics and Greek Catholics. 100,000 are Protestants. 200,000 are Jews. It is almost 2 years since April 1945, when these people were liberated from the Nazi oppression. We are about to usher in the year 1947, and still such tragedies are daily occurrences. How ironic it is that the victorious nation should be doing so much to reestablish the economy of their former enemies, and doing so little to ameliorate the plight of those who suffered most from the war. Is it not discouraging to find that the civilized countries are unwilling to admit to their lands any appreciable number of these refugees? And in the case of the Jews, the homeland, which was solemnly promised to them 25 years ago by the nations of the world, is still inaccessible to them. It is difficult to have faith in the noble expressions of good intentions offered by governments which permit such conditions to continue. And how much patience can we expect of men, women, and children, tortured in body and soul, who are rapidly losing all hope of salvation? The girl without a name has now joined her 6 million annihilated kin. But what are we going to do for the 800,000 displaced persons who are still alive? Will we try to rescue them and give them a chance to rebuild their lives? Or will we just wish them a happy New Year?
Thank you, Rabbi Schwartz. Our script today was an adaptation by Morton Wishengrad of a story by Alan Marcus entitled The Girl Without a Name, which appeared in the November edition of the Atlantic Monthly. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Caton. The narrator was Roger DeKoven, and Mitzi Gould was featured as Anna. Cantor David Putterman was the liturgical soloist. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. If you would like a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is a dramatization by Morton Wishengrad of a portion of Ira A. Hirschman's Lifeline to a Promised Land. The narrator is Raymond Edward Johnson.
You feel like the man in a nightmare. You tell yourself. You keep saying it over and over. You keep telling yourself there's a way out. There must be a way out. There's always a way out. That's what you keep telling yourself. You mustn't give up hope. You can't. And then you see it. A door. An open door. You don't rush to it. After all, you're a civilized man. There's a question of human dignity involved. You're quite nonchalant, casual. You don't even walk. You saunter to the open door. It's easy now. What in all the world was all the nervousness about? Nothing but ridiculous hysteria. Why, it's a great, big, wide open door. Why, here it is. There's nothing to it. You're practically out. Sure. Except, just as you get there, it happens. Just like the man in the nightmare. It always happens. You've got to find a way out. It's not for yourself. You can bear it if it's for yourself. It's for others. Thousands of others, hundreds of thousands, more than 1 million, 2 million. Men and women and children. Innocent people who are trapped without even the imputation of guilt. Your breath comes heavily now. Sweat is standing on your face. Your chest cavity is too small for your heart. And then you see another open door. And you aren't very casual about it now. No more sauntering. The door has to be open. It has to be held open for them. It must. You must get there quickly. You must hold it open. You must. Hold it! No, can't be. It's a dream. It's a terrible nightmare. Pinch yourself. It's only a dream. Pinch yourself. But it isn't a dream. You pinch yourself and it hurts. In a minute, there'll be a blue mark. It isn't a dream. It's all true. All of it is true. There are many doors. Doors that are ajar. Doors that are half open. Doors that are open wide. But each time you draw near, the door slams shut. Time now to tell you my name. Ira A. Hirschman. But nightmares are things that don't happen. Not in broad daylight, not in full view of the whole world. This is the demented thing, and the world isn't demented, is it? Is it? I'm not demented. I'm a rational man. I was rational in January 1944 when President Roosevelt named me special attaché of the State Department and told me to open the doors. Open the doors. John W. Paley, director of the War Refugee Board in Washington. Paley put a name on one of the doors.
Transnistria. Hirschman, look at the map. Here between the Bug and the Dniester rivers, the Romanians sent 175,000 Jews and other anti-fascists. Only 50,000 remain alive. Transnistria. Hirschman, see what you can do about it.
So you flew to Ankara because Turkey was a neutral, because Turkey was the strategic window. More than a window, the door, the great, enormous door to the Balkans where 4 millions were trapped or already dead. You flew to Ankara. I will say something to you. They say the planet is shrinking. That's a cliche. It took me less than a week to fly between New York and Ankara. But Ankara and New York are no closer together than they've ever been. They are still separated by the distance between two civilizations. In Ankara, I met American Ambassador Lawrence Steinhardt. He was not a meticulous silk hat diplomat. Persons meant more to him than protocol. Steinhardt said,
Hirschman, Turkey could be a funnel, but Turkey is a bottleneck. Only 180 refugees are allowed to come in by rail each week. At that rate, it'll be 200 years before the last refugee passes through.
It was 1944. We were at war. Turkey was a neutral on the side of Germany. But Bulgaria and Romania and Hungary were openly Axis satellites. They were our enemies. And it was my mission to open the doors.
Hirschman, the president has given you extraordinary powers. You're even permitted to negotiate with the enemy.
But words don't unlatch doors. I had to open doors with visas. The Germans slaughtered wholesale. It was ruthless, efficient, and methodical. This is how we, the Allies, obtained one single visa for one single victim of the Nazis.
My name is Chaim Barlash, Jewish agency representative in Turkey. I must have the correct name, address, and date of birth of the refugee. It takes 2 to 3 weeks.
Then he has to send his data to the Jewish agency in Palestine.
I'm a member of the Jewish agency in Palestine. We submit the data to the British Palestine government for approval.
The British authority in Palestine then sends its approval to London.
From London, the authorized list goes to the British passport officer in Istanbul.
From Istanbul, it goes to the British embassy in Ankara.
From the British embassy in Ankara, it goes to the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
And then, naturally, it must be considered in turn by the military, the police, and other departments responsible for the national welfare.
Finally, the name of the refugee is dispatched to the Turkish consul in Bucharest, Budapest, and Sofia. And if he is still alive, he receives a visa to enter Turkey.
Death becomes much less complicated than living. It was our job to open the doors. We opened them. Ambassador Steinhardt and I were able to reduce the waiting period to a relatively short time, but it is in place to say a word here about the red tape, the inefficiency, and the transparent lack of interest in the embassies. Their bureaucratic mentality, malevolence, and ill will complicated matters as much as did the severity of the statutes. When ships with a desperate human cargo were permitted neither to sail nor to land and were so overcrowded and unseaworthy that they sank to the bottom, there was always this kind of solace delivered in a most cultured tone of voice.
Under the present unhappy situation of the world, it is to a certain extent inevitable that we should be hardened to horrors.
But why did it always seem necessary to reserve the worst horrors for those friendly to our cause? 3 years ago in Turkey, even the thin trickle of refugees had dried up. 80 refugees from Bulgaria were permitted to enter Turkey each week. None came. Why? We were at war with Bulgaria, but Russia was not. I went to Sergei Vinogradov, the Russian ambassador.
Hirschman, I will give you some advice. It is this. You should go home. Among the Bulgarians, Romanians, and Turks,
You will get nowhere. You will get only endless postponements and obstacles.
But what is a door if it doesn't open a gap in what has been a wall? I had to stay. At the beginning of the war, the British had agreed under the white paper to admit 75,000 immigrants in Palestine. But the figures were merely statistics.
Sorry, this man has no visa, no papers. He is an illegal immigrant. He cannot enter.
Does the lack of a piece of stamped paper make a human life illegal? These were human lives saved from countries overrun by the Nazi. Would the Nazi himself grant exit permits or transit visas to make the immigration legal? Instead of filling the quota, vacancies were held open for hypothetical refugees with visas, while many thousands of the victims of this technicality were sent back to Axis countries and went to fill waiting graves. Listen, this is Breckenridge Long, Assistant to the Secretary of State.
Literally, the records of the reports of the consular officers to the State Department form one of the most saddening and awful pages of our humanitarian history.
This is also the proper place to single out for praise the names of Alfred C. Mabie in the British Embassy and former United States Consul General Burton Y. Berry. Their service went beyond government. They served humanity. I learned things. Once there had been hundreds of visas for children. And for 2 years, the children had been herded along the borders of Bulgaria while the visas had either been lost or pigeonholed. These were wandering children, little hungry children who had been trapped once and escaped, and sometimes trapped a second, a third, and a fourth time. What a civilization that does not offer sanctuary even to helpless 6- and 7-year-old children. I made a determined effort to find their visas. I went to the Turkish officials.
Excuse it, please, but we do not have the visas here. Very likely they're being withheld in Sofia by the Bulgarians.
I went to the British.
There is a strong likelihood that the visas have been delayed by the Turkish embassy in Ankara.
In desperation, I sent an urgent request for help to the War Refugee Board in Washington.
From Special Attaché Ira A. Hirschman in Ankara to John W. Paley in Washington, D.C. Can you obtain cooperation from London through top levels? Urgently need to locate lost visas for homeless children along the Bulgarian border.
London to British Embassy in Ankara. Take parallel action to aid Hirschman in matter of visas for homeless children.
I do not know what means Paley and his colleagues used, but suddenly the visas turned up in the British Embassy, where they had been on ice as a result of a technicality. They were quickly approved. Within 3 weeks of my arrival in Ankara, 4,500 children who had been approved for admission into Palestine as long ago as 1942 began to leave Bulgaria for Istanbul. They came along a thin lifeline. 100 children a week. It was a start, and it served to invigorate both Ambassador Steinhardt and me. That was one door unlocked. Now it was time to open a second door.
The Turkish government has been issuing transit visas through Turkey on the condition that the refugees leave Istanbul within 24 hours of their arrival. The Turks have stopped all entrance visas because many refugees are staying longer than 24 hours.
I looked into it. I spoke to a refugee.
It's true. I don't want to stay in Turkey. But how can I leave for Palestine when I have no permit to enter?
I went to the Turkish government.
Until they get out in 24 hours, as per agreement, no further entrance visas will be issued.
But how can we get out when we are denied transportation facilities and entry visas?
Round and round, a merry-go-round made of slamming doors. The Turks made a demand. It was logical and justified.
We want a letter from the British government guaranteeing that all refugees entering Turkey will be permitted by the British to leave Istanbul for Palestine.
And here was the bitter irony. The British government had not refused the required commitment. The British government had, in fact, prepared the letter and sent it. The trouble was...
The letter has been mislaid somewhere.
I had the letter located. Again in the British embassy. And another door, another small door began to open. I'd been going round and round in a seemingly endless circle of frustration. I'd run to a door only to find it shut. I'd felt like the man in a nightmare. The doors had slammed in my face. But now they were beginning to open. And a trickle, a faint, pathetic trickle was beginning to go through. Now it was time to turn to the bigger jobs.
Transnistria. Hirschman, look at the map. Here between the Bug and the Dniester rivers, the Romanians sent 175,000 Jews and other anti-fascists. Only 50,000 remain alive. Transnistria. Hirschman, see what you can do about it.
The Romanians had proved no less efficient than their German allies in persecuting their own people. It was a race against the devil.
Hirschman, these men and women and children in Transnistria are prisoners of the enemy. In other words, you've got to sit down with the enemy and negotiate.
And this was the time when American flying fortresses were bombing the oil fields at Ploiești and making a shambles of the city of Bucharest. It was flying in the face of reason to think that an enemy whom we were destroying would consider any suggestion regarding his own nationals. Under our law, it is a crime against the government of the United States for an American citizen to consult or negotiate with the enemy in time of war. Even ambassadors are subject to this law. But when I had arrived and Ambassador Steinhardt had read my credentials, the first thing he had said to me was,
They have given you the broadest powers of any envoy that I have known. You're even permitted to deal with the enemy.
A direct approach involved infinite hazards. We were not sure of the Romanian minister, Crețianu. Ambassador Steinhardt and I planned every step. We spoke first to Gilbert Simond, Ankara representative of the International Red Cross.
Mr. Simon, we would like to know whether Minister Crețianu of Romania would be interested in talking with a representative of the American government.
Yourself?
No, Mr. Hirschman.
And the subject of the proposed conversation?
Exclusively on the subject of refugees. Can such a meeting be arranged?
Everything is possible, sir.
Telephone could not be trusted in this delicate work. 2 days passed.
Mr. Hirschman, may I suggest that you pay me a friendly visit at my home this coming Saturday? Mr. Crețianu will be there at 5 o'clock. May I suggest that you come 1 hour earlier?
On the hour set for the rendezvous, I slipped into Simon's home. The little sitting room was almost hermetically sealed by blinds. There was a grand piano. While waiting, I tried to loosen my tension by playing some pages from a Beethoven sonata. My fingers trembled. Beethoven was badly served. But the soaring spirit of his music served me well at the moment. The notorious Death Valley of Transnistria seemed far away. And its forced marches, its cruelties, and its merciless destruction of innocent men and women and children seemed incredible. I played while Gilbert Simon paced the floor. Promptly at 5 o'clock, he was there. Alexander Crețianu entered. We exchanged cards.
Mr. Hirschman, do you mind if I take notes?
He spoke English well. He poised pencil on paper. Then I spoke. Mr. Crețianu, the American government is outraged by the reports we have received of the massacre of your own citizens. Crețianu listened with non-committal politeness. He was a handsome man with charming manners. His father had once been minister to the United States. We had reason to believe that Alexander Crețianu was ideologically sympathetic to the Allies.
What precisely do you want, and what do you offer?
First, we request that you abandon the disease-ridden camp at Transnistria at once, and that you return the remaining 48,000 refugees to their homes.
Continue, sir.
We ask, second, that you release 5,000 children from Romania, that you facilitate their passage to the port of Constanta on the Black Sea, that you provide exit certificates for them, and that you expedite the debarkation of ships which will carry them to Istanbul and then to Haifa, Palestine.
Is there a third point, Mr. Hirschman?
Yes. An end to persecution in Romania and the repressive acts against your own minorities.
It is not impossible, Mr. Hirschman. I promise to recommend these measures warmly in a telegram to Bucharest tonight. Mr. Hirschman, what do you offer in return?
It shouldn't be necessary to offer anything to a government to have it free its own citizens.
Then you offer nothing?
The goodwill of the government of the people of the United States of America. These moves will receive widespread publicity in the United States and will serve as a significant indication of a change in the policy of your government away from the Nazis.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
In all my life, I had never watched a man's face so intently. My eyes had been on his face for nearly 3 hours.
I'm interested, Mr. Hirschman.
Good. Mr. Graziano, I understand that your father made a brilliant record in Washington. Who knows but that the tradition may continue in better times when we are at peace.
I shall telegraph Antonescu with all urgency and warm recommendation.
One week later, I received an urgent call from Gilbert Simon.
Mr. Hirschman, I wonder if you could come over immediately.
I rushed to his house. 5 minutes later, Graziano hurried into the room. His hair was somewhat disheveled. He had been running. He was still out of breath. But to Simon and to me, he read from an incomplete telegram.
From Antonescu. Instructions have been issued to General George Patopeanu to break up the camp in Transnistria. The 5,000 children will be assisted in reaching the port of embarkation. All persecutions will cease forthwith. Telegram ends here. I did not wait to decode the rest.
He turned to me and to Simon. His handsome face was flushed, and he said quietly,
I am reminded of an old Romanian proverb. To give quickly is to give twice.
Ah, but that is much better in the French. Qui donne tôt donne deux fois.
We smiled at one another. Because of what we had just accomplished, people would live. Romanian anti-fascists of the Jewish and Christian religions. Graziano said goodbye, and his last sentence has never stopped ringing in my ears.
Hirschman, you should have come before.
The doors are still shut. The war is over, but the work is barely begun. The doors open for a little while, and then only for a few. Now they are virtually bolted. On a July day in 1944, I stood at Istanbul harbor with Joseph Levy of the New York Times and Dr. Judah Magnus of the Hebrew University in Palestine. We saw 256 children from Transnistria literally hanging from the rigging of the vessel that brought them. We saw them trudge silently to the special train. Here they were at last. Only a few hundred, but children. Not numbers in a report adding to fascism's statistics of death. Living human beings ready to live again, marching from hate and persecution toward freedom and hope. We onlookers, we gazed at one another. Before our eyes, we saw a fragmentary segment of a long time in a pilgrimage of men. Maybe it was some instinct for the survival of the human stream that led us to make children our special concern. Looking at a clod, one can imagine the earth. Looking at a child's face, one can see the face of mankind. We were in a quiet mood. The train left. The ferry carried us back. The night shadows slid across the waters. The world seemed to yawn. And the shadows of the masks made fantastic silhouettes on the shifting waters. Arabesques that looked for the moment like mocking figures. The world seemed very tired.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our drama today by Morton Wishengrad was based on sections of Ira A. Hirschman's recent book, Lifeline to a Promised Land. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. The liturgical introduction was sung by cantor David Putterman, and Raymond Edward Johnson was featured as the narrator. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. For a free copy of today's dramatization, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today, based on the life of a Czechoslovak rabbi now in America, is entitled An Ordinary Megillah and is an original dramatization by Arnold Pearl. The narrator is Alexander Scorby, and Miller is played by Roger DeKoven.
Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus, that is, Ahasuerus who reigned from India unto Ethiopia, that the king did promote Haman and advanced him above all his princes. And they bowed down and prostrated themselves before Haman.
These are the words with which the Megillah of Purim begins, the scroll of Esther.
And Mordecai wrote unto all the Jews that they should keep the 14th day of the month Adar and the 15th day of the same.
But this is not the 14th day of Adar or the 15th. Why, then, you ask, do we talk of the Purim Megillah today, already 3 days late? Because perhaps we must at all times, and especially today, renew our beliefs. Or when you read it, perhaps the Purim Megillah, you thought only of Shushan, the city of Mordecai, and not of today. Perhaps it was evening and you were tired, and there was marketing that day. The children had cold, Rachel a fever of 104. And you did not think there is never a time the story of Esther should not be read. And then another reason. This is a particular Megillah, this. The story of a Megillah in the 5th decade of the 20th century. Rabbi Miller's Megillah. Now, the Megillah was an old Megillah written in the hand of a famous scribe in the time of the grandfather's father of Rabbi Miller of Senetz, Czechoslovakia, a little village near Pressburg. And the words, as you have heard, were the words of all Purim Megillahs. It was in all respects an ordinary Megillah. But that Purim there in Senetz, a few years back, a decade, it was read with a special joy.
Shoshanas Yaakov, Tzahalav Esamecho, Biro Samyacha.
It was a Purim of Homintash and laughter, of Shoshanas Yaakov, the song of the rejoicing of the house of Jacob. A Purim of friendly warmth and groggers. What are groggers? Groggers, please. Unfamiliar? I'll show you how it works. Rita.
Ready.
All right. Demonstration, please.
Then Esther said, let the king and Haman come to a banquet which I shall prepare. And in the king's gate stood Mordecai, and he stood not up nor moved. And Haman was filled with wrath against Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman refreshed himself, but instead went home, and Haman fetched his friends.
A noise that shows we don't like Haman. Clear. Good. It was, I said, a Purim of Homintash and groggers and laughter and triumph. A happy Purim. For who knew in Senetz that Purim the events of the next few years? Not Rabbi Miller, certainly.
Rivela, wife of Naphtali, you're well named.
Thank you, Rabbi Miller.
Rivela the Sweet. You're an artist, an absolute artist.
You like them?
Believe me, such Purim sweetmeats I never tasted. A genius, an absolute genius.
You didn't hear what Naphtali said, my husband Naphtali?
He complained?
He said to me only this morning, Rivela the Sweet you are. Why couldn't you be Rivela the Baker?
Meaning what?
Meaning, why can't I make the challah, the Sabbath bread, like I make Purim cake?
It would be nice.
Oh, he means more, however. Why can't I make sponge cake and knishes and potato latkes? Why only Purim cake?
Rivela, tell him for me. Ask him, if the moon is not also the sun, is the moon any the less?
It was still possible to celebrate a happy Purim. But July of 1940 was different. July was Haman's month. July was the month of occupation. July of the 20th century, Haman took over Senetz, took over half of Europe. The order was the new order, the proclamation simple. To the women, go, disperse, disappear, die, do so immediately. To the men, 1 hour with your family, then the forced labor camps. A man, 40, and his wife. 1 hour. A man named Rabbi Max Miller and his wife, Sarah.
All the furniture, Max.
Leave it, and the books.
The books. All the books, the Bible, the Mishnah, the Talmud.
Can you carry them, Sarah?
No, but maybe some.
Where I'm going, some food, and that's all.
I could carry more than...
Abraham, Moshe, Chaim, Rose, Yitzhak, 5 children are enough to carry, and the little one's 6 months old.
And you? The Megillah.
I'm taking the Megillah.
They'll take it from you. They'll beat you.
I'm taking it.
It isn't bad enough you're a rabbi.
If they'll beat me for being a rabbi, let the rabbi have a sacred book with him.
Max, don't.
On those shelves, Sarah, I'm leaving what? Half my life. All I ever loved, and that was written down in 4,000 years. They won't find the Megillah.
But why must you? Why?
Bitochon, Sarah. Bitochon.
The word is bitochon. It means faith. Yes, but more. It means certainty, assurance, trust, security. And more than that, it means leave a little to God. This is bitochon.
Bitochon, Sarah. Bitochon.
He rolled the scroll tight, and it fit inside his coat or in the little knapsack they allowed him to carry. It fit. They didn't find it. He kept it with him, an ordinary Megillah that his father's grandfather had from a scribe, containing no more, no less than the story of Esther. He kept it. There were 3 Purims. The first in 1941. The Purim in the labor camp.
Then Haman said, all this availeth me not, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew at the king's gate. Let a gallows be made of 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak thou to the king that Mordecai may be hanged thereon.
And 1942, the Purim in hiding, the Purim in the attic of an old friend's house. For Rabbi Miller escaped from the labor camp. And in the old attic, they read the Megillah.
Mordechai Yoda Eskol Asher Naso.
Now when Mordecai knew all that was done by Haman, he rent his clothes and put on sackcloth and ashes and went into the midst of the city and cried with a loud and bitter cry. And in every province there was great mourning among the Jews.
And in 1943, they were all in a ghetto. The women in one section, the men in another. And once in 4 weeks, he saw his wife. But not his children, for he could not risk that. The children of rabbis were a special joke for the Nazis. And that year, there was no reading of the Megillah. It was impossible. For they came at midnight.
Men 18 to 48 years, to the wall. Men 18 to 48, left face. Men 18 to 48, march!
Where, Rabbi Miller? Another camp. How do you know? I know. Did you see your wife? I kissed her for the last time. Last night.
How do you know?
I know.
Have you got it?
Yes.
Where?
My right leg. Can you see it?
No.
You're sure?
It's like it's a part of you.
It is a part of me, Chaim.
Man 18 to 48, halt! Man 18 to 48, into the cattle cars. Close the doors. Lock them. Start the train.
$90 in a cattle car with room for 30. Nothing to eat for 3 days. No water. Then, 1 stale loaf of bread thrown in for 90 men. And then no water. No water. Men fighting like beasts and dying like animals. All the long ride from the prison camp to Kaufering. Kaufering. A name to set beside Dachau and Belsen and Auschwitz.
Kaufering. Kaufering. Kaufering!
In the huts of cardboard surrounded by the electrified barbed wire, 30 lived where 9 would have stifled. Each wind beat them, each rain drenched them. Each straw heap lay foul and hot next to the other. And there were 2 miracles each morning.
We're alive, Chaim. Alive.
Why?
Because we aren't dead.
That was one.
Where is it?
do you keep it?
You said it yourself. It's a part of me.
It's really there. You're not saying it.
It's really there.
2 miracles each morning. Being alive and the Megillah. And then, because the Nazis are thorough and because they are scientific, they search the straw.
Up. Get up.
What?
Get up. What's in your straw?
Light.
Get up. Nothing in the straw. Do you hear me? Keep nothing in the straw.
A man gets to like his life.
What did you do with it?
He was standing on it.
What?
He was standing on it. I buried it last night.
How?
A man has hands. A man's hands are for other things. But a man has hands.
And then they were sentenced to the cement works, the young man Cain and the Rabbi Max. Sentenced, for no one had ever lived beyond a month in the cement works. Up to the chest in cement you work, and if you slip, you slip. And if you do not slip, a guard will help you slip. There is a day shift and a night shift in the cement works. The day is 3 a.m. to 9 p.m. The night shift, 3 p.m. to 9 a.m., 18 hours. And Rabbi Miller said,
I pray for only one thing.
What?
Next week, that we work the day shift.
Is it better to die in the daytime?
Purim is next week.
Purim?
Purim 1945. If we work the day shift, we can read the Megillah in the evening.
What for? What for?
To read the Megillah as the commandment says.
What difference does anything make?
It doesn't bother you if I pray. So then, I'll pray at the day shift.
It was the day shift. And 18 hours later, finally, night came. The night of the 14th day of Adar. It came. They returned from the cement works nearly dead. They were given 3 minutes to get into their straw, and then the lights went out.
This is the night of Purim. This night.
I do not try to interpret. I only tell what happened. But that night, in each barracks, a package came. And when it was opened, the Nazis had thrown them in the doors.
Rabbi Miller, look. A Red Cross package. Food.
I do not try to interpret. I tell what happened. There it was, a few sardines, cigarettes, sugar. They divided it up among them. They let the sugar pour into their mouths slowly and felt the strength and warmth go into their muscles and into their minds. To those who were the cigarette smokers, they gave all the cigarettes, except each man kept one.
One cigarette for each of us. We'll keep it for after the reading of the Megillah in honor of Purim, in honor of the hanging of Haman.
They ate their Purim feast, sardines and sugar. And then all of them felt it, some more, some less, but all of them to a degree, that it was right and fitting to read the Purim Megillah that evening.
There is no light.
There's even light.
A candle.
Beryl works in the kitchen. A candle for Purim. Wasn't asking so much. Light it, Chaim.
And then, as they all watched, he lit the candle. He dug into the earth and took out the Megillah he had carried so long. He opened the scroll and spread it out in the dirt.
Don't read it. Isaac Mendel is dead. Moses Menachem is dead. Heschel is dying. Benjamin they hung. Tomorrow we're all dead. Don't, Rabbi Miller, don't.
ויהי בימי אחשוורוש, ואחשוורוש, המולך מהודו ועד כוש.
Now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus, that is Ahasuerus, who reigned from India even unto Ethiopia, over 127 provinces, that the king did promote Haman the Agagite, and advanced him above all his princes. And they bowed down and prostrated themselves before Haman. But Mordecai bowed not down nor prostrated himself before him.
Your wife is dead, Rabbi Miller. Your children have been burned at Auschwitz. Don't.
And the king loved Esther above all women, so that he set the royal crown upon her head and made her queen.
Who is Haman? What is Persia? What is a gallows 50 cubits high compared to this? Persia is a paradise, and Haman is a saint.
So the king and Haman came to banquet with Esther the queen. And the king said, Whatever thy petition, Queen Esther, it shall be granted thee. Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be performed. Then Esther said, If I have found favor in thy sight, O king, let my life be given me and my people at my request, for we are sold, and I and my people to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. Behold also the gallows 50 cubits high, which Haman hath made. Behold the gallows which Haman hath made for Mordecai, who spoke good for the king, standeth in the house of Haman. And the king said, Hang him thereon. So they hanged Haman on the gallows that were prepared for Mordecai.
And where is our Esther? Where is our Mordecai?
And Mordecai commanded concerning the Jews that the king had granted them in every city to gather themselves together and to stand for their life, and to destroy and to slay and to cause to perish all the forces that would assault them, their little ones and women. And Mordecai went forth in royal apparel of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold. And the Jews had light and gladness and joy and honor.
Stop it. Stop it, do you hear? Stop it.
This is the Purim Megillah, Chaim.
We're dead. You know it and I know it. What did the gods say? No matter what happens, no matter what, we die, all of us. They said it, us. You heard them. Stop it.
When the children of Israel were in bondage in Egypt, Chaim, Moses appeared. When they stood at the Red Sea, the waters divided.
These are Nazi bullets. Nazi machine guns. Nazi ovens.
When Antiochus had all but extinguished us, Judas Maccabeus was sent. When the remnant in Babylon was doomed, Ezra came.
This is Hitler Germany. This is 1945.
Yet the Red Sea divided, Chaim. Antiochus was routed, and Haman was hanged on a gallows 50 cubits high.
They put away the Megillah for that night. And by then the spirit of Purim had called forth their tears, and they had hope suddenly. And Rabbi Miller talked, as it might have been in 1935, or 1870, or years hence.
There was a proverb in my village of 3 reasons why God brought about Purim. That the Jews of Esther's generation might be saved, that the Jews of other generations might rejoice, and that Naphtali might earn enough to see him through Passover.
Naphtali?
He ran the Purim plays in my village. He had a son, Noah. This Noah. They called him Noah the wastrel, Noah the no-good, Noah the fool, Noah the this, and Noah the that. And then one year, Noah started carving. What are you carving? Asked Naphtali. Nothing, said Noah. Fool, said his father, and he took the carving from Noah and shook it, and it made a noise like a rattle, like a very fine grogger. And Naphtali knew he could sell the groggers for 3 kopecks each and would have enough to tide him over Passover. So he changed the name of his son from Noah the wastrel to Noah the genius.
In the cardboard shack in the midst of death, they smiled. Call it Galgen humor, as the Jews call it. Laughter of the gallows. But it sustained them. That and their faith. That and the legends and the songs. And they waited. 3 weeks later, I only report the facts as I know them, the Americans came and they were freed. Rabbi Miller dug up his Megillah and went out into freedom. And as you know, the 20th century Haman, who was called Hitler, is no more. And the lesser Hamans, those were hanged in Nuremberg, almost as it is written in the ancient story. When he learned for certain his wife and children were dead in Auschwitz, Rabbi Max Miller came to America with his Megillah, and you can see it. It is to be seen. An ordinary Megillah, very plain, and you can see it. In it, you can read these words.
Therefore, the Jews ordained that they would keep these 2 days, and that these days should be remembered and kept throughout each generation, every family, every province, and every city, and that these days of Purim should not fail from among the Jews, nor the memorial of them perish from their seed.
And we sing the song of the Shoshanas Yaakov, the song of the rejoicing of the house of Jacob.
Shoshanas Yaakov, Nahalo Besamecho, Birosam Yachad,
Thou hast ever been Israel's salvation and their hope in every generation, to make known that all who hope in thee shall not be ashamed, neither shall any be confounded who put their trust in thee.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present Dr. Edgar F. Magnin of the Wilshire Boulevard Temple, Los Angeles, California. Dr. Magnin.
It is a pleasure to say a few words on the Eternal Light program. This program has made a place for itself in the minds and hearts of Jews and Christians all over the United States. Millions of people on the Pacific Coast look forward to it every Sunday with very great eagerness. The theme of the play today has pointed up the meaning of Purim, the Feast of Lots. The story is found in the book of Esther and describes the futile attempt of Haman to destroy the Jewish people. Haman was the precursor of all the Hitlers of all the ages. And like all the Hitlers throughout all the ages, he was destroyed himself. The reason Jews have survived is because those who would destroy them were men who would also destroy civilization. And civilization refuses to be destroyed. Jews have lived for a purpose, a divine purpose. They have preserved those ideals which are necessary for the survival, the happiness, the security, and the peace of mind of all mankind. I pray that the day may come when the Hamans of this world will be few and far between, when people will have sufficient intelligence and decency to know that they do not benefit themselves, much less others, when they go out to hurt innocent people. We pray for the day when real religion will enter the minds and hearts of all, so that it will operate in daily life rather than in mere lip service and pious platitudes. When that day comes, there will be a great Purim on this earth, a day of great rejoicing.
Thank you, Dr. Magnin. Our Eternal Light drama today, An Ordinary Megillah, was written by Arnold Pearl and featured Alexander Scorby as the narrator and Roger de Koven as Miller. The Megillah referred to in our story may be seen in the collection of the Library of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. The music is composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. The liturgical introduction was sung by cantor Robert H. Siegel, and the entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. For a free copy of today's script, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
Theological Seminary of America. For a free copy of today's dramatization, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Shomer Yisrael, Moshe
spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today, Out of Their Bondage, was written by Hedda Roston and is based on an incident of the life of Norbert Mazur. The role of Mazur is played by Peter Capell.
And it came to pass in the course of those many days that the children of Israel sighed by reason of their bondage, and they cried, and their cry came up unto God by reason of the bondage, and God heard their cry.
All this is remembered in the season of the Passover.
And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people that are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their pains, and I am come to deliver them out of the hands of the Egyptians.
The echo reaching us down the centuries with the lamentation and the glory of the Exodus by which the Jews were delivered out of the hands of the Egyptians, and through years of wandering came to the land of Palestine. All this is remembered on the days of Passover. And the children of Israel many times since have sighed by reason of their bondage, and their cry came up unto God even as the whips of their new taskmasters bled them. There was the Egypt of the years 1933 to 1945. And of the new pharaohs, there was one whose cruelty sprang from the evil of Haman. There was one name so terrible it was whispered throughout the hated land of the Nazis. Heinrich Himmler, the murderer Himmler. Himmler the unspeakable.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me.
And centuries later, out of the new Egypt, there was another Exodus. Why do we tell this story? For the Haggadah of Passover enjoins us that in each generation we must retell the story of the bondage as if we ourselves had been redeemed from Egypt. In the spring of 1945, Norbert Mazur, a member of the World Jewish Congress, called at the Swedish Foreign Office.
Come in, Mr. Mazur. Sit down. Good to see you again.
Have you read the papers today?
You mean the war goes badly for the Germans? Yes. The Rhine breakthrough, the Russians at the Elbe. Perhaps it'll be over soon, you think?
Soon. But not soon enough. Each day, thousands more die in the German camps. You know this.
We've done everything we can. The influence of the Swedish Foreign Office...
You've helped very much. We are grateful. Sweden was one of the few nations to reach out its hand. Because of you, many of us are now alive and safe. Yet we must ask your help again.
What more can be done? The German military position is hopeless. They will lose. The world knows it.
The Germans know it.
Exactly. Rather than let the camps fall into the hands of the Allies, Himmler may order a wholesale slaughter of all the prisoners. It must not happen.
But how can we?
I ask your permission to send a representative to Heinrich Himmler.
To Himmler?
Yes, to Himmler.
But, my dear friend, it's too fantastic.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. He is ruthless. But like all men of his kind, he is a coward. We must take that chance.
To plead with a man responsible for the death of 6 million Jews? Really, Mr. Missouri?
Remember that the persecuted have a power greater than their persecutor. On their side is truth and humanity and justice. On the side of the persecutor is evil and deceit. And that is his weakness.
Whom would you send? Who would dare to go?
There is a man waiting outside the door. Your office knows him.
Outside? Here? Well, ask him in.
Medical Counselor Gordon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ah, good afternoon, Doctor. So you're the one, eh? What makes you think...
You see, many years ago, I was Himmler's physician. Even the Germans must be doctored, if you please. When Mr. Mazur approached me to arrange a meeting, I agreed to do what I could.
But Himmler, knowing your mission, do you think he would agree to see you?
I have reason to believe it.
So. And how do you plan to proceed, gentlemen?
Dr. Gordon will communicate at once with Himmler and request an interview somewhere in Germany.
I will need the sanction of the Foreign Office, even though I will travel secretly.
You already have done so much for our people, sir. Yet we ask your help again. May we count on you?
Of course. We will try everything, even this. Begin your negotiations and keep in touch with me. Good luck, gentlemen.
Norbert, the phone.
I'll get it. Hello? Hello? Mazur speaking. Gordon, you just received word? It is agreed? Yes, I understand. Yes, at once. The waiting is over. At last.
It came?
Yes, it came. A letter.
What did he say?
Gordon wouldn't talk. Not over the phone. Don't wait up for me, Anna. I may be late.
I could not sleep, Norbert. Tell me what happened.
Everything turned out just as we planned.
Himmler agreed to meet a representative?
Just so.
I cannot believe
Here's the letter Himmler sent to Gordon. Listen. My dear Dr. Gordon, I agree that this is a good time to discuss the problem of the Jews in Germany. You will be met at the Tempelhof Airport in Berlin on Friday, April 19th, and driven to the villa of Herr Joseph Gessler. If I may offer a suggestion.
Yes? Why do you hesitate?
Nothing. It goes on. If I may offer a suggestion. I believe our discussions would be more effective if you were accompanied here by a Jew.
Go on.
I, of course, promise him safe conduct into and out of Germany. Yours, Heinrich Himmler.
Is it a trick?
I don't know.
You're going. You don't have to hide it.
I must go, Anna. You remember, to save even one life
is like unto saving the entire world.
Yes. You still remember.
Oh, no, but I'm afraid.
I, too.
How soon must you leave?
The plane leaves at noon.
Well, then we must hurry and pack. I'll make it light. After all, you'll be gone only a few days. Won't you, darling?
Yes, Anna. Only a few days.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Come now therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said unto God, Who am I, that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt?
And after we reach the airport, then what?
We will probably be met by the Gestapo.
And then?
I don't know. Only Himmler and a few henchmen know of our little visit.
Only Himmler.
You are a brave man, Mazur.
Brave? No. I'm an ordinary, humble man. I know fear. Yet my hope is greater than my fear.
A little like Daniel entering the lion's den. What are you thinking of now?
Of my father. Of the time he was teaching me Hebrew. We came across a word. Zahus. He told me it had no single translation, that it meant a privilege, destiny, an honor. All in one word. I was puzzled that a word could have so many meanings. The Hus. That's how I feel about my mission to Himmler.
All right, next. Name?
Gordon, Dr. Gordon.
Passport?
Here it is.
From Sweden, huh? On special business in their eye. All in order. Next. Name, please.
Mazur. Norbert Mazur.
One moment. Gestapo. Allow him to pass. You would please follow me, gentlemen. This way. Into the car standing there. Chauffeur, to the manor house of Joseph Gessler. It's 60 kilometers. Try to get there before the raid start. Pleasant trip, gentlemen. Heil Hitler.
Night had already set in. The moon was bright in a cloudless sky. The car raced through the dark city, the ruins of buildings towering ghost-like, through the suburbs that lay there like dead. It sped on past the rubble piles, the destroyed houses, the burnt fields.
Thus saith the Lord God, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if thou refuse to let them go, and wilt hold them still, behold, there will remain not any green thing, either tree or herb of the field, throughout all the land of Egypt.
I am Brigade Leader Schellenberg. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Gordon.
Good day, Mr. Schellenberg.
And this is Herr Mazur.
Schellenberg.
I have the deepest sympathy for your errand here, Mr. Mazur.
Thank you.
And, Himmler, have you a message for us?
I have been asked to convey his deep regret that he is unable to be here himself to greet you. He is detained on state business with the Fuhrer.
There's nothing wrong, I hope.
Not at all. He will be here tomorrow morning at 10.
That's strange. We understood.
The leaders of the Reich have more important things than... But you must be tired, gentlemen, after your tedious trip. Your room is ready, and I trust you will sleep well, unless you are disturbed by raids. They've been most annoying lately. Good night, gentlemen.
This is unusual. Can it be a trick, Mazur?
No, Doctor. He'll be here.
I know it in my heart. He will come. Because he is afraid.
That night, Norbert Mazur could not sleep. It was not the constant roar of planes on their way to Berlin that kept him awake. No. For he knew that unto his hand had been given the power of life or death. Life for thousands of his people if he succeeded. Certain death if he failed. He thought he could almost hear the prayers of the prisoners at Ravensbrück, only 30 miles away. And Norbert Mazur turned to God and prayed.
And Moses answered and said, But behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, The Lord hath not appeared unto thee. And the Lord said unto him, What is that in thy hand? And he said, A rod.
And the rod of Norbert Mazur was the justice of his cause. It was the suffering of his people. It was their faith.
It's Himmler. He's coming up the stairs.
Exactly 10 a.m. He looks older. Are you ready, Mazur? Do you know what you will say?
Yes, I think so. Let him speak first.
Guten Tag, gentlemen. Guten Tag. Ah, Doctor. It's good to see you again. It's been many years.
Guten Tag, Herr Himmler.
And this gentleman?
Norbert Mazur.
Ah, yes. Norbert Mazur. I have been very curious to meet you, Mr. Mazur.
The feeling was mutual, Herr Himmler.
Good. Well, let us not stand on ceremony. Let us be comfortable. Hot coffee will be along soon. I shall take this big chair. It's been a hard day. These are bitter days for Germany. Do you not agree, Mr. Mazur?
I recall that these have been bitter years for many others. Bitter for the Poles, the French, the Jews.
You'll come right to the problem, eh? Good. You must understand that in our generation, we have known no peace. The Poles, they are an inferior people. The French, they cannot govern themselves. The Jews were an alien element in our midst. I mean no offense to you, Mr. Mazur. After the Nazis came to power, we wanted to solve these questions once and for all. I, of course, favored the humane solution through immigration.
Emigration into concentration camps, Herr Himmler?
Ah, that name. These camps received a bad reputation because of their name. Better to call them educational camps. It was sheer necessity, you understand. Furthermore, something the doctor here can understand, the ignorant masses were infected with contagious disease.
We understand, Herr Himmler. We understand only too well. If you knew these thoughts in my mind as I watch you, the mighty inquisitor, your words enslaved the continent, your name glowed as an evil flame. Leader, they called you, who conquered by cruelty and fear, thriving on cruelty. Here in this room, you stand revealed as coward and weakling.
And in order to check these epidemics among the prisoners, we were compelled to burn the corpses. For this reason, we built crematoria, to protect the safety of the remaining persons. A humanitarian act which had been twisted by outside propaganda.
Explain your crimes, Herr Himmler. Find your reasons. Tell the world your lies. The noose around your neck grows tighter as you talk. Explain away your murder, the million tortured, thrown alive and screaming into the flames. You would burn 1,000 years for your crimes and not repay the living.
I must admit that, well, some unpleasant things have happened. But I have taken steps to punish those responsible.
Now your time has come, Himmler. You are now on trial before the world, before the million dead, and your guilt is deep in your bones. And so you plead your case before me, a Jew, a single man, flesh of their flesh. Why do you not kill me too? Because you fear me, Norbert Mazur. I stand before you, spokesman of my people, the anger of their ghosts, the righteousness of their cause. You fear me because you know you cannot destroy truth.
Why are you staring at me, Mr. Mazur?
Nothing. I'm listening, Imla. Listening. And I further ask that my people still in Germany shall remain alive. I request that those who are in camps near Switzerland or Sweden be released for evacuation to either of these countries, including the 7,000 women from Ravensbrück concentration camp. Also,
there is more,
that in other camps, the prisoners be allowed to remain where they are, that they be treated well in regard to food and medical care, and that the camps...
Still more. Did you come here to tell the Third Reich how to handle its...
That the camps be yielded to the Allies without a fight, when and if the front draws near.
We cannot guarantee. In the middle of a war, it is
impossible.
impossible.
That our demands are more than reasonable, Imla.
Come, Mr. Mazur. It's a strong request. Very strong.
My duty insists that I make them, Imla.
We have lost the war, yes. But history has its cycles. And who knows, but someday the spirit of the Third Reich will be born again. We will win the next time, gentlemen. Yes, your demands will be met. We will begin to release the prisoners at once. And now your car is waiting to take you to the airport.
As they boarded the plane, the warning of sirens screamed through the darkness over the city. Retribution had come, by day and by night. The Allied planes from east and west striking at this city. And out on the streets and roads poured the wagons loaded with household goods, the loot of all Europe. And the frightened people, once merciless, now begging for mercy.
Look below us, how the city burns with its madness and false gods. Evil destroys itself.
Today you should feel happy.
I'm happy for the handful we helped save from this Gehenna. Yet inside I weep for my people, for all the slaughtered and burned and tortured. Who can ever forget them, Dr. Gordon? Can the world ever forget those millions? Each one a man, a life, gone forever.
And we must remember, not only were these pitiful few redeemed, but you and I were redeemed. Therefore, the Haggadah enjoins us forever after that in each generation we must retell the story of the bondage as if we ourselves had been redeemed from Egypt.
If you would like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present Dr. Paul Reich, Rabbi of Congregation Bethel, Norfolk, Virginia. Speaking from Norfolk, Dr. Reich.
As the plane carrying the emissaries of mercy winged its way over the desolation of Germany, Norbert Mazur envisaged the triumph of justice over iniquity. The hand of God had not waxed short. True indeed, the 6 million dead could not be restored to life, but there was comfort in the knowledge that others would not meet a similar fate. We live too close to the events of the modern Egypt to properly evaluate their great moral significance. But this fact is most evident. The only obstacle to the complete and utter annihilation of the 9 million Jews caught in the Nazi octopus was the destruction of German military might. Had the Allies been delayed in victory for another year, all would have perished. We are reminded of the words of the Passover Haggadah. If the Holy One, blessed be He, had not brought forth our fathers out of Egypt, then we, our children and our children's children, might still be enslaved to a Pharaoh in Egypt. During the 8 days of Passover, Jewry thanks God for the redemption from Egyptian slavery and from every slavery imposed on Israel, from Pharaoh to Heinrich Himmler. But how much greater would our joy be if Israel's liberation and the liberation of all persecuted peoples could be achieved through a peaceful organization of mankind into a world society founded on justice and brotherly love, in which every man would be able to sit under his vine and under his fig tree, and there would be none to make him afraid. We pray that the leaven of evil and of malice be removed from the hearts of men as we go forward to greet the springtime of human freedom.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Our Eternal Light story today, adapted for radio by Hedda Roston, was entitled Out of Their Bondage, and was based on an incident in the life of Norbert Mazur. Peter Capell was featured in the role of Norbert Mazur. The music is composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cadens. The liturgical introduction was sung by cantor Robert H. Siegel. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. For a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is a page from the Song of Songs and is written for radio by Joseph Mindell and is adapted from the Sholem Aleichem story of the same name. Featured in the role of Shimmick is Larry Robinson, and Esther is Susan Thorne.
Shir Hashirim Asher L'Shelomo Yishokeini Min Shikos Pihu Ki Tovim Dodecho Miyoyin
Shir Hashirim, the Song of Songs, which is Solomon's.
Yishokeini Min Shikos Pihu Ki Tovim Dodecho
It is a song of beauty and love and tenderness. But chiefly it is a song of spring. It is heard in the synagogue in the Passover season when the earth turns green and living things awake. The Song of Songs is a poem like no other in the scriptural writings, and a special mode of cantillation is reserved for it alone. Listen, then, to the Song of Songs, which is Solomon's.
Asher L'Shelomo Yishokeini Min Shikos Pihu Ki Tovim Dodecho.
This is a story about spring and the Song of Songs. It is the story of a girl and a boy.
I am Shimmick, and she is Esther. She is a year younger than I, and together we are not quite 25 years old. Then tell me, how old am I and how old is she? But that is not important. Instead, let me tell you what happened yesterday. Perhaps you can understand it. I do not think I ever will. Yesterday, the first grass of spring sprouted green on the hill beyond the synagogue. Tender, quivering green. I saw it, and it seemed to me as if for the first time I was happy. I waited for Esther, and while I waited, I whispered to myself from the Song of Songs. Rise up, my love, my fair one, and come away. For lo, the winter is past. The flowers appear on the earth. The time of singing is come. And the voice of the turtle is heard in our land.
Hello, Shimmick.
Hello, Esther.
You were talking to yourself. What were you saying?
Nothing, Esther, nothing. Come on.
But where, Shimmick?
To the top of the hill, of course. Come. Faster. Faster. Run, Esther. Fly like a bird. Swoop like an eagle. Run with me, Esther.
How long will you continue? Shimmick, how long will you continue?
Till the morning breeze comes and the shadows flee away.
כעדר הקצובות.
Solomon, king of Israel, sang his song, which was the song of songs.
Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thine eyes are as doves behind thy veil. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that trail down from Mount Gilead. Thy teeth are like a flock of ewes that are newly shorn, which are come up from the washing, whereof all are paired and none faileth among them. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, and thy mouth is comely.
The Shulamite listened and heard the song of Solomon.
The voice of my beloved. Behold, he cometh, leaping upon the mountains, skipping upon the hills. My beloved is like a gazelle or a young hart.
Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. O my dove that art in the clefts of the rock, in the covert of the steep place, let me see thy countenance. Let me hear thy voice. For sweet is thy voice, and thy countenance is comely.
We sat on the hill, Esther and I, and looked at the village. It was a wonderful day, and the world was transformed. Our yard was a king's court, our house a palace. The logs of wood were the cedars and the cypresses of the Song of Songs. The women walking in the streets were the women of Zion, the daughters of Jerusalem.
Shimmick, what are you saying?
I said, the daughters of Jerusalem.
Who? Where?
Down there, in the village.
Oh, that's Judith. And there's Naomi carrying the pail. And Rebecca.
It's in the Song of Songs.
Oh? Am I a daughter of Jerusalem?
You? No, Esther.
I'm not.
No. You are the Shulamite.
It seems that everything today is from the Song of Songs.
I think so, Esther. I think that today everything is from the Song of Songs.
Inach yafo rayosi, inach yafo enayich doedim.
Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thine eyes are as doves. Thou art a rose of Sharon, a lily of the valley. As a lily among the thorns, so is my love among the daughters.
As the apple tree among the trees of the wood, so is my love among the sons.
Come with me from Lebanon, with me from Lebanon. Look from the top of Ammon, from the top of Shinar and Hermon, from the lions' dens, from the mountains of the leopards.
I've tried to understand it. It was spring, and the first blades of grass appeared. That much is clear. I waited for Esther. Then we ran to the top of the hill. I said foolish things, but Esther laughed, and that was good. Why did I become boastful? Esther, do you see that tree near the big rock?
The tall one?
I could climb to the highest branch if I only wanted to. If I only had a gun to shoot with, I could shoot a bullet from here to the next village.
Oh, but you don't have a gun.
You don't believe me? Listen, I'll tell you something even more wonderful. I know Kabbalah.
Is that so wonderful?
Of course it is. Kabbalah is a very useful thing. By means of it, I can make myself invisible. I can make wine flow from a stone or gold from a wall.
But how, Shimmick?
by certain secret knowledge. I could rise to the clouds and above the clouds.
Shimmick.
Yes?
Shimmick, would you take me with you?
We'll fly above the clouds, Esther, and far, far over the ocean. And there, beyond the ocean, begins the land of the dwarfs who are descended from King Solomon's time. All day they play on flutes and dance.
Welcome to you.
Welcome, Esther.
She is beautiful.
She is a rose of Sharon, a lily of the valleys.
Here, Esther. Take this. It's for you.
Shimmick. For me?
It's only an emerald. Further on, there are rubies and diamonds.
As a lily among thorns, so is she among the daughters of Zion.
Shimmick, is it true? Is it really true?
Don't you believe it?
Do you?
Why shouldn't I?
Where did you hear about it?
In school, of course.
Oh, in school.
Don't you believe me? You think I'm boasting, that I'm telling lies. The trouble with you is that you don't know what Kabbalah is. If you knew, you wouldn't laugh. By Kabbalah, if I wanted to, I could bring your mother here. Yes, I could. Oh, Esther, I didn't mean it. It isn't true. Oh, please, Esther. Please smile again.
Oh, no.
And the daughters of Jerusalem mourn with Solomon. Whither is thy beloved gone, O thou king among men? Whither hath thy beloved turned, that we may seek her with thee?
I sought her, but I found her not. I said, I will arise now and go about the city and the streets, and in the broad ways I will seek her whom my soul loveth. I sought her, but I found her not.
Return, return, O Shulamite. Return, return that we may look upon thee.
Esther, the Shulamite, cried, and she was gone from me. She sat beside me on the hill that was green with spring. But I knew she was not here. She was in another spring, 3 years ago, watching her father swim out into the river.
Papa! Papa, come back!
Don't be afraid for me, Esther, my girl. The water is warm. I'll swim back soon.
Papa!
Don't be afraid. Don't be.
Suddenly he was gone. Before her eyes he vanished. She did not cry. For weeks she did not cry, and it was more terrible than tears. Nor did she cry when her mother left for a distant place to marry again. Esther went to live in a strange house. My mother held her in her arms and sang a tune without words.
Esther, Esther, if you want to cry, it's all right. It's good to cry.
We sat on the hill. Esther's face was turned away. In my ears, my mother's tune mingled with the song of songs. And I heard the words, but I could not say them. Return. Return, O Shulamite. Return that I may look upon thee. Esther, please listen, Esther. It isn't true. I can't make other people fly by means of Kabbalah.
I know it isn't true, Shimmick.
But I myself, I can fly.
Can you, Shimmick?
I'll show you right after the holidays. I'll rise up from this very hill into the sky. I'll turn to the right. There, see? There where everything ends and the frozen sea begins.
What do you mean, the frozen sea?
Don't you know about the frozen sea? The water is thick as jelly and as salty as brine.
Oh.
Ships can't go there, and people who are caught in it can never return.
Then why are you going there?
Am I going to touch the sea, silly? I'll fly high over it like an eagle, and then I'll be on dry land. That's where the 12 high mountains begin that spit fire and smoke. I'll stop on the tip of the 12th mountain and walk from there.
For 7 miles till you come to a lake.
No, you don't know anything about it, Esther. I'll come to a dense forest, and then...
You'll count 7 times 7.
I'll count 10 times 10 and march through the forest. And the ground will shake, and thunder will crack.
Solamin hamire bor kesimro sashon.
Who is this that cometh up out of the wilderness like pillars of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense? Behold, it is the litter of Solomon. 80 mighty men are about it, of the mighty men of Israel, that handle the sword and are expert in war.
And lightning will cleave the sky, and out of the earth of the forest they will spring a giant.
Who are you, and what do you want?
I am Shimmick. Out of my way.
Shimmick. Oh, so you are Shimmick. I've been expecting you for 200 years. You're a puny creature to keep me waiting so long.
Out of my way, giant.
No mortal man passes through this forest. Turn back, or I'll sneeze and grind you into cake flour.
I have warned you, giant. Now I will bring down on you the terrible curse of the most secret books of Kabbalah.
You know the ancient curse?
I have only to say the first word. Only the first letter of the first word, and you will be...
No, don't say it. Don't speak the terrible word. Command me. What is your way?
Lead me to the queen's daughter.
What queen's daughter?
The queen's daughter is the beautiful princess who was snatched from under the wedding canopy, bewitched and locked up in a crystal palace.
What is she to you?
What do you mean, what is she to me? I have to set her free, don't I?
You have to set her free.
Who else?
You don't have to fly so far, Shimmick. Believe me. You don't have to fly so far.
Slowly the day departed. Like a spent candle, the sun went down. No one was in the streets of the village, and from the windows of the houses, the candles winked. We merged with the strange, holy stillness that surrounded us.
Shimmick, your mother's calling.
I know.
You'd better go. It's late.
The day was done. The sun was snuffed out. The sky threw a golden light. I looked at Esther and I sang silently. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thine eyes are as doves. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that trail down from Mount Gilead. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet. Thy speech is full of sweetness. I stood in the twilight and looked at Esther. She waved her hand, bidding me to go quickly. And it seemed to me that she said,
Make haste, my beloved. Be thou like a gazelle or a young hart upon the mountains of spices.
It happened yesterday as I have told it. The hill was green with spring. The wind sang the song of songs, and the green grass danced to the melody. I was sad, and yet I was happy. I cannot explain it, but it is true.
A garden shut up is my beloved. A spring shut up. A fountain sealed. An orchard of pomegranates with precious fruits. Henna with spikenard plants. Spikenard and saffron. Calamus and cinnamon with all trees of frankincense. Myrrh and aloes with all the chief spices. Thou art a fountain of gardens, a well of living waters, and flowing streams from Lebanon.
Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south. Blow upon the garden, that the spices thereof may flow out.
Thou that dwellest in the gardens, the companions hearken for thy voice. Cause me to hear it.
Make haste, my beloved, and be thou like to a gazelle or a young hart upon the mountains of spices.
Our story today, a page from the Song of Songs, was written for radio by Joseph Mindell and was adapted from the Sholem Aleichem story of the same name. The music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. The liturgical music was sung by cantor Robert H. Siegel. Featured as Shimmick was Larry Robinson, and Esther was Susan Thorne. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. This program was a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations, and comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. For a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today, entitled The Price of Liberty, written by Arnold Pearl, was adapted from the short story of the same name by Howard Fast from the volume Patrick Henry and the Frigate's Keel. The role of Johnny Ordronaux is played by Ralph Bell, and Roger DeKoven is the narrator.
His name was Johnny Ordronaux, and he was a French Jew before he became an American Jew, and a sea captain, captain of a clipper. And his fight is something to sing about. And to this day in Baltimore and up and down the coast, they tell his story. But before another word is said, even if his story is not written down in all the histories, I will tell you it is simple truth. Some say he was small and with a pockmarked face and wild red hair. But others say this was unimportant, that instead he had a clipper so light, so fast, so daring that men fell in love with her as with a woman. But I will tell you that he had the spirit of liberty within him and the spirit of man, which is the same thing. And this was more important. But to begin at the beginning, it was in the city of Philadelphia in the year of 1812 when the British had built an iron wall of boats around the haven that was America, when the pockmarked man with flaming hair went into the little synagogue because he felt a need for prayer. It was the close of the Mincha service for the afternoon prayers, and he stood there in the dim light, let the chant of the reader and the reverence of the room sweep over him like a blessing. Now, the congregation could not help but notice the eyes of this man, a stranger, and the hair. And when the reader finished, they came up to him, this stranger, and they talked.
I am David Nonnis, the Parnas here, the president.
Johnny Ordronaux is my name. A French name, but American and Jewish.
Welcome, and peace be with you.
I come because there is a time for doing Any time for praying.
In the house of the Lord, all men are welcome.
Do not mistake me for a fool. I speak the tongue. And my father's father was a rabbi, and on my mother's side, 3 rabbis in 3 generations.
And you, sir? You are not a rabbi?
I am a captain.
Ah.
But a captain now without a ship. I come to tell a story, to build a dream, if men will listen. I speak of a clipper with a shape so delicate and fast.
The evening service is beginning.
That men will ride her as the way... what?
You said it yourself. Yourself, you said it.
What did I say?
There is a time for doing and a time for praying. And now is not a time for doing.
They say he prayed that evening in the old synagogue in Philadelphia and stood with the congregation and spoke the hallowed words in the hallowed tongue.
Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee shall be upon thy heart.
And when the book was closed and it was after twilight, they gathered round, and he told them of his dream.
Her name I have already. The Prince de Neuchâtel, a man who loved the taste of freedom, though a prince. And her lines, these I have already in my mind.
And where will you build her?
In Baltimore. Where else? What is there like a Baltimore clipper in the world? What like a gull that rides the wind?
But there was a blockade, man of war. We fight the British.
And with what do we fight the war? Have we iron for guns and shot in America? Have we cloth and canvas for the troops? No, these must come from distant shores.
Blockade runner, then, your clipper?
How many ships leave our ports? How many are there to show the king's own fleet the wake of a free American ship? An handful less.
Is this, then, why you came?
A Frenchman said it like your Jefferson. De l'audace, c'est encore de l'audace. Audacity, audacity, and more audacity. Only a fool does not go where men fight for freedom. So of our masts and our sails...
Some say the great John Paul Jones himself made the drawings for the prince, and some that there was no ship at all, but only a dream in Johnny's mind as wild and audacious as freedom. But whatever the facts, he spoke so well they gave him the money, and he built the prince in Baltimore. Now you understand, of course, that freedom without the deed is only a word, and a ship without a crew is not a ship. And in those times, as I have said, ports were locked. The only hope for America lay in speedy privateers that could race the blockade and put water between themselves and the enemy vessels. But the crew of a blockade runner, that was another thing. For as Johnny said,
they must be heroes, devils, pirates, and madmen rolled into one. They may come back rich, perhaps, or not at all. And more likely than not, they will end up underwater. But they must have the taste for freedom in their mouths.
And how were such to be found? Not easily, as you can guess. So Johnny wrote his bill to be posted and given away and read wherever men would gather to plead for recruits for the prince. And he stood by the clipper in her dock and waited.
You, Johnny Audrenault.
I am Johnny Audrenault.
You made this bill?
I made it, yes.
For men for your clipper?
Men for the prince. And there she sits. I made it, yes.
Read it, then.
You've got it yourself there. Read it.
I was a slave. Don't know reading. I heard some tell what it said.
Oh, I'll read it, then.
The whole?
I'll read the whole. I am Johnny Audrenault, a Jew from France, but an American. I sail for liberty, equality, independence. I offer shares or wages. I will take Irish, Jews, Negroes, Germans, Portuguese, Frenchmen, any who own the name American. Fill your hat with gold. Strike for liberty. I sail for a year and a day.
It says that in your bill?
I read it, man. I just read it to you.
I am 6'4" and 240 pounds and a Negro. I will take a wage.
Well, get on board her then. There's work to do. Did you think I write one thing and mean another?
Some Some say they opened the jails to find his crew, and others that the old graves of the Revolution were opened to find the men he wanted. But whatever the facts, he put to sea with 100 men and 3 slim cannon. And on board there were 24 Negroes, of whom 11 were escaped slaves. And there were 20 Irish from the north and from the south, and 12 were Jews. And there were Portuguese and Spanish and German, all shades, all lands, all tongues. And on the captain's deck was Johnny Audrenault, who loved the ease and beauty of his clipper and knew, as you will see, the price of liberty. These sailed the troubled seas of 1812. Now, 3 things Johnny had, or there would have been fighting enough aboard the clipper before they ever met the British. The one, his pipes, which he blew loud when he wanted them to listen. The second, his fists, like pistons. And the third, his voice, which could convince a congregation or rise above a storm. And on the second hour out, he took his place on top the deck house and put the pipes to his lips.
All hands on deck! All hands on deck!
When I signed you men, I said there'd be a share for each. Can you hear me there?
We hear you well enough.
A share, I said, and so there will be, if you mark my words. You there, your name?
Isaac Gill, my name.
Where are you from before America?
From Poland, son.
A scholar, no?
A laborer. For if a man works, he is blessed.
A scholar. See, I said it. You'll be more than a scholar when I finish with you. The duties will be simple. Daily to keep her trim and clean, daily to run aloft and down, daily to drill, and daily to practice with the guns. Are you there, Gill?
Yes, sir, Captain.
Did you fire anything stronger than a commentary in your life?
No, sir, but if I need to...
You will, Isaac. That you will.
And how do we get our shares?
You're more the Negro and the second mate, eh?
Aye. How do we get our shares?
When we sight a sail, if she carry the British flag, we'll dip our colors to mock her and fire a salute across her bow.
To tell her what we think. Ah, that's fine. But how do we get the shares?
Ah, then we'll pass her going once, leave off our cargo at a foreign shore, and pass her twice in coming into shore again. We'll take out furs and cotton, whatever Americans make, take them abroad, and bring back guns and powder and iron. Each time we run the blockade and bring her into port, what was the agreement?
1 pot for country, 1 pot for the owners, and a 3rd pot for the crew.
That says it well. And one thing more. You are not sailors of a navy, nor am I a captain in a uniform. But we are in the service of our new country. And this is war. So, when I sound this pipe...
We'll come on top to listen.
Aha! The scholar learns.
Look-a-ho, Johnny! Look-a-ho!
Aye, look out! What?
Look-a-ho! 5 points to starboard. She's a 20-gun warship, and she flies the British flag.
And as he said, they circled the enemy and dipped their colors and sped out to sea in the service of their land. They sailed for shares. They sailed for liberty. They raced, and there was nothing British on the water could catch the Baltimore clipper. Nothing. Now, they say who tell this story that in that year, Johnny sailed so wide and far, and the scholar learned to handle the gun so well, and the crew to understand their freedom and their shares, that they made 18 trips to the Indies, to Africa, to the continent, and back each time. They brought in Prussian guns, machines from France, and foodstuffs, too, to nourish the American fighters. And then, when the year was up, on a quiet day in the Baltic Sea...
Captain Johnny, sir?
What is it, Isaac? What is it, scholar? I'm joking only.
I've learned a little in this year, but I know our bottom's fouling.
I know. 18 blockades run, and she lists a little.
And Morn can tell you more.
She should be in dry dock, and I and others on farm. A year is a long time to a clipper and a man.
And then you said it yourself. There's a time for doing and a time for praying.
Ah, the holidays are coming soon, eh?
They that go down to the sea in ships, do business in great waters. These saw the works of the Lord and his wonders of the deep.
So, we'll put to a port in this German coast, discharge our cargo, take a last one on, and then for home.
They smiled in port, the crew, as they loaded cargo, for this was the last they'd see foreign shores. They saw the German roofs and thought of an American village, each the one he came from. And then, as they were ready to cast off, Johnny saw the little group gather before his boat. 4 there were, carrying a bundle of rags between them and no more. And they called out to the captain and the gunner.
We hear you go to America.
Eh? And what is that to you?
We seek a haven. We seek refuge. We seek a life.
What you saw in France, Captain Johnny, and I in Poland. Now here in Germany.
But Isaac, we run a blockade. These are no sailors.
It is a good deed to fulfill the words of a dying man.
You will sleep on a deck and eat what is not needed?
We seek only refuge, only life.
So their cargo was a human cargo, too. And with them and what was in his hold, Johnny took the wind to the North American coast. And the way was clear and the wind was strong when, a dozen miles off Nantucket, the lookout cried,
Look-a-ho! Look-a-ho, Johnny! She's a 44-gun devil, and she flies a Union Jack!
and all eyes watched her, the lumbering hull and her 44 cannon and the enemy flag that flew from her mast. Then Mon, the mate, said,
That big one, Johnny. She blockade off Nantucket.
And if we draw out to sea, we open up the port a day or more, eh? Maybe we have some fun, eh?
So, in the breeze, the Clipper played a dangerous game with the giant frigate. Johnny tacked round her, ran before her, cut across her bow. And the frigate rolled and churned, and there was anger aboard her decks. So Johnny tacked again and dipped his colors in derision. And the frigate's captain's anger rose, and he ordered full pursuit. And Johnny neatly drew her out to sea. And when the frigate's captain spoke through his guns, Johnny laughed aloud. For though any of her 44 could cut his boat in two, not one of the 44 could touch him. That he knew. And he watched the captain through his glass. And at the end of the first day's chase, they tell the story that the captain's face was red as any beet and ready to burst. And then at noon of the second day, with the vessels 2 miles apart, the winds stopped suddenly and both lay motionless on the sea. And Johnny chatted the situation with his gunner.
There she sits. There, Isaac. She is fat, but she is fair.
With a vessel under you like that, what could you do?
Who knows? Maybe win a battle like the ship the Constitution. Maybe win a war. A ship like that.
Yet Baltimore Clipper is something, too, huh?
And sailing under the Stars and Stripes, that too, eh, Isaac?
And there are Jews in ghettos with neither hope nor future like those on board the refugees. To be under God's sky, breathing God's own air.
And so they talked philosophy until Mon, the giant who was second mate, came running up.
Look, Johnny, look. They move in there. What are they do?
Oh. They are launching the ship's boats. The captain's barge. And the storming barges. And the lifeboat.
Then it's a fight.
A fight it is. I was wrong, Isaac. I was wrong. This is no time for praying yet, but it is a time for doing. It's more than a blockade we run. It's a haven that we seek for them below, the refugees, and for us.
It had to happen, and a battle was in motion. So Johnny cleared the decks for action, and he issued muskets, pikes, and cutlasses, and he told the cook to boil up all the pitch on board, and he issued rounds. When the refugees asked to take their part and handle guns with the crew because, as has been said, a haven does not come to them who wait, Johnny gave them rounds. And with the rest, together there, they waited. The frigate lowered files of British redcoat marine into the boats. Then brass two-pounders and seamen and pikemen and gunners and rammers. And there never seemed an end to them. 10 times the number of men perhaps on Johnny's fragile craft. And slowly, with measured oars, the armada came on toward Johnny's boat. And you must remember that the captain's barge alone was equal in size almost to Johnny's clipper. Though Johnny leapt on top the deck house barefooted, as most of his crew were, the better to have their footing, red sash with bell pantaloons, 2 pistols at his waist, and a pike in his hand. Then he called out,
"This is going to be one fight. Keep the flag up and your pistols in your hands, and fire the cannon when I whistle."
Now they say there never was a battle like this one. That when the British boats were 300 yards away, Johnny blew his pipe and Isaac's little guns belched smoke and cut a swath through the Marines and the captain's barge. That when the prows of the British boats reached Johnny's side, such a fire of muskets and a crash of cannon and a splash of pitch greeted them that they were stopped. And taking advantage in that moment, Johnny screamed, and the 36 fought and clubbed and used their knives or fists or what they could, and in the end repelled the British, who pulled back out to sea like growling dogs. And Johnny and his men lay on the deck trembling with the effort and the terror of the fight. And some lay stiff in death. And 2 miles off, the frigate rose and fell on the windless sea. And Johnny cautioned,
"Rest, or they'll be back. They will be back."
He knew they would be back, for his was a Baltimore clipper of 30 men and a flag for freedom, and theirs was a British Lion with 300 men or more. There are not words to tell of the 2nd and 3rd and 4th attacks, and how Isaac Gill fell, and Portuguese Joe and the Negro, Kenton Bull, who was the cook, and an escaped slave who could make a fiddle sound like a woman singing. There are not words for this, or how the refugees were killed, each one. But in the terrible end, the clipper was not lost. Yet 2 men, only 2, Johnny Ordronneau and Morton, the giant Negro, were alive upon her deck. And Morton gasped.
"Let the wind blow, Johnny. Let God's wind blow and take us away."
And finally, the breeze did blow like a caress upon their cheeks and on the dead who lay upon the deck. And they say that in Nantucket to this very day they tell the story of a ghost ship that came into harbor with only 2 alive. A captain with red hair and a mate, a Negro. And when someone called out to them asking,
"How did you come by the blockading frigate?"
Johnny answered,
"We fought that frigate. We fought her, and we defeat her."
And though it was impossible, no one doubted the word of the pockmarked captain with the flaming hair. And so the story is, some say, he came back to the place from whence he started, to the synagogue. And in the dim light, he sat and prayed while they returned the scroll to the Holy Ark. And with the sight still in his eyes and the sounds in his ears of the terrible fight, he listened to the hallowed words.
"Forsake ye not my Torah. It is a tree of life to them that grasp it. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths for peace.
And thinking of all the cargo he had run, of the dead who had fallen in the refuge that men seek in America, when the scroll of the law was returned to the ark, and was proper for those who wished to come before the congregation and speak, he rose and spoke. Remembering the eyes of Isaac Gill and the others who had fallen, he said,
They go down to the sea in ships. They cried to the Lord in their trouble, and he brought them out of their distress. He made the storm a calm and led them unto their desired haven. Let them give thanks unto the Lord for his mercy and for his wondrous works to the children of men.
And then he asked a question. What, he said, what is the price of freedom? And each man in the congregation considered how a price might be set on freedom. And one thought,
those who fought and died in our revolution.
And another thought,
the price of a ship, of a home burnt, of a child lost.
And a third,
the hope of men for a haven in a hostile world.
But none answered the question even for himself. For how was an accounting to be given for such things as liberty? Then Johnny softly said,
From my voyage, there are profits. But I would not mention money in the house of God except to say that this is not the price. The price is in the blood of brave men, and it was never bought in any other way. And if it please the congregation, this should be written in the record of the synagogue. And when this is done, I will post my bills again and find a new crew for my boat.
Our Eternal Light story today, entitled The Price of Liberty, written by Arnold Pearl, was adapted from a short story of the same name by Howard Fast, from the volume Patrick Henry and the Frigate's Keel. The role of Johnny Ordrono was played by Ralph Bell, and Roger DeKoven was the narrator. The music is composed by Morris Mamorsi and conducted by Milton Cadiz. The liturgical music was sung by cantor Robert H. Siegel. The entire production is under the direction of Frank Papp. For a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The eternal light.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light. This program is brought to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today, The Fiddle, written by Arnold Pearl, is adapted from the short story of the same name by Sholem Aleichem. Featured as Sholem is Ronnie Liss.
Listen, I'll sing you something. What is this? Can you tell me? Listen, please. Ta 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 dum dum ta 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 ta. What is it? A melody. Yes, what kind of a melody? Yes, it's sung on a Sabbath Eve. It's chanted over the Sabbath cup just before the wine is sipped, just before the Sabbath meal. But is that all? Listen again. Listen. Ta 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 ta. I must tell you. I want to tell you. It is what we call a nigun, a folk melody, a melody which haunts you, as it haunts me every Friday night. There's always something new in it, something you never heard before. This kind of melody. You see, when I was, 6, I'm 16 now. When I was 6, my father would say,
Now, quiet. Quiet, please. I'll recite the blessing over the wine.
Papa, could I mean, if...
You want to, Sholem?
Could I? Oh, Papa.
Yes, my son.
Then, you see, I would sing the melody, and I would be allowed to drink the sweet wine. You understand, there's always something new in such a melody. Something you never heard before. That is what got me started on it. A melody song is a melody, of course. And a nigun song is a nigun song. But when your heart is 12 years old, sometimes there are times when it cannot hold all the love you have for the world. Have you ever felt this way? This was how I felt when I heard it the first time on a fiddle. A real fiddle. You see what I mean? It's obvious. Can a heart which is only 12 contain such a melody? Such feelings? Impossible. Ever since I was 6, then, if I saw a musician or a musical instrument, I would run over to him and look at him. I would touch his hands, and if he would let me, blow a note or pluck a string. I admitted I was in love with all the musicians in the world, with all the instruments, with all the music, but above all with my melody, my nigun, and the fiddle. Naturally, therefore, this would happen in the cheder, in school.
And now we will turn to the 103rd Psalm. You will read, please, Shalom.
The left hand must be held just so, and the bow stroked just so. Then the fiddle's tone will be pure.
The 103rd Psalm, Shalom.
The pizzicato on the fiddle must be, just so.
Shalom.
And the bow must glide gently, never harshly over the strings. So.
Shalom. What are you doing?
What?
Is this a cheder? Is this a school, or where are you?
I was practicing the fiddle.
Fiddle? Fiddle? What fiddle?
This fiddle. Oh, you see, I haven't got a real fiddle, so
Enough. Stand and read the 103rd Psalm. And the next time you play a fiddle in cheder, a fiddle especially you do not have, Shalom, what would your papa say?
Papa would have said plenty. For Papa was so nice on Friday nights. Days, Papa was a businessman. And fiddles? Well, I'll tell you about that later. But he wouldn't have liked it. Still, what could I do? I must fiddle. I must have a fiddle. So I became friendly with the fiddler in the town band. Shaike the fiddler. A worthless man, but a fiddler.
Why do you ask me this, Shalom?
I have my reasons, Shaike. Tell me, just tell me.
I'm a fiddler. What do I know of a boy's heart? I'll tell you. First, a fiddle is a bow.
Yes, and what's a bow?
Horse's hairs. Horse's hairs drawn tight into a bow.
I'll write that down. Horse's hairs drawn tight into a bow.
Then, rosin.
What's rosin?
Rosin. Rosin from a tree. You've seen rosin. To rub on the bow.
Oh, rosin to rub on the bow. Fine. Rosin to rub on the bow.
And the fiddle itself is made of cedar wood.
A tree?
That's right. A tree.
But where do you get cedar wood?
The best?
Of course the best.
From Palestine. The cedars of Lebanon.
It's far away, Palestine?
Why? You need a cedar of Lebanon?
Could I get one?
Please.
No, huh?
Why do you ask me all this, huh?
Why? Will my father buy me a fiddle?
He won't.
Naturally not. He's a businessman.
Oh.
So I'm going to... You won't tell anyone?
Of course not. Who talks to me, anyhow?
I'm going to make myself a fiddle.
No.
Oh, I am. You'll see. I must. I have to. Horse's hairs, rosin, cedarwood. I will. The horsehair was easy. I went to Yodel, the teamster.
I never heard of such a thing.
Yodel, did you ever hear of sweet wine?
Am I a fool? I'm a teamster.
What do you think is in this jug?
Here, let me smell. Mm-hmm. Sweet wine.
Don't you think you could find me some horse's hairs?
I think so. From the mane or the tail?
I didn't ask. Which is better?
Better? What are you talking about?
I should have asked. I'll try the tail. It's longer. Yes, from the tail. The tail.
How many do you want?
Would 25 be too much?
25? For that jug, Shuller, my friend, I'll give you 125.
It's the best rosin in the whole country.
Of course. Yehudi, would you play with poor rosin?
So?
So, look at this knife. Let me show you how it cuts a hair.
It's a nice knife.
Give me the rosin. It's yours. Now, the cedar wood. This was more difficult. But in my house, we had a sofa. It was my grandmother's sofa. And although my Uncle Ezra said it should rightfully belong to him, that the sofa was his, we had the sofa in our house. Anyway, the back of the sofa and the legs and the arms, they were, what luck, cedar wood. So one evening, my mother was out. My father was asleep. I tiptoed in, and with a knife I got. It was a very old sofa, believe me, and peeling and the upholstery worn out, believe me. I started to pick off the cedar wood. I would pick a piece, and then pause and listen. Good. Papa was still sleeping. So I would pick off another piece and listen. And another. And another. And when I had almost enough...
Show him.
Yes, Papa?
What are you doing?
Oh, nothing, Papa. I...
Picking the wood off the sofa?
Go back to sleep, Papa.
What are you doing?
I'm making a fiddle, Papa.
Save me. The heavens will please send me forgiveness for what I am thinking. A fiddle? Why?
Because I want a fiddle. I want to be a fiddler.
You could have said a writer. That I could stand. I would go to an early grave, but I could have stood it. Or an actor, maybe. Even that I might have survived. But a fiddler? Like Scheike the fiddler, maybe?
Scheike's a nice man, Papa.
I am a businessman. You are the oldest son of a businessman. It is in your blood to be a businessman. My boy, if it ever got out to the people of the town that you wanted to be a fiddler, can you imagine what it could do to our business? To your business?
What, Papa?
What, he asked. What? We would be ruined.
We would?
I'll never mention it again. You never mention it again. Only Sholem.
Yes, Papa?
No more fiddles. We understand each other?
Yes, Papa.
And I'll tell Mama the wood peeled off the sofa. Now go to bed. A fiddler?
But as I grew, the desire grew. Can I help it? It happened. In shul, the school, I learned that Rabbi Akiba, the great teacher, went to his death singing in his heart. All trials he accepted with great love. I, too, tried to accept mine also with great love. But at 13, who can be a Rabbi Akiba? Especially when on the way to the shul where I was studying, I had to pass Naphtali's shack. You don't know about Naphtali's shack? I will tell you. Naphtali is a beggar. Worse than a beggar, a musician. And worse than an ordinary musician, a musician with 12 children, each of whom is also a musician. And each of them every day plays his instrument in the shack they live in. And I would stand outside and listen. That is David, the oldest, the French horn. The flute is Hannah, the oldest girl. Mendel, the drummer, age 6. Shalamith on the cello. She's 8. And Penny, Skinny Penny, who played the fiddle, my favorite. So each day, 10 minutes, no more, I would stand outside the shack and listen. If it wasn't music to you, to me it was the angels. Listen. Now you understand about Naphtali's shack. And then one day, as I stood listening...
Why do you stand outside?
Which one are you?
Penny. Skinny Penny.
The fiddle. Hello. You mean I could come inside?
Of course. It sounds much better inside anyhow. And it's much warmer.
And inside I met the father, Naphtali. Oh, if Shaika was a fiddler, what can I say about Naphtali?
So you wish to play the fiddle?
I would like to try.
One plays the fiddle or one listens. One does not try.
If I could play, I would be so happy.
Well, you shall learn. Can you pay?
I don't think I... No.
Well, it's harder without money. I teach better for money. Still, what have you got in that bag?
Lunch.
Better than money. Are you hungry?
No, I'm not. Would you like some?
For music, we would accept some.
Oh, take it, please, take it. And before I could say another word, they were at it. David and Hannah and Shalamith and Skinny Penny and the others. And in a few moments, there weren't even any crumbs left.
A little wine would be fine. Still, now to the music lesson. First, a lecture.
Should I sit down?
Sit, stand, only listen. The fiddle. The fiddle is the oldest and the greatest of all instruments. The first fiddle was, of course, Methuselah. This they didn't teach you in Cheder, I know. Still, Methuselah was the first. The second was King David. That you knew. The third was Paganini. You never heard of him?
No.
A pity. Still, he was the third. And the fourth, myself. Now the lecture is over. Take the instrument.
I took it. I moved the bow. He pulled his hair. He stopped me. He showed me. I started over. This time the face was not so bad. And so it went. I studied the fiddle. I was in heaven. I came once a week and studied in heaven until... Until Klutz said,
"Your papa wants to see you."
Every town has its Klutz. Klutz had a nose in everybody's pot, a busybody. And everything he saw, he told. And how he loved it. He must have seen me going to the shack so often, he must have gone and told Papa. Oh, why do people do such things? Oh, am I a philosopher also? He did it.
He wants to see you right now, Shalom.
You just left him?
That's right.
What did you tell him?
Why don't you go in and find out?
You wanted to see me, Papa?
Shalom, my boy. Sit down, sit down.
Oh, yes, Papa. Here?
Anywhere, my boy, anywhere. Now, you're 14 going on 15, yes, my son?
Yes, Papa.
So it's time you thought of going into business, huh?
Yes, Papa.
So, every Thursday I've arranged you'll go to shul in the morning, and in the afternoon you'll come to study here with me in the business.
Oh, that'll be nice, Papa.
I knew you'd like that.
I like it very much, Papa.
Then, when you're 16, my son will be a businessman.
Is that all, Papa? I've got to go back to my studying.
That's all, my son. Oh, yes.
Yes, Papa.
Klutz was in. Guess what he tried to tell me?
What, Papa?
That you were hanging around Naphtali's shack. Hanging around with that Skinny Penny, the fiddler. Of course, I laughed at him.
Naturally, Papa.
I told him you were going into business. You wouldn't have any time for music. That's right, Sholem, isn't it?
Naturally, Papa. I'm a serious young man.
Of course. There will be no fiddling around?
Fiddling, Papa? Oh, naturally not.
Good, good. So run along, my son. And remember, no fiddling around.
It was obvious I couldn't go back to the shack. Still, when a niggling and a fiddle is in your heart, you don't get over it so easily just because your papa says no fiddling around. Anyhow, I couldn't. Only I couldn't go to the shack. To tell you the truth, I resisted thinking about it. When I heard a fiddle, by accident, mind you, I put my fingers into my ears. And then I had to meet the colonel. We called him the colonel, not that he was, because he always wore a uniform with gold buttons. Where he got it, no one knew, but he looked like a colonel in it. He was an enormous man with such a laugh. He sounded like the laughter you hear sometimes in music. And the stories he told.
India. I'll now tell you about India.
For an hour about India. Or else...
You've never been to South America or the North Pole? Listen, and I'll tell you.
Or else about rubies.
Once I found a ruby, as large as a hen's egg and so rare, a queen gave me half her kingdom for it. And pearls. I found 2 pearls once.
He could talk about anything. And one day when he heard that I was going into business with my father, and therefore was no longer a child, he spoke to me directly. Do you understand? The colonel actually spoke to me in person.
My boy, why don't you come to visit my house?
The next time I could, which was on the Thursday morning when I was supposed to be in shul. You remember what my father said? Thursday morning in the shul and Thursday afternoon learning the business. Well, that morning I went to the colonel's house. It was safe because the colonel lived on the outskirts of town, just past the shul. So if I started out in the direction of the shul, all I had to do was keep walking. You understand. I knocked, opened the door, and walked in.
My friend, come in.
Hello, Colonel.
Some of these things surprise you, huh?
A little.
This is the lion's head. I killed him in Africa.
I see.
And these horns from a water buffalo in Asia. The fiercest fight I ever had. Do you know what this is?
What?
Siberian owl. I captured it bare-handed.
And that?
A leopard. Would you like some plums?
You have plums?
Cold, fresh, and ripe. Help yourself.
Oh, Colonel.
Tell me, Shalom. Do you like music?
Yes.
And the fiddle?
Do you play the fiddle?
There were 4 great fiddlers. Methuselah, King David, Paganini, and the Colonel. Eat your plum, and I will play for you.
I didn't dare eat. I didn't dare breathe. I didn't dare hope. And then... It was my melody, my nigun, my song of the night of the Kiddush, of the blessing before the wine, of the lovely words, praised art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who hast sanctified us with thy commandments and hast taken pleasure in us. And he let me come every Thursday. And every Thursday I came. Until that one Thursday, when coming home from the colonel's, who do I meet? The busybody, of course.
Hello, Shalom.
Klutz.
Where have you been?
To shul. Where else?
All morning?
Well, of course, all morning.
And what were you studying? All morning?
What should I be studying? The Gemara.
Which part of the Gemara?
Well, I got to go to my father's. I got to study business this afternoon.
I think I'll go see your father, too.
Klutz.
It's for your good, Shalom. For your good. Why do people misunderstand me so much? Why? Can you tell me, Shalom? Can you?
The scene with my father. Why go into it? Let me tell you simply, I became a businessman. The colonel, I never went to his house again. If I passed him on the street and he so much as winked at me, I walked to the other side of the street. After all, did you want me to break my father's heart? I became a businessman. So at night, sometimes, I dream I'm a conductor. And in the orchestra is Shaiki the fiddler, Naphtali and his 12 children, with Skinny Penny playing first violin, and the colonel also playing the fiddle, on the right. And I am conducting. And I conduct not with a baton, but with a bow. And then, in the middle of the concert, we reach the part where my nagun comes in. My melody. The blessing over the wine cup before the Sabbath meal. And then I take up a fiddle, and with my baton I play the solo, the melody, the music which you can never hear enough of, because there's always something new in it. The nagun. After all, Rabbi Akiba went to his death singing in his heart and taught us to accept great trials with great love. So you see, I never think about the fiddle anymore.
Our Eternal Light story today, The Fiddle, written by Arnold Pearl, was adapted from the short story of the same name by Sholem Aleichem. Featured as Sholem was Ronnie Liss. The violin solos were played by Sylvan Schulman. The music is composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. The liturgical introduction was sung by cantor Robert H. Siegel. The entire production is under the direction of Frank Papp. For a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil, olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today is Morton Wishenbrad's The Swim. Featured are Paquita Anderson, Donald Buca, and Roger DeKoven.
This story happened. It is a true story. She was a leaky, unseaworthy tub, the SS Maretka. It was the Black Sea, 45 miles out of Istanbul. On board, 306 passengers stolen out of Constanta Harbor. Destination, Eretz Yisrael, land of Israel. 113 men, 97 women, 96 children. The date was August 5th, 1944, a Saturday. Longitude 28 degrees, 40 minutes. Latitude, very little latitude from Allied governments. No latitude from the enemy.
Very well. Come in. Come in. Don't stand there. Knock. Come in. What do you want? Get off my bridge.
Captain, I'm a doctor.
Pleased to meet you. Now get back where you belong.
All right, Captain, but do you have any surgical instruments?
A knife, a screwdriver, a pair of pliers. See the mate will give you some friction tape.
Captain, there's a woman aboard. I'm not sure she's well. She's in her 8th month.
What do you want, Doctor?
A place to examine her. I've looked everywhere. We're packed on deck. We're packed in the hold. They're even packed in the lifeboats. I need a place to examine her.
Doctor, I don't care for your criticism of this vessel.
You carried cattle once, Captain. Did you pack them in as you pack us in?
No, but then, my dear doctor, there's no profit in dead cattle, is there? All right, take it to my cabin.
Thanks.
You might try to sound grateful.
Quite right. Beginning now, I'll learn to be grateful for decency.
Doctor, never mind. It isn't important.
It's very perverse of us to try to bear children in a century like this, isn't it, Captain? Thank you again for the use of your cabin. You see, I am grateful.
Doctor, I'm sorry. I couldn't wait outside. How is she?
Sit down, Felix.
How is she?
She's all right. Sit down.
Deborah, was the examination painful?
No. He didn't do very much.
Oh, I couldn't. I have no instruments. Can't even make a test for albumin.
Perhaps it's just as well. My mother didn't have a doctor. I managed to get born.
It isn't a joke.
Sorry.
Stop being sorry. If you want to make a joke, make a joke. You're perfectly right. Since the time of Cain and Abel, babies have been born without benefit of obstetrician or midwife.
See, Felix, there's nothing to worry about.
Then why are her ankles swollen, Doctor?
Well, she's probably got albuminuria. Probably verging on toxemia. That's a clumsy guess. In my profession, you're supposed to know, not guess. Deborah, if we were anywhere else, I'd take steps to induce labor.
Then I'm glad we're here. I want the baby to be born when my time comes. I'm primitive, Doctor. Some women are.
Don't sound so noble. Nobility is the arrogance of the defeated. I'm sick and tired of being defeated. I'm sick and tired of being noble.
Doctor.
Let's get out of here before we get on each other's nerves.
Doctor.
I said let's get out of here.
I just wanted to ask a question. You don't have to jump on
Ask and be done with it. If you have a question, ask. Why the preliminaries? Why do we talk so much? Why do we ask so many questions? What do you want?
She's my wife, Doctor.
Don't make a speech. What do you want?
Some other time, Doctor. Come, Deborah, before I hit him.
Felix, he's upset because he's frightened about me. That's true, isn't it, Doctor?
In my profession, you're not supposed to guess.
You must have been a good doctor once.
It isn't necessary to mollify me.
I'm waiting, Deborah.
Doctor, is there anything you want me to do?
Not a thing. If I told you to rest, where would you rest? If I prescribed medicine, where would you get it? If I restricted your diet, you'd starve.
There must be something I can do.
Yes, of course. Try not to be upset. Deborah, forgive me.
Of course.
Avoid salt. Avoid salt like the plague. And limit your intake of water. Salt and fluids. Stay away from them. I'll see you tomorrow.
August 6th, 1944. It was the Black Sea, approximately 14 miles off the Turkish coast of Igniada. At 9 minutes past midnight, the SS Marevka broke radio silence.
SOS. SOS. SS Marevka signaling SOS. Periscope following us.
At 11 minutes past midnight, off the coast of Igniada.
The torpedo. Like phosphorus. Look. It comes.
Shema Yisrael. Adonai Eloheinu. Adonai Echad. Swim away. All right, Felix. Felix, I'm fine. See to yourself.
I need help. Help me.
Here, Doctor. Put your arm on my shoulder.
No. Someone else.
On my shoulder. It's all right. I'm buoyant. On my shoulder. Felix, help.
You all right? Oh, no. Quiet!
Nothing.
She surfaced. The submarine. She's dived. What's the water? Everyone dive! Side stroke. Don't hurry it. Easy. Breathe easy. Watch it. Careful. Don't hurry. Easy. Here. Oh, good girl.
Doctor. Felix, help me. We've got to get his arms around the peg.
Wait. Doctor, hold on to me. To me. Shift him, Deborah. Shift him. Now my shirt. Tear it off my back.
But Felix,
Stop talking. Do what I tell you. Tear it off my back. Now, knot it. Make it into a rope.
I understand.
Doctor. No. Don't try to talk. Save your strength. When I tell you, put your hands around the cake. Hold it tight against your stomach. We're going to tie you to it. Now, wait. Not now. When I tell you.
Felix.
Give it here. All right, Doctor. Hold it. Tight. Deborah, hold it.
Take a breath. You're going to be all right now. You're not going to drown. Breathe, Doctor. Take a breath. A deep breath. That's the way, Doctor. That's the way.
Doctor, how do you feel?
Deborah.
She wants you.
I'm right here, Doctor.
Deborah. I told you.
Yes.
I told you. Avoid water and salt.
Yes, sure. Avoid water and salt. Of course.
Anybody alive? Anybody else alive?
Hello? Who's that?
There are 3 of us here. We've got 1 life belt. How many are you?
3 of us.
6 altogether, then. Only 6 survivors from the Marevka. 6 out of 306.
Any children?
No children.
Any women?
No. How about you? Any women?
One. My wife.
You're lucky. Any children? I said any children.
Not yet.
I've got to get your wife to land.
Any idea?
Yes, about 14 miles.
Which way?
Southwest.
You hear that, Doctor?
I hear.
Maybe we can float him with the tide.
We could, couldn't we?
No.
I'll help you, Doctor. I said I was going to.
Doctor, you can hold the life preserver. Good way of floating in.
No, you can't.
But the tide.
At this point, the Black Sea, no tide.
You're sure?
Sure, no tide.
We'll have to swim.
14 miles.
Yes.
Deborah,
Yes, I can swim.
the exertion won't be good for you.
No.
Excuse me, it came automatically.
That's it.
What do you mean?
That's the way to swim. Automatically, like Reuben. Side stroke.
14 miles.
Doctor, how badly do you want to live?
Not that much.
You came this far.
Felix, you're a belligerent man.
I stayed alive that way.
Doctor, do you want to drown?
Good enough for them.
Excuse me. 6 people hanging onto a wooden keg and a single life preserver. Arguing. We're all crazy.
Exactly. Let's have the decency to drown quietly.
I want that baby.
Felix, what for?
The baby is important.
Why?
Because sometimes the seed is more important than the tree.
Well, that's crazy.
I don't know. There were 306 on the ship. Now there are only 6. It'd be something for them if 6 came to shore. And then a 7th. 7th for them.
We'll swim together. As close together as possible. Now let's begin. You agree?
Yes, Felix.
I agree.
We agree. Doctor?
Yes, Felix. I'll swim. At least I'll try.
Catch the rhythm. Stroke. Together. 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 Stroke. Stroke.
Felix! Felix!
Floater, tread water, everyone. What is it?
I'd like to rest.
We'll rest for 15 minutes.
That's good.
Deborah. Deborah, are you tired?
No.
Hang on a little longer. Only a little longer, Dick.
Sure.
It's getting light in the east.
Is it?
Yes. Deborah.
Yes. What is it, Felix?
Nothing. I just wanted to say your name.
Felix, no.
It's a ship. Maybe a German ship.
It doesn't matter anymore. Felix, I can't laugh.
Let's shout. Everybody shout. Dr. Felix, Deborah, shout. All together. 1, 2, 3. Move. The wind's against us. I can't hear it. I gotta see it. Felix, can you hold me out of the water?
It won't work.
Can you hold me high? You can try. You can try.
I'll cut my hands.
So toss me. Toss me as high as you can. I'll wave my arms. They've got to see us. Ready? Throw me, Felix. Throw me high. 1, 2, now. They didn't see me. No use. You're wasting your strength. Felix, we got to try again. Whatever you... I'm ready now. Now, when he throws me up, shout! Everybody shout! 1, 2, now! They see you? No.
What are you going to do?
Try again! Shout! Everybody shout! Why don't you shout? Stop it! Stop crying! There's nothing to cry about! There's nothing to cry about! Stop crying!
Isn't she? Ask me, it's my baby. Felix, I'm telling the truth.
The pulse is very fast.
Try your own pulse, Doctor.
Well, it would be fast, that's natural.
My pulse, too.
Well, hold your head. You float, Deborah.
No floating. When you float, you don't travel. Come on, swim. Let's swim. Are you coming? Let's swim.
Together. 1, 2,
4 together. 5 together. 6 together. 7 together.
Listen. It's got to be. Listen. Stop swimming. Nothing. Hold his head up. Hold it. I heard it. I'm sure I heard it.
Nothing to hear. Nothing here.
I heard surf on shore. Listen. Nothing. No shore. No shore. I'm tired. I'm too tired. Don't let him think. Don't let him think. Don't think. Wake up. Wake up. There's only a little more. Just a little more. Wake up. Wake up. Let me alone. Swim. I'll let you alone if you'll swim. Come on. Do everything I can. Broken. It's with your feet. Keep trying. Leave me alone. It's too much for all. It's enough. No. No. We swim. Swim. Down. But swim. Keep swimming. Strong. Together. Swim. I said swim. Drown. 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 Together. Together. Drown. Deborah.
Yes. Yes, Felix. I hear it.
It's the shore. It's the shore. Only a little more. Only a little more. Swim. Swim. Doctor. Yes. Doctor. Is she?
Fine.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. 6.
Yes. 6 of us.
And the 7th.
To be. A 7th to be.
It is a true story, a story that happened. 6 were saved, and from the 6, a 7th was born. They are alive. In Jerusalem now, in Beth Akerem, they are alive. 6 who swam from the SS Marevka. One of them, a woman in her 8th month. She swam 14 miles to shore, and her son lives. It is a story for Mother's Day.
Our Eternal Light drama today was written by Morton Wishengrad. The music is composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cadence. The part of Felix was played by Donald Bucher. Deborah was played by Paquita Anderson, the doctor by Roger de Koven. Others in the cast were Adelaide Klein, Leon Janney, Alan Hewitt, and Ralph Bell. Cantor David Futterman sang the liturgical introduction. The entire production is under the direction of Frank Papp. For a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is by Morton Wishengrad and is entitled The Trolley Bible of the Broadway Line. Featured as Brian Hannon is Carl Swenson. Edgar Staley is the narrator.
Amsterdam Avenue. Transfer here for the 125th Street cross town.
Good night, driver.
Good night.
This your last trip tonight?
That it is. It's to the garage with the bus and home for me.
Some people have all the luck. I got to work tonight.
A very good night here, sir. Watch your step getting off.
Her father danced brightly, her mother cried quietly. They held her so tightly she cried in alarm. I played in the wildwood with elves of my childhood. Dear father and mother, they did me no harm. They are the good people who sleep in the steeple. They are the good people who prance on the green. They hide in the wildwood, they're gay as in childhood. Their pride and their joy is a good fairy queen.
In all of the city of New York, only one bus driver can sing such words to such a melody. I know him well. Brian Hannon is his name. Several times each month, when I enter a Broadway bus.
Oh, no, you don't, Professor. Put away that nickel.
But, Mr. Hannon...
Not in my bus, Professor. You ride as my guest.
It is likely that I am the only individual who enjoys a traveling scholarship from the 3rd Avenue Transit Corporation.
Step to the rear of the bus, please. Kindly move to the rear of the bus. Oh, no, not you, Professor.
You're rather busy today, Mr. Hannon.
Well, I like it busy. Makes the day pass.
His great bulk fills the driver's seat like some pale-faced, blue-eyed Buddha. His eyes are fixed on the traffic, but his mind is fixed on other things. Strange things to preoccupy a bus driver.
Professor, I have considered the matter for a long time.
You have, Mr. Hannon?
Yes, I have, sir. It is my opinion that the scholars have made a mess of the 15th verse of the 3rd chapter of the book of Genesis.
Excuse me, driver. Forgot to ask for transfers.
How many, madam?
2, please. Thank you.
Don't mention it. Professor, what is the Hebrew word for seed?
Zera.
Exactly. In the Gaelic, it's shield.
Driver, do you pass Columbia University?
Madam, we never pass a university. We always stop.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, Professor, in Latin, the word for seed is semen. It is significant, sir, that the Hebrew zera and the Gaelic shield are masculine in gender, while the Latin semen is feminine, and the English seed is neuter. 116th Street. Kindly leave by the center door, please.
Driver, can you change a $10 bill?
In the city of New York, on the Broadway route of the 3rd Avenue Transit Corporation, a scholar drives a bus. And it is appropriate that his route takes him between the Union Theological Seminary on the one side and the Jewish Theological Seminary on the other. Past Columbia University to Midtown Times Square and east down 42nd Street under the shadow of the great 5th Avenue Public Library. There is a seamliness in this. Brian Hannon is bus driver, historian, biblical scholar, poet. Who is he? How did he come to me and I to him? For Brian Hannon is a Roman Catholic, and I am an associate professor of rabbinics. Brian Hannon's story begins in County Galway, Ireland. 26 years ago, the black and tans of the British Army of Occupation had a question for Brian Hannon.
Good day to you. Proprietor, I said good day to you. It's a civil English greeting which even the Irish may understand and answer.
What do you want?
Your name is Brian Hannon.
It could be. What do you want?
Mr. Hannon, I prefer civil tone.
What do you want?
Mr. Hannon, you will alter your tone.
The black and tans are not welcome in this shop, and I will use whatever tone I please.
Mr. Hannon, I would speak differently if I were in your place.
I am Irish, and Ireland is my place. And it is not for you to instruct me what I'm to say in my own place.
Brian Hannon, several troop lorries were blown up last night.
I'm glad to hear it.
I am not amused.
I did not say it to amuse you.
Mr. Hannon, you're insolent.
That is the first decent thing you said to me since you came in.
Where were you last night, Hannon?
You would not expect me to say that I was busily engaged in blowing up British troop lorries.
No, I wouldn't.
Very well. Last night, I was memorizing my catechism.
You are a liar.
That is not unlikely.
Hannon, you'll receive no further warnings. We know that you are a member of the Irish Republican Army. We know that the IRA has been gun running. We know that the IRA is responsible for blowing up our lorries. Now, I've come here in order to tell you that we've lost patience. England insists on peace in Ireland. We want peace, and we're going to have peace.
Sir?
Yes?
If the English honestly desire peace...
We do.
Let them stay in England.
What is it, Sean? I count 6 lorries in the North Field.
Our information says there should be 10.
6 is all I could see.
Who's guarding them?
1 soldier.
Black and tan?
Aye.
Black and tans are not soldiery. Every hoodlum in England is in the black and tans.
Hannon, you don't mean to kill him?
No. I mean to stop the killing of Irish men and women. And a moment more, Sean. When the moon is clouded, you know what to do.
I begin on the lorries while you distract the guard.
Good.
Hannon, what will you do to the guard?
Persuade him that honest men ought never to come between a people and their country.
How will you persuade him?
When I was a lad, I was fullback on the football team. There are ways of persuasion. There goes the cloud over the moon. Now it is customary, Sean, at such a moment, to speak a stirring phrase for Irish independence. No phrase comes to mind. 'Tis a pity. Come, lad, we've work to do.
Goodbye to her fairy companions and swiftly ran home and as swiftly shed tears. Her father was older, her mother soon told her that she had been lost for the past 7 years.
Who goes here?
An Irishman.
What are you doing there?
I take it that the fact I was singing is probably open to doubt.
Is it a strange time of night to be singing?
On the contrary. Song is the only justification for a man to be awake at this hour.
Don't move or I'll shoot.
Now, sir, what is your justification for being awake at this hour?
You heard what I said. I'll shoot if you move.
If that is Ireland's objection to the English army, I'll shoot if you move, says England. But the man and the people must move to live. I breathe air. My heart beats. I must move this hand, you see. And this one.
I said no.
No, man. I have no wish to hurt you. And you best be quiet. Sean. Yes, sir. The guard here is entering upon a state of persuasion. You may proceed with the lorries.
Listen.
There were other incidents in Brian Hannon's life during the Irish Rebellion, which he has not told me. But in 1924, he married Elizabeth Cronin in County Cork. And in 1927, Brian Hannon opened his Gaelic Bible and said,
Inish, Iduich, Inchiarnare, Abram. Irie, Roat, Astahir, August Order.
Hannon, what is that you're saying?
The word of God.
Well, then say it in a tongue I can understand.
Gaelic is the Irish language.
But I'm Irish, but I cannot understand it. Read it in English.
Very well. Now the Lord said unto Abraham, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto the land that I will show thee.
Brian Hannon, are you going away?
I'm leaving for America.
Why?
I cannot stay and abide the things that are done here.
I know the feeling.
They say there are a few Irish in America.
I'd be sorry to see you and Elizabeth go.
I'll not be sorry to go. Maybe in America I can help Ireland.
In the year 1927, Brian and Elizabeth Hannon came to America as immigrants. But a great part of them was left behind in Ireland. The Ireland which includes Belfast as well as Dublin.
It seems a shame that Irish men and Irish women cannot speak the Irish language.
There is nothing you can do about that.
There is something. There is the Gaelic Bible. That's a difficult book. Perhaps I can make it less difficult.
And so Brian Hannon came to America with a project. He would write a new Bible in Gaelic. But scholars must live. And so he applied for employment in New York City.
So, Mr. Hannon, you wish to be employed as a motorman by the Third Avenue Transit Corporation?
Yes, sir.
I must know something of your habits. Do you drink?
Tea. Hot tea and strong by the quart.
You smoke?
I gave it up.
And so, when was that?
When I was 8.
What would you say your disposition was?
Quarrelsome.
Mr. Hannon, what leads you to believe that you should be employed by the Third Avenue Transit Corporation?
In the first place...
Yes?
I have a good hand and a good eye.
Granted.
Second, I am as intelligent as some.
That's plain.
I have the constitution of a horse.
Go on.
And I can stand a reasonable amount of abuse.
Brian Hannon, you're hired.
Thank you, sir. I have picked the route I want, the Broadway line. I'm intrigued by the libraries along the way. Also, sir, I should like the 2 o'clock to midnight shift. It is a schedule that permits morning scholarship.
Mr. Hannon.
Yes, sir.
I wonder, Mr. Hannon, have you been hired by the Third Avenue Transit Corporation, or is it you who has hired the corporation?
That will be demonstrated when I receive my first week's wages. Careful getting off, please.
This was his life from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until midnight.
Have your fares ready. Use both doors getting on.
But only from 2 o'clock on. In the morning, Brian Hannon led another existence.
The book you wish is very precious.
I will be responsible, madam.
Are you a university graduate, sir?
I am a graduate of the New York Public Library. Do I sign here, madam?
This is how the years passed for Brian Hannon. A son was born to Elizabeth.
We'll name him Brian, after you.
And a book was born to Brian Hannon Sr.
The Bible Made Easy.
It was a multiple birth.
Volumes 1, 2, and 3. Volume 4 and Volume 5 will be done in a few years.
Now a trolley runs on a single track, but a scholar's mind may run in several directions. Perhaps it was because of his son, who had been born in America, that Brian Hannon turned to the study of American history. He published a work called 3 American Commodores, And not long after, a motorman of the 3rd Avenue Transit Corporation received an unusual citation.
I am pleased to inform you that you have been voted an honorary member of the Naval History Society.
It was about this time that Brian Hannon appeared in my office in the library.
Professor, I should like to make the library a gift of my book.
I'm grateful, Mr. Hannon. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Do you frequent the public library?
Oh, rarely.
The Columbia Library?
Even less often.
Then it must be the Trolley. Oh, of course. You're the gentleman who makes a practice of handing me $5 bills.
And you are the motorman who makes a practice of giving me half my change in pennies.
Well, I am very glad to meet you, Professor.
Mr. Hannon, you'll never know what your pennies do to the lining of my pocket.
Professor, you will never know what your $5 bills do to the lining of my disposition.
That was the beginning of a friendship. In our seminary library, we have a very rare and valuable first edition of the Gaelic Bible. I showed it to Brian Hannon.
It is enough to make a man cry. Each day I spend 15 minutes to an hour waiting for the book at the public library, and you have it here.
And so, beginning then, Brian Hannon continued his biblical research in the seminary library. It was scholarship which had an unusual accompaniment.
I want to sing, my heart is gay. I want to dance the hours away. I want to run through dell and lea. I want to go to Grandmammy.
Mr. Hannon.
Oh, excuse me. Was I singing?
You were.
A very fine song. I wrote it myself. Little Red Riding Hood. I made it up for little Brian. I do not approve of Grimm's fairy tales for children. They're much too grim.
That's true.
With your permission, Professor?
You may have it, Mr. Hannon.
Thank you, sir.
But not too loud.
Oh, I abhor loudness.
We'll see the deer and hare at rest. We'll see the wren in mossy nest. We'll fish for trout and chase the bee and dance beneath the apple tree.
That's very fine. Did you also compose the tune?
Well, the air is a variant of the White Cockade. A fine melody sung by the Irish Brigade at Fontenoy in 1745 and by the Colonial Minutemen at Concord in 1775.
You must write it out for me. I have a friend who'd enjoy that melody.
No doubt, Professor.
It is very safe to claim that there is not another employee of the 3rd Avenue Transit Corporation like Brian Hannon. I've known him through the great crises of his life. There was a period when he did not appear at the library.
Little Brian.
Something's happened to your son?
The lad's dead. Trained commando. He fell and was hurt inside. It'll be hard for his mother.
He does not laugh so much since then, and his face is somewhat paler. But Brian Hannon is still the scholar by day and the bus driver by afternoon and night. Yes, now it's a bus.
For a while I held out against it. But now I like the bus. You can stop on a thin dime. That something could not be said for the trolley.
I shall tell you one final thing about him. He is a Roman Catholic, studying in the library of a Jewish seminary, but he presents his books to the Protestant Cathedral of St. John the Divine.
We thank you for your gifts, Mr. Hammond.
Well, here is a new work, Canon. The first chapter of my modernized Gaelic Bible.
Mr. Hammond, is this the Bible you will send to Ireland?
Yes, Father. When it is finished.
Ireland has its independence now.
But it needs its own culture.
The Bible says, and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech.
You'll find it in my chapter. August the V in Dhawanilla, Irain Changi. And there was the world entirely with one language. But, Canon, the language that is meant is justice.
It's rather a free translation, Mr. Hammond.
Very true, Canon. But justice is always in a free translation.
All right, watch it getting off, please.
His name is Brian Hannon. If you're in his bus near midnight, when the streets are nearly empty and the last mile remains to be run, perhaps you can hear him sing.
We'll see the deer and hare at rest. We'll see the wren in mossy nest. We'll fish for trout and chase the bee and dance beneath the apple tree. I want to sing, my heart is gay. I want to dance the hours away. I want to run through dell and lea. I want to go to Grandmammy.
He makes his first trip each day that he works on the dot of 2 o'clock, and he is finished at midnight. 5 round trips each day, 10 times to pass the libraries and the university where a scholar spends his morning. I think it is a story that could have been told only in America.
Our Eternal Light story today, The Trolley Bible of the Broadway line, was written by Morton Wishengrad. Carl Swenson was featured as Brian Hannon and Edgar Staley as the narrator. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Cated. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The entire production is under the direction of Frank Papp. If you would like a free copy of today's script, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Because of the Jewish holiday of the Shavuot, the festival of Pentecost, this program will not be heard next Sunday. Listen in 2 weeks from today to hear the Eternal Light again. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Oh, Maggie,
spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations. The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today by Morton Wishengrad is entitled Pugnacious Commodore and is based upon an original monograph by Dr. Abram Kanoff. Featured as Uriah P. Levy is Leon Janney. Roger de Koven is the narrator. In the days of our youth, when the Republic was new. Oh, yes, in those days, Philadelphia Harbor was something for a boy to see. The smell of the cargoes, the rising of the masts, the full-rigged ships rolling on the tide, waiting for a favoring slant of breeze. Cutters, yawls, staysail schooners, brigantines, mighty three-masters, ships for a boy to see and hunger after. Especially for a 10-year-old boy in the year 1802. Philadelphia Harbor, the year 1802, and a boy.
Are you Captain Moffat?
I am?
I'm told you need a cabin boy for the voyage.
So, what manner of cabin boy would I be in need of?
Me.
Well, what does me know about a vessel?
I know the rigging of a vessel.
Do you know fore from main and main from mizzen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's the rig of this ship?
Cutter rig, sir. Gaff, mainsail, and topsail.
Good. Very good. You running away, boy?
Yes, sir.
They beat you?
No, sir.
Well, why are you running away?
I wish to follow the sea. My father will not hear of it.
What manner of man is your father?
He's a merchant. For him, the sea is only a highway for commerce.
Ah. Well, what does it mean to you?
Do you require a cabin boy, sir?
What's your name, son?
Uriah Levy, sir.
You go on board, Miss Levy. You are hired for the voyage. A 10-year-old boy went out on a voyage. An 11-year-old boy came home.
Oh, Father, I've come home.
They faced each other in a Philadelphia house. Uriah Levy, the son, Michael Levy, the father.
It's you.
Yes, sir.
And did you come in through the window?
No, sir. I entered through the door.
You left through the window like a common sneak.
Only because you forced me to.
You are still insolent.
Yes, sir.
Come here. I wish to touch your cheek. Come closer.
Yes, sir.
Your cheeks are hard. Only yesterday your cheeks were round and soft with baby fat. And now you are becoming a man.
You will learn to forgive me for it.
The sea has not improved your manners.
I've learned, Father.
From your drunken companions, no doubt?
I understand the splicing of a rope.
An accomplishment.
I've learned to scull a jolly boat.
Indeed.
I've studied the heaving to of a ship in a gale of wind.
The epitome of culture.
Father, why do you bother to speak with me?
You do not cringe. I like that. You will allow not even your father to bully you. Uriah, I am not displeased with you.
I am glad to be home, Father.
Are you?
Yes, sir.
But you are planning to leave again. I can see it in your face. You do not lie. That's good.
Yes, sir.
Uriah, do you know mathematics?
No, sir.
You will learn mathematics. You will learn to box a compass and take the magnetic altitude of the sun. If you mean to be a seaman, then at least you will be an intelligent seaman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He returned to the sea. He learned. He stood his apprenticeship on a slanting deck, his legs braced for the heave of the tides, and his eyes were a seaman's eyes and saw direct to the horizon. When he was in his middle teens, he was a bosun. When he was 18, he was a second mate on the brig Polly and Betsy. When he was 19, he shipped out on the brig Five Sisters, first mate. And on his 20th birthday, he stood on the bridge of the schooner George Washington.
Helm up 1 point! Helm up a point, aye, Captain.
Captain Uriah Levy. A sound sweet to the ears of a man of 20. Captain. And a captain not like other captains.
You sent for me, Captain?
I did, Mr. Jessup. This morning you flogged a man.
The mate keeps discipline, sir.
This morning, Mr. Jessup, you flogged a man.
He was insubordinate.
I said no flogging aboard this ship.
He refused to obey my orders.
Mr. Jessup, my orders were no flogging. You were insubordinate.
I manned the brace when you was being wet-nursed. I'm twice your age, sir.
While you're mate aboard this ship, Mr. Jessup, you'll obey my orders.
You can't have discipline without a cat o' nine tails.
How do you know, Mr. Jessup?
Everyone knows. Flogging's the custom.
Not on this ship, Mr. Jessup. I'll have no brutality on this ship. I mean what I say, Mr. Jessup.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
In the year 1812, the war with England was announced. Captain Uriah Levy applied for admission into the United States Navy.
Mr. Levy, you are not a graduate of Annapolis.
No, sir.
The best we can do for you, then, is this warrant by President Madison as a sailing master.
Thank you, sir.
In the Navy of 1812, the executive officers knew little of seamanship. Their job was to fight. Navigation was entrusted to the sailing master. On the USS Argus, navigation was entrusted to sailing master Uriah Phillips Levy.
Sail! Sail off the starboard bow!
What do you make of it, Levy?
She's longer sparred and better bottomed than the French vessels in these waters.
Then, you think she's English?
Yes, sir, I do.
Levy, can you overtake that ship?
Captain, we're running close hauled and every stitch drawing.
I want that ship.
I think you can have her, Captain. She sails like a stack of hay. Bosun!
Aye, sir!
Order all hands to wet down the sails!
Aye, sir! Wet down the sails! All hands wet down the sails!
Wet them down! Helmsman, closer to the wind! Hauler to the wind!
In 6 short weeks, the USS Argus ran a gauntlet of British men of the line into the English Channel and up through the Irish Sea. She scourged British shipping and closed the Channel ports. At Lloyd's, the insurance rate doubled, then it tripled, then it soared out of sight. And 19 times, Captain Allen of the Argus announced,
Mr. Levy, you will take a boarding party aboard the prize ship.
But for 6 weeks, the crew of the Argus bore a charmed life. On August 10th, 1813, the Argus overtook and captured her 20th vessel, His Majesty's ship Betty.
Lieutenant? I said lieutenant.
The lieutenant is below, Captain.
You are mistaken, Mr. Levy. The lieutenant is here. It is my pleasure to name you temporary lieutenant in the Navy of the United States.
Captain, I'm very proud.
You have a right to be, sir. You have earned your commission. Lieutenant, you will now take a prize party aboard the HMS Betty, repair her damage as best you can, and take her into the nearest neutral port as a prize of war.
Very good, sir.
And, Lieutenant, it's been a pleasure to have you aboard.
The boarding party never brought the prize ship to a neutral port. On August 13th, 1813, HMS Betty was recaptured by the British Navy, and Uriah Levy and the group of American seamen with him were cast into Dartmoor prison for 16 months. For 16 months, until December 1814, Uriah Levy was a prisoner of war at Dartmoor. American seamen were flogged for minor infractions of the prison rules. And Uriah Levy said,
Even in prison, civilized men must reject the use of the lash. And if we reject it here because it's cruel, what place can it have aboard a free American ship?
He became a man with an obsession. On his return to the United States,
Uriah Phillips Levy, for extraordinary merit and for extraordinary service, I commission you a permanent lieutenant in the Navy of the United States of America.
Lieutenant Uriah Levy boarded the frigate United States in the Mediterranean. He was a marked man.
You wish to see me, Lieutenant?
I do, sir. I understand that my presence on this vessel has not been welcomed.
Well, I welcome you, Lieutenant.
I thank you for it, sir. I had reference to the midshipmen in the wardroom. They're not cordial.
I'm sorry for that.
If you have no objection, sir, I wish to take my mess alone.
As you wish.
It's not my wish.
Mr. Levy, a word of advice to you.
I ask no advice, sir.
Well, how do you know what I'll tell you?
You will tell me to speak softly, to accept offense, and to suffer insult.
Uriah Levy, my advice to you is do your duty as an officer and a gentleman. And the first man who observes a different course toward you, hold him to strict and prompt account.
Sir, thank you.
Consider it the advice of the United States Navy. Your hand, Lieutenant.
All right, Weaver, here he comes.
Mr. Levy.
You're speaking to me, Mr. Weaver?
I was not aware that there was another Levy on board.
Quite so. You have a question for me, sir?
I do. Mr. Levy, certain utterances you have made have been considered to be ill-conceived.
How's that, sir?
Item. On the second day of the month, you were overheard to suggest that flogging had no place aboard this ship.
That's true.
Item. On the 16th day of the month, you were seen destroying property of the United States government. A cat of nine tails.
How many more items do you have, Mr. Weaver?
Quite a few, sir.
And you have noted them down?
Each one, Mr. Levy.
That would give you very little time to carry on your own duties.
Weaver, I think he's got you there. Better leave him alone.
Mr. Weaver, your intention is to insult me.
It is.
Before I challenge you, I should like the courtesy of an explanation for your attitude.
Sir, you are a bumptious sailing master who has never set foot in Annapolis. Besides, you and your kind are offensive.
Mr. Weaver, I give you this as a sailing master.
You will answer for this, Levy.
No doubt. Mr. Weaver, I don't believe in flogging. However, I'm not inhibited by that belief from answering an insult.
By God,
What, Mr. Weaver? By our mutual God, what will you do?
I will kill you.
An excellent and honorable way to serve God.
Gentlemen, what is this disturbance? Mr. Levy, I ask an explanation.
If you please, sir. I have challenged Mr. Weaver.
Go to your quarters, Mr. Levy. You may consider yourself under arrest.
He was court-martialed. Uriah Levy was tried by a board of his peers, and the decision announced.
Mr. Levy, it is the sentence of this court-martial that you be admonished. You will stand, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Levy, you are hereby admonished. Now resume your duties as first lieutenant. Give him his sword.
The lieutenant's sword is nowhere to be found.
Good enough. I will give him my sword.
There were other court-martials for Uriah Levy. He was a stormy petrel and a pugnacious one, but he earned the respect and the admiration of his associates. Several years later, he stood on the bridge of the SS Vandalia as commander.
Mr. Gibson.
Yes, sir.
There's a record here of a flogging done yesterday before I came aboard.
The seaman in question, sir, came aboard in a state of drunkenness.
And so you had him flogged?
Yes, sir. The man's an inveterate drunkard.
Then he's been flogged before.
Yes, sir.
And in consequence, he drinks less.
No, sir. He drinks the same.
Then why is he flogged?
It's his punishment.
Ah, his punishment.
Yes, sir.
And is he to be punished today?
Another 12 lashes, sir.
Very well, Lieutenant. You yourself will administer today's flogging.
I wish to be excused, sir.
Aye, Lieutenant.
I am an officer, sir. I believe I was brought up to be a gentleman. I cannot stand over a man with a whip.
Is the boatswain less a gentleman? You require him to stand with a whip. Lieutenant, my orders are to cease corporal punishment on this vessel.
May I point out, sir, that there's no navy in the world without flogging?
And this will be the first one. And this is going to be the first ship of that first navy.
His views met with approval. Slowly, the cat-o'-nine-tails began to disappear. And slowly, as the knowledge grew that corporal punishment was disappearing in the fleets and the shore establishments of the American Navy, slowly, a newer type of recruit came into the service. Young men who knew that a career awaited them and not the bite of the lash. This was Uriah Levy's contribution to American democracy. Another contribution remained. He was named captain, but strangely relieved of his command. Still a pugnacious man, he went to the Secretary of the Navy.
All right, Levy. I admit there have been pressures. First, you came into the Navy as a sailing master.
Ah. I don't belong to the club.
Yes. Second, this flogging business.
But the Navy has gone along. Senator Hale has introduced a bill in Congress to eliminate corporal punishment.
Still, it's a cause for resentment. Finally, there is a third reason.
I'm a Jew.
You are, Levy. There are bigots to whom that makes a difference. Mr. Levy, I should think we cannot afford to let the Navy be run by the bigots. I am on your side.
Uriah Phillips Levy spoke before an appeal board. His statement is a part of American history.
This is the case before you. It is the case of every Israelite in the Union. Are all these to be proscribed while we retain in our Constitution language to be spoken to the ear, but broken to the hope? And think not, if you once enter in this career, that it can be limited to the Jew. What is my case today may tomorrow be that of the Roman Catholic or the Unitarian, the Episcopalian or the Methodist, the Presbyterian or the Baptist. There is but one safeguard, and this is to be found in the honest, wholehearted, inflexible support of the impartial guarantees of the Constitution.
The appeal board considered. A communication was sent to the Secretary of the Navy. Then, in the Mediterranean Sea, they piped a new squadron Commodore, highest existing rank in the American Navy, aboard the USS Macedonian.
You may raise the flag.
On February 21st, 1860, they raised the flag over the Mediterranean fleet of Uriah P. Levy, Commodore, United States Navy. Like a free copy of the script you have just heard, write to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present Mr. Stanley Garton, President of the National Federation of Jewish Men's Clubs, affiliated with the United Synagogue of America, speaking from New York City.
Commodore Levy's campaign against cruelty and oppression has an underlying significance for all Americans today. Respect for the dignity of every man, regardless of his status, is fundamental to democracy and is founded in religion. We are taught in Genesis concerning the creation of man in the image of God. The Talmud developed that narrative into the doctrine that all men have spiritual worth and should be treated considerately. No man, said our sages, should be publicly humiliated. Even an offender must not be subjected to unwarranted degradation. The spirit of these teachings is reflected in our Declaration of Independence and constitutional guarantees, justifying the statement by the historian Lecky that the American Constitution is cemented with Hebraic mortar. Commodore Levy's battle for humanitarianism was therefore in accord with both the teachings of religion and of true Americanism. Despite prejudice and insult, and at the risk of his career, he vigorously and persistently demanded humane treatment, regardless of class distinctions, for men serving our country. His moral courage in this fight recalls the biblical injunction, justice, justice shalt thou pursue.
Commodore Levy succeeded 90 years ago because Americans sympathized with the oppressed. Today, there is urgent need of such sympathy and understanding in dealing with current problems. Loyalty to the democratic ideals always cherished by Americans requires that our daily life as individuals and our conduct as citizens shall serve to make these ideals become realities. Now, when more than ever before the world looks to this country, the amelioration of the plight of the oppressed and the endeavor to secure justice to all are the obligation and duty of all Americans.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley Garton. Eternal Light drama today was written by Morton Wishengrad and was based upon an original monograph by Dr. Abram Kanoff. Featured as Uriah Levy was Leon Zanni, and Roger de Koven was the narrator. The music was composed by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The entire production was under the direction of Maurice Robinson. If you would like a free copy of today's script, write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This program is a weekly presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations in cooperation with the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.